In the old days, when disaster struck the world, only the last fortress of humanity remained on Earth. The dusky city was plunged into darkness, enveloped in flames, and even the mightiest dragon was unable to resist it. The Elder of Worlds watched in horror as his fire-breathing warriors fell dead. Nothing could help him anymore. Otto, the timekeeper, knew that the world was beyond saving. But the young man was ready to do anything, even burn his body and soul with the help of a time dragon. This would allow the lad to open a path to the past, so he asked his lord not to give up hope and give the new generation a chance at life. The guardian was sure that with the elder's wisdom they could change the future, for the old man was one of the best who possessed the secrets of time. The Grand Elder had always watched over this place, but they all belonged to this time, so none of them would be able to leave this world. The almighty old man was truly very powerful. For thousands of years he led the timekeepers one by one. He had incredible magical power and no one could match him. He had the greatest responsibility to change the world. Using his destructive power, the Elder opened a book of magic that contained the most dangerous and incredible beasts. The world was in danger, so the Lord decided to choose a man who did not belong to this world and would rewrite the fate of humanity. At that very moment, an incredible power awakened in the Elder. He opened a magical portal in the sky, which pierced him with a blinding beam of light. The vector images gathered into a whole system and created an incredible flow of energy in the sky. Their power crossed all possible limits. A stream of dazzling magical energy shot far through the time portals, and in that instant, something incredible began to happen. It was magic that brought the fearsome creature out of the darkness. The monster thought humans were weak, and their futile struggles made them even more pathetic. The monster resembled a huge octopus, but the Great Elder knew it was a forbidden god. The Lord was not afraid of it. He was confident in his powers. The monster was sure that pathetic hope was being swallowed up by despair. Humanity let centuries of ruin, and with that sad hope, were turning to dust. The Elder couldn't let the monster destroy the passage, so he decided to die a hero's death. He was going to show the monster his last fury. The bright light frightened the warriors, and they were literally petrified with terror. The Holy Elder was performing a sacrificial ritual to save humanity. The last tower glowed brighter than the sun. The age of men was coming to an end. The old man ordered all the warriors to join in this great fireworks display of doomsday. Death awaited them all, but they were ready to follow their elder. The warriors were ready to give their lives without regret. People from antiquity were going to give a gift to the future. It had to pass through the Milky Way and travel to the distant past. A bright beam dazzled all of heaven and traveled upward to sow the seeds of hope for the future of mankind. The generation of the ancient wasteland surrounded the last tower where beasts and monsters ran rampant. Huge dragons gave out a wild scream to the world. Riding dragons, brave warriors appeared on the horizon. With beast tamers, they fought monsters and extracted the best resources. Outside the shelters, there were many dangerous, bloodthirsty monsters waiting for people, where death awaited them at every turn. Blacklight's main base had stood in the vast wasteland for hundreds of years. It stood in the open air and reached as high as the sky. Her current master was an extremely strong master, and it was he who created a special camp and training methodology for new tamers. A notice was posted inside the castle that there was no place for idlers. Everyone was encouraged to join the camp, and death awaited those who objected. One of the boys possessed an egg. Those whose eggs did not hatch within 3 years would be immediately reassigned to the collection team. After reading this, the young man was depressed. Training beasts was a big risk, so entering the camp should always be done with caution. The boy was very upset, for his egg showed no signs of hatching. Tomorrow was the last day, so he had lost all hope. All 3 years the boy dreamed of joining and believed in his egg, but the miracle did not happen. He was very offended. He felt worthless. As he sat in a dark alley inside the castle, suddenly he noticed with the edge of his eye some kind of glow. It was like a shooting star. It was the magical flow that the Great Elder had launched. The bright beam pierced the boy's body from head to toe, and he literally flew into the air. From the sudden magical blow, the boy's body flew aside and he hit the ground forcefully. Pain pierced his whole body, and his head ached badly. The young man wanted to open his eyes, but his body was unconscious. Only his brain and the strange visions did not leave his mind. The young man saw a huge dragon before him, its eyes burning with fire and the smell of soot coming out of its mouth. The beast had huge wings and sharp claws. At the most unexpected moment, the dragon shouted at the top of its voice and bowed its head. On its back sat a brave warrior who was radiating magical energy with his whole body. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. The dragon suddenly lifted off the ground, flapped its wings, and flew into the air. It was only a puff of dust. Suddenly, the young man felt a rough touch and opened his eyes. He woke up in a cold sweat, and some gentleman was ordering him to get up. In front of the hero stood a crowd of armed boys. Their chief was very unhappy that the boy was sleeping here, and so he poked him with a whip. The master said that the younger students of the training camp could not sleep in the castle. It was against all the rules and laws of Blacklight's main base. The master was very angry and threatened the miserable young man. He ordered the boy to answer all his questions and tell him if he had slept in the castle. The frightened hero sat on the ground and couldn't believe what was happening. He couldn't believe that this huge dragon and his rider were just a dream. His head was still hurting badly, as if it had been badly injured. He was sure he'd tamed this dragon, even though there was no such thing. All this made the gentleman even angrier. No one dared think him an idiot, so he swung his whip and struck the poor boy. There was a big scratch on the hero's face, but he held back and did not show any emotions. Everything that was happening seemed simply unreal to him. The angry soldier had heard that today the boy was going to join the vagrant searchers and go into the wasteland to get food. Pointing the whip at the boy, the master said that once outside the base, the boy would not be able to get back in alive. At this moment, something incredible happened. Everyone froze in place. Su Heng's egg finally cracked. A true miracle had happened. The hero was just delighted. He had been waiting for this for a long 3 years, and now he still managed to achieve what he wanted. This was a new chance for Su Heng. Now he could join the ranks of soldiers and fulfill his dream. Lifting the egg high up, the boy shouted with joy. The guys watched in horror. They never believed in the little guy's strength. No one could believe that this trash could do anything. Now the main one of the guys talked like a cute cat. He literally purred in front of the hero and said that it was all just a big ridiculous misunderstanding. The master was about to inform the teacher that Su Heng had passed his apprenticeship and become a master. He said that the boy would definitely reach all the heights. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the sound of heels. The boys froze at what they saw. The teacher had come to them himself. It was the beautiful and powerful Lu Yu. She was the head mentor of Blacklight Tower. Her beauty was always at odds with her strength of spirit. The warrior maiden said that the boy could now interact with his egg. His mission was finally accomplished. Su Heng looked at his glowing egg and couldn't understand what he needed to do. It would be hard to figure out exactly how to interact. After a second, the boy held the egg tightly to him like his own child. He began to talk to it like a baby and told it how long he had waited for it. Suddenly, sounds came from the huge egg, and small jolts pleased the hero. He was glowing with happiness and said that his baby was talking to him. More and more young beast tamers were appearing in Blacklight, so teacher Lu Yu was very happy about it. Suddenly her joy was replaced by anger, and mistress jerked her hands away. She noticed the scratch on the student's face and asked where it came from. Without a second thought, the young man pointed his finger at the armed gentleman who was taunting him and struck him with a whip. This made the head tutor of the tower very angry, her face red with anger. No one dared raise their hands against Blacklight's young masters. As punishment, Lu Yu ordered the master to endure 20 lashes, and then he had to go to the wasteland to get food. In the wasteland, the insolent man was to receive his punishment, but it would ruin him. The boy cried like a child to be spared. Tears flowed from his eyes in rivers. The young man humiliated himself in front of all the guys and begged for mercy. But the head mentor was loyal to her orders. Lu Yu led the boy behind her and led him straight to the castle. They ended up in the Blacklight Fortress Master's office, where they were already waiting. Base Master Jogu was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the new disciple. After all, this was the first newcomer in this half-year. Lu Yu introduced Su Heng to the master and said that the boy was going to join the search party, but suddenly his egg started to hatch. The mentor praised the young master very much and told Jogu that the boy should have been well rewarded for all his efforts. Master suggested 2 options. Since the beast in the egg was a scaly lizard, Jogu could give it a piece of dragon freshness, which would speed up the hatching. After hatching, the beast would become stronger than other lizards. In addition, the scaled beast would be infected with a drop of blood, and it would become very strong in the future. Under the second option, when it was time to get a second pet, the master would let the boy choose 1 egg from his collection. The young master was sure that better a tit in hand than a crane in the sky, so he chose the second option for himself. This pleased Master Jogu, and he said that he would give orders for the dragon scales to be delivered in the afternoon today. At this point, Master and apprentice agreed. The Master hoped that in the future the boy would not forget this and contribute to Blacklight Castle. Young Su Heng was overwhelmed with emotions. He was proud of himself. All his efforts were not in vain, so he felt indebted to his teachers. Besides the castle, Blacklight was divided into two zones, the inner zone and the outer zone. The inner zone was where the wealthy members of the community lived and had a cleaner environment. The outer zone, on the contrary, was considered bad and dirty. It was where the lower classes lived. Master Su Heng lived in the outer zone, and that was where his house was located. It was an old, dilapidated shack that was always screaming. When the boy came home, he got a hard time from the young girl. She twisted his ear and said she had waited by the window all night for the impudent man. This morning, she entered the inner area to look for Su Heng, but she couldn't go in. She had to wait at the gate. The girl was very angry and worried. For such adventures, the furious girl wanted to tear off the young man's ear, but the crime was prevented by an unexpected knock at the door. One of the castle disciples appeared on the doorstep. He handed Master Su some strange things and said that it was a request from the castle master. The young man asked to keep these things safe and wished Su Heng success in martial arts and cultivating new beasts. There were some packaged items and a mountain of money on the tray, so the guys couldn't believe their eyes. It was all new to them. The girl's eyes shone with happiness. She was so happy, and she was sure that Mom and Dad would be happy too, knowing that Su had succeeded. The girl threw herself at her brother with a hug and said that they had not sold their past house for nothing. For now, her brother would become an important person in the community. The young man could barely breathe from the tight embrace, but he couldn't break free. He said that no matter what, he would still live in the outer zone. The young sister remembered that she was going to work, so she abruptly jumped up from her seat and strode away, wishing her good luck and farewell. For a long time, the boy looked at the things his master had given him. It was the first time he had ever seen such things, and he was more concerned with the closed boxes. When the hero turned the box over, he saw strange nuts inside. They looked like walnuts, but they were real dragon scales. Su Heng stacked them all on his palm, and suddenly, something strange began to happen. The scales suddenly glowed and began to emit magical yellow energy. Suddenly, this crazy energy flowed into the teenager's body. His eyes glowed white, and a bright beam of light stupefied his head. The boy looked like he was bewitched, but he felt the feelings he already knew. He saw a magic book with wild beasts in front of him. Suddenly, the magic book opened and gave the boy new knowledge. A chain about the scaly dragon and its blood formed in his mind. Hatching an egg and turning into a dragon, dragon blood, dragon scales, dragon lizard. All these thoughts were going through the guy's head at an insane speed. After these visions, the boy woke up again in a cold sweat. He was very confused by what he had seen, and he suddenly realized that the scaly lizard had turned into a dragon. The monster from Su Heng's visions was an adult lizard dragon. It was a top-grade species that could easily destroy a small city. This monster possessed a truly great invincible strength that no one could match. The young master also had a lizard in his egg, but the boy realized that the one he had was a middle-class species. A scaly lizard and a dragon lizard were two completely different species. Su Heng pondered over all the recent events for a long time. Among the things, he found a dragon blood root, which was like a brownish-brown root. Everyone knew that one young girl was able to surprise the master of Blacklight Castle and become his apprentice. She was such a talented maiden warrior that she was able to impress the entire nation. Deep down, the young master longed to be like her. She was strong and radiated her power with her whole body. He knew that the first animal she had bred was a dangerous upper-class species. At this moment, a wild rage awoke in the guy. He gathered all his strength into a fist and made a decision. If he could take out the dragon lizard, then maybe things could change. Su Heng decided to change everything and ran to the medicine shop without a second thought. He offered the merchant a few gold coins to fulfill his request, but the merchant did not immediately agree. The vendor made a special potion for him, in which the young man placed his egg. He was fully confident in his abilities, driven by his thirst to become the castle master's apprentice. The young master used special paint and drew a huge circle with magic signs on the ground. When the egg was in the center of the circle, all the drawings glowed with a bright light. The egg with the lizard had been in the vessel all this time, and suddenly the contents of the vessel became agitated. A blinding flash of light illuminated the entire space, and the egg began to crack gradually. A bright light blinded the hero, and a magical ancient dragon emerged from the egg. Its body looked as if it had been created by the sun, but its cry of a true beast made the walls shudder. The huge beast opened its wings and roared even more. The whole room was lit up with a magical energy that penetrated even through the walls. The dragon had great power and could destroy the whole world. Su Heng thought that now the dragon could pounce at any moment. He didn't know what to expect. Suddenly, the dragon glowed with all its might and abruptly rushed back into the egg. When the dragon disappeared, all that was left behind were bright flames of light that slowly settled to the ground. He was shocked, afraid to move from his seat. Suddenly, the hard shell of the egg burst into small pieces, and the guy stopped breathing. He didn't realize whether it was a scaly lizard or a dragon lizard. The doubts tormented him greatly. Meanwhile, the training ground of Blacklight Castle was undergoing drills. The brave boys were fighting each other, and the head mentor Lu Yu was watching each student closely. Their classmate Heng hadn't attended practice for 4 days already, so everyone knew that his egg hadn't hatched yet. The guys were going to wait until the head mentor would deal with him. At this time, the young hero of all the rumors came to the training ground. This really struck the mentor, because the guy should have realized that he was not allowed to skip training. The hero was a little confused, but he needed to justify himself. He said that he had to miss training, but there was a good reason for it. It had to be a very serious one, or no one would listen to him. When the teacher demanded an immediate explanation, the boy ordered his baby to get out of the backpack. At that moment, 2 of the cutest eyes emerged from the backpack, and a small dragon sat on the boy's shoulder. The dragon was still very small and naive, like a real baby. He didn't have big fangs or sharp claws yet, but his smile and bright eyes could make everyone around him smile. When the whole class of students saw this cutest creature, none of them even moved. They were very frightened and looked at the creature with horror. The dragon was causing them mortal fear. Lu Yu said that this terrifying creature was not a scaly lizard. In fact, it was a special kind of dragon lizard, and it was a very strong and particularly dangerous monster. All the boys around stood as if frozen, but the boy did not understand their reactions. The main mentor did not hesitate and ordered the boy to go with her to the master of the castle. It was indeed a very dangerous species that the hero had hatched first, so Jogu was simply seething with anger. Within the confines of this castle, this kind of behavior was simply unacceptable. It threatened everyone. The master was very angry that someone had given the boy an egg and was going to immediately report to the bureau in charge. They were going to find that person and fine him 3 months' wages. No one dared to mix a scaly lizard and a lizard dragon to create such an egg, almost robbing the future of this young talent. The Tower Master didn't like all of this at all. Thanks to the boy's labor all these 3 years, he had gone through a lot of things and gained experience. First, he had obtained the most ordinary scaly lizard egg, and now Han had the most dangerous species of the highest level dragon lizard on his hands. This was a huge achievement. Despite all the efforts in the past, the master was sure that this was just the beginning and the lad would surely reach far. These words were imprinted in the hero's mind. He was going to live up to expectations. At this moment, Lu Heng heard what he had been dreaming of for years. The Lord was very happy that they had such a talented and persistent young man in the castle, so he offered him to become an apprentice. The young master couldn't believe his ears. He aspired to become a disciple of Master Zhou himself. Lu Yu that after that genius Bai Susu, the master would accept someone else as a disciple. The hero could not miss such a chance. He had been waiting for it for 3 whole years. He really wanted to become an apprentice, so he agreed without a second thought. Such a title the boy would wear with pride. On such an occasion, Jogu was going to organize a banquet where all the tamers and mentors would be there. Everyone needed to celebrate the arrival of a talented tamer and the base master's new apprentice. The celebration went on until the evening. Su Heng and his sister returned home, accompanied by the burgomaster's personal guard in a carriage. It was quite late, so the boys need to rest. Su Heng said that he was now receiving 100 gold a month to support his pet. His sister suggested that he save up and buy their old house, and then pay her tuition. She squeezed her brother's cheeks and was proud, for she would not have earned so much even in 3 years. And now she had a real support and encouragement, because the boy had finally made it in the world. The hero spent the entire evening reading the magic book. He learned that the most striking difference between ordinary creatures and dangerous species was whether they had an innate ability to use magic. The book said that the ability to use magic was called magical talent, and talent was a key factor in determining the power of a beast. The boy was learning a lot of new things. The snake dragon lizard, as one of the most dangerous species, naturally had a special predisposition to use magic. In addition to the most common evil attack, the snake dragon had 6 skills. One of them was dragon sleep, which was capable of quickly recovering strength and regenerating injuries sustained in battle. Thanks to this, dragons could not only sleep, but also prepare their bodies for the next enemy. Inferior dragon power, characteristic of inferior dragons, and dragon power. Dragons also used earth power, which was a destructive technique. Natural power allowed it to harness the energy of nature and its resources for magic. And the combination of natural power and dragon sleep made the dragon lizard so survivable that its power increased and it was almost invincible. The last skill of dragons was an extremely powerful ability. Evil was the most powerful technique with destructive power and was close to the power of dragon breath. The hero was sure that his baby would become the truest beast lord. The baby dragon was sleeping sweetly, and suddenly its body increased in size dramatically. Lu Heng couldn't believe his eyes. When the boy and the Great Tower Master met in the training room, they did a little exercise. Jogu said that the little dragon was very talented. The master suggested testing the power of the beast in the 3 magical elements and choosing one to focus on first. He held out his hand, and the beast talisman appeared on his finger. A beast talisman was a thing that allowed people to keep a beast of enormous size inside them. Inside, they could regain their strength and rest, and then go outside again. The beast could become so strong and huge that it would be impossible to keep them. Therefore, tamers often used various jewelry in the form of talismans in which the beasts lived. Jogu's ring glowed with a bright light and a huge beast flew out from there. It was a scarlet wolf of the evil element. It was of abnormal size and possessed incredible divine power. There was demonic energy emanating from the beast, and death could be seen in its eyes. The base master said that it was a representative of a beast with a rank 2 evil element. It was almost impossible to defeat or make it die. Despite his anger, the scarlet wolf was a docile and tame creature. He used to be the castle master's main beast and was very suitable for training the snake dragon, as they were a perfect match for each other. The terrifying sight of the scarlet wolf made Lu Heng's legs tremble. He held his cutest creature in his arms and couldn't believe that 2 opposites could go together. The scarlet wolf was the most dangerous species, combining not only purebred breed, but also true beast malice. It was quite harmonious in tandem with the small dragon, so Jogu asked the guy to place the beast on the floor. The huge monster towered in front of the boy, leaving a large shadow on the ground. It made the humans seem like insects, and the baby dragon was out of sight. The little blue monster stood before his opponent and trembled with fear. Tears were rolling down his eyes, and the little one asked for help from his master with his eyes, but the hero didn't want to help him. The base master ordered his scarlet wolf to use his evil breath and show the kid his true gut. The bloodthirsty beast immediately opened its jaws and released its demonic power. When the beast was ready to pounce on his little enemy, Mr. Joe immediately stopped the wolf. He blocked its way with his hand and said that it had succeeded. Now everything had changed. The young master looked at his pet, but it had completely changed its appearance. The little dragon's entire body radiated demonic power, its eyes glowing like a wolf's. The pet roared at the top of his voice. His confidence in his own strength had grown. Despite its size, it felt like it was on equal footing with the opponent, so Su Heng cheered with all his might. Base Master Blacklight said that the beast right now was comprehending the evil element for the first time. It was purple smoke, which was the initial form of evil thought breath. The dragon really had talent. Already looking at his first steps, one could realize that he had potential. The Lord said that the Scarlet Wolf had already accomplished his mission here, and it was time to return. Raising his hand in the air, the Lord's ring on his finger glowed. This opened a passage for the Scarlet Wolf, and it turned into a demonic stream of energy that began to flow inward with great speed. This was actually not the end. Jogu had unleashed another terrifying monster outside. It was an Earth Platypus trio formed from Earth Magic, Beast Essence, and Intimidation. The little monster immediately squeaked in fear and hid behind its master's leg. He didn't have the courage to come out against such a strong monster, so his body trembled like an autumn leaf. A frightened Su Heng said that was unnecessary and the master agreed. The master said that the beast needed a stronger opponent who would definitely teach the little dragon all the necessary things. At this moment, a giant monster appeared on the training ground. The lava tyrannosaur was one of the strongest beasts. The dragon was a harmony of stone, fire, and evil. The stone Tyrannosaurus cast a huge shadow across the room, the hero and his pet literally unable to utter a word. In fact, such creatures were extremely rare. Great Jogu said that the boy was very lucky to be the very first to hatch a dragon. It was incredible luck. Many tamers wanted to have such a beast, but no one was able to make it happen. The young master realized that the grimoire with the rituals of the ancient dragons was actually a very important thing. They stored the knowledge and magic of the ancient world. Thanks to this, the boy could begin his journey of rebellion. At this moment, the castle master's ordeal had already begun. He sent the lava Tyrannosaurus forward. The bloodthirsty monster opened its mouth wide and pounced on its enemies. The incredible flow of energy was almost sweeping the hero off his feet, but he held on with all his might. The terrifying pressure made the boy feel like a tiny boat that was about to capsize. Suddenly, Mr. Zhou approached the boy and grabbed his shoulder firmly to push him aside. He wanted to warn the young man, so he ordered him to step aside so that he wouldn't hurt himself. The bloodthirsty lava Tyrannosaurus was a very strong opponent, but the little guy held up very well. He stood firmly on his paws and resisted the strongest pressure flow. The huge monster awakened with great strength, his eyes glowing with fire. He pounced on the poor little pet with even greater force, but it held on desperately. A crazy energy vortex swept over the dragon. Although he was still quite weak, he was trying to use the lower dragon power against the power of a top-level Tyrannosaurus. Mr. Zhou was very impressed. The little guy had a very high level of magical talent, but no one knew if he would be able to break through the stone dragon's terrifying terror. Ignited by the idea of training, the castle master asked the boy if he had used the dragon's scales. The hero said he had used it as soon as he got his hands on it. It was clear to everyone that the beast had mastered the substance in its scales well. He might have even been able to get some dragon blood, which helped him double his talent. Great Jogu held out a book to the young man, which contained all the methods and techniques that could help in the development of beasts. There was also an interesting method to develop the power of the mind. The hero was not to forget his spiritual training while training with the dragon. So the Lord said that mind power was a personal strength and the basis for training. After leaving Blacklight Castle, Su Heng was finally able to buy back his family's old mansion. People knew that the young man had become a master tamer and treated him with respect. While Su Ting was working, the boy started cleaning. He carefully swept all the trash and dust out of the house, picked up cobwebs, and rearranged the furniture. Even though he couldn't make the family home as it was in his memories, there was a sense of relief in his heart. After the cleaning, the house shone with new colors and warmth. Before telling Su Qing the good news, the hero decided to go to her workplace and pick her up to surprise her. The little boy always went with him. Now they were real friends. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice, his sister screaming at the top of her voice and asking for help. Su Heng ran to her side and ran to her aid. Meanwhile, the poor girl was in the wrong place. Two rabid wolves stood in front of her and were ready to tear her to pieces. Su Qing shrank back in fear. She wouldn't be able to handle them on her own. Three nasty guys were watching everything with mockery. They wanted attention from the beauty, but she refused them, so they sent their dogs to play. They had dirty thoughts in their heads. They wanted to play with the girl, and in return one of the rascals offered to rescue her from the wild dogs. The boys were no different from their animals. At the most opportune moment, their conversation was interrupted by Su Heng. He was just furious and flew at the bastards with a brick in his hand to show them what real games were. The boy swung with all his might and hit one of the dogs in the face with a brick. Blood spurted in all directions, and the dog fell dead to the ground, whimpering one last time. The angry boy ordered the street rats to stay away from his sister. No one dared to hurt her, not even the one whose daddy was a plantation owner. This act made the nasty young man very angry. He said that no one was allowed to touch his Charlie. So he directed the dog forward and ordered it to chew Su Heng's throat. A huge, ferocious dog immediately pounced on the enemies. The young man covered his sister with his body and tried to cover his face with his hands. It seemed that he had no chance to survive, but suddenly the small dragon roared with anger. The little one sensed the danger and felt it his duty to save his master. He jumped straight at the dog and clung to his throat. The bloody wound took the other dog's life. The street kids couldn't bear the insolence. They pulled out sharp knives and pounced on Su Heng to finish him off. They were clearly outnumbered. When the guys were quite close, the kid awakened his dragon power. This technique released purple smoke that literally penetrated the victim's subconscious. A strong noise attracted attention, and 3 guards came to reconnoiter the situation. When they saw the crowd of guys, they were very angry and demanded an explanation. The nasty kid had connections with the local police, so he decided to blame it on Su Heng. He would be handcuffed, and then the bad guys would have time to get away. His own cunning plan pleased the boy. His enemy would end up in a prison cell and look like a complete fool. After these thoughts, the young man's self-esteem rose higher and higher. After the young man would mutilate Su Heng, he was going to date his little sister Su Qing in front of everyone. It was only a thirst for revenge after all. His doggies wouldn't die in vain. Ku immediately pointed the young man out to a guard he knew and said that this scoundrel had killed his dogs with particular cruelty for no reason. This deserved to be punished in a prison cell. The young master threw a brick on the ground right in front of the guards. He said that he had killed the dogs with the brick, so all questions had to be asked of the brick. The guards immediately pulled out their guns to arrest the boy. Suddenly they froze in place, and as if petrified, the boys saw the little blue baby. The guys were afraid to even take a step. They realized that the young man was a tamer, and his beast was very strong. Su Heng held out the tamer card to them to prove his point. At the same second, the guards shrieked in horror. It was a card from the castle boss himself. Recently, there had been rumors about the burgomaster's second apprentice at the guard base. The head guard pulled out his barrel and pointed it directly at Ku Jinyao. He shouted loudly and said that the boy had brazenly and arrogantly set up to kill his dogs. The nasty kids were immediately handcuffed, and if they resisted, they would be shot. Captain Zheng was in charge of the whole operation, but the young man thought of himself as just a victim. A frightened Ku Jinyao threatened his father, Ku Dingquan, who owned the plantation warehouse. The boy said that his father could solve everything because he was influential. The captain would not listen to this nonsense. He slapped the lad hard across the face and ordered his assistants to administer the blows with the rod as punishment for running away. Captain Zhang only changed his tone at the sight of the young man. He was very glad that the hero had reacted in time and fought back in time, because something terrible could have happened. The most important thing for the hero was that there was a real idol between him and his sister. He was going to avenge everything later, so he invited Su Qing to come home. The guards couldn't figure out if it was worse to anger the plantation owner or to anger the tamer. In fact, it was clear enough, the tamer's anger was much worse. The bad guys were going to suffer a terrible fate. They were going to be taken to a cell right next to the incinerator and kept there until their demise. It was very cruel, but the commander personally ordered it. When Su Qing entered the family home, she was literally glowing with happiness. The girl didn't believe that she would ever go there again. But this was just the beginning. The boy handed his sister a bunch of house keys and asked her not to faint from happiness. Only the best was ahead of them. The main thing was that they were together. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and Mr. Guo appeared on the doorstep. He introduced himself as the deputy director of plantation management and called the young man very forgetful. Guo had just received news from the police that Ku Dingquan's son had insulted Mr. Su, so naturally the deputy director of management had to do the favor. The master was going to transfer Ku to the 30th plantation to plow the land and be a regular farmer. There were wild animals there, though, and there was occasional trouble. Ku Dingquan was a leader would be able to adjust to this, so Mr. Guo decided to ask the young man if he was now satisfied. This was the best apology. Also, the deputy had heard that Su Qin was a senior agronomist in the plantation system, so he was going to give her a promotion to deputy director in the agronomy department of their department. Su Heng was very pleased that the principal paid special attention to this case and took such measures. He realized that as he grew stronger, he had new privileges. The boy prepared a whole vat of food for the pet according to his mentor's recipe. It was very good for the dragon. It had to eat and grow to become stronger. The tame beast food formulas were divided into poor quality, average, good, very good, excellent, wonderful, perfect, and perfect. There were 8 in total. The food the teacher gave was of very good quality just for a young beast. Besides, this recipe was really important to the hero as a student. The kid didn't like this kind of food at all, and the kid couldn't understand why the dragon was indifferent to it after tasting it. He decided that it was all about the ingredients. The boy had read ancient dragon rituals many times, so he knew a lot about them. As it was said in the book, as soon as the dragons hatched, they immediately ate their own shells, and then they could not eat for a long time. As a hybrid of 3 species, arthropods, dragons, and evil creatures, the courtship of dragons, snakes, and lizards could not be uniform. It had to focus on certain aspects. At the same time, dragons, snakes, and lizards are quite finicky eaters, preferring food in the form of living creatures. They may feed on small insects, fish, or other small creatures. After reading the rituals of ancient dragons once more, the boy finally realized what the matter was. His teacher was giving him a lot of money, so he decided not to limit his dragon and find him a new recipe to eat. For the next few days, Su Heng fed his snake dragon lizard according to a recipe from the ritual book of the ancient dragons. The baby had to grow and increase in size to become stronger. After a while, the hero finally cooked the baby a new food of perfect quality fresh shrimp and fish. The dragon loved the new recipe, but it also led to a huge problem. The pet was growing by leaps and bounds and was getting bigger and bigger every day. He ate in huge quantities, and when he finally reached a huge size, the hero had no money left at all, although there was no money left. But after 5 days, the crumb had overcome the baby stage and entered the adult stage. Su Heng was sure that if he had to face the dogs now, it wouldn't be any trouble for the dragon to kill them now. Every minute the little guy was growing and getting stronger. With such strong scales, an ordinary man without firearms posed absolutely no threat to the dragon. Even if 3 or 5 strong adult men, armed, faced the snake dragon, they would be killed in seconds. Now the dragon could fend for itself on its own. It was amazing to the hero that it had only been 5 days since the dragon was no longer a cub. Perhaps the recipe from the old book was indeed of the perfect level. Now the boy needed to keep the recipe a secret. Soon his dragon would be trained to use his skills, so the hero decided to stop frequent feeding of formula for at least 10 days. After 10 days, Su Heng came to Blacklight Castle. He wanted to tell his teacher that he had been working hard on his dragon development, so he didn't attend training. When the base master saw that the dragon had reached the adult stage thanks to the recipe, he was very surprised. He slapped the boy in the face and said that it would have taken an 8th apprentice a whole month. However, the dragon not only had outstanding fighting abilities, but also had a unique potential for growth. The Lord said that the adult dragon was probably already familiar with its new abilities. The beast now had dragon power of the 1st and 2nd degree, which were 2 kinds of skills: dragon power intimidation and dragon power shock and awe. And the evil thought breath also rose to a new level and formed into evil thought flow. After Mr. Zhou heard all the new dragon skills, he simply couldn't believe it. He said that it was simply impossible to develop the skills to such an extent in such a short time. The hero said that all this happened thanks to the hard work of the teacher. But he decided not to tell about the mastered dragon dream, force of nature, and evil attack. The burgomaster had no doubts about the boy's talent, so he invited him to come to his private training room and see what his matured dragon was capable of. The snake dragon lizard had to prove himself in the best way possible. Su Heng had done a good job and passed through many obstacles, so the castle head was going to reward him with a master talisman. Zhou opened the passage with a ring and a huge stone bear armadillo came out. The master had only retrained only 10 to 20 high danger class beasts, and only half of them were at the level of a stone bear or lava tyrannosaurus. At this moment, the huge monster with elements and evil awakened an incredible rage and roared at the top of its voice. This created a huge pressure and swept the hero and his pet off their feet. Suddenly, the little guy decided to show the results of his master's labor and confront the stone bear. He used the power of the dragon holding barrier, and a purple haze formed around him. At the growth stage, the dragon could stand up to a full-grown individual, so the castle master stopped the trial. He ordered the boy to attack with his evil breath. The boy immediately ordered his pet to use the evil thought stream and rushed to attack. The kid activated all of his powers and released a demonic stream of energy outward. The magical core of evil thoughts headed straight for the stone bear. The huge beast used its skills and easily resisted this attack. To him, it was no more than a tickle. It was a real challenge. The young hero ordered the serpent dragon to use the evil thought stream, evil pearl. The little guy awakened his rage even more and released several demonic nuclei in succession. The dragons used a cluster of dark energy, was able to create a veritable series of shots. One of them, as if a bullet had hit the stone bear. It was a series of precise attacks, so the master was pleasantly surprised by such a technique. Su Heng was very pleased with the praise, but there was actually another evil pearl technique that attacked so accurately that the opponent wouldn't be able to dodge. Attacks of this level wouldn't be able to pierce through the stone bear armor. The burgomaster was pleased with such attacks, so he decided to fulfill his promise and gave the boy the master's talisman. The ring could hold 5 beasts, and if the tamed animals moved a little, it could hold even 10. The young master was very happy to have such a talisman, but it was too early to rejoice. Jogu said that although the dragon had excellent technique and magic control, its combat experience was at 0. The owner of the base decided to send the boy to the northern section of the defense, where there was a great opportunity to fight with dangerous beasts. In 3 days, the hero had to report to the military headquarters for an appointment. Behind the high walls of blacklight were 4 defenses that guarded the entire base. Each of them consisted of military camps and beast tamers. The southern and northern frontier was the most dangerous, with battles with dangerous species taking place here almost every day. Specially trained military men with firearms fought the battles. Most of the materials in the city related to dangerous kinds of beasts were also the results of hunting the 4 major frontiers. They were brutal and bloodthirsty, and there was no mercy for the monsters. Within 3 days, the hero picked up his advance for the next month of Tamed benefits of as much as 25,000 yuan. He spent most of it on buying ingredients into food for his dragon, as well as a whole 3 days to prepare those ingredients. As agreed, Su Heng traveled to the northern frontier. The 4 defensive lines within the base had been established largely for plantations, but the area was limited. The total yield of the 7 plantations did not meet the needs of the 60 people living in the city. Working on the plantations outside the city was second only to joining the search parties in terms of danger. It was also one of the most dangerous industries. Kudingquan was the chief of plantation number 5, but was assigned to plantation number 30, which was in the security zone of the northern defense frontier. After traveling a sufficient distance, the hero finally found himself at the 7th observation point. The chief of staff was in a hurry and had to come back and report everything, so he did not delay the boy. The other members of the crew were surprised at his appearance. They knew it was the new master tamer, for his luggage was literally full of rations for tamed beasts. To make a good impression, the boys immediately decided to help the young master. They grabbed all his luggage so that the young man would not have to carry heavy bags by himself. Xiao Huang immediately introduced himself. He said that from now on the safety of the 7th point only depended on young master Su Heng, because everyone knew the kid. There were only 29 watch posts in the northern frontier, with Su Heng having to report on the situation at the 7th watch post. More than a decade ago, it was blown to rubble by a passing, dangerous enemy that left no survivors at the outpost. Since then, the entire modern outpost number 7 has been rebuilt on the ruins. After a hard journey, Xiao Huang treated the master to some soup. Even though they didn't have special conditions for cooking delicious food, but Wang's cooking was excellent. At dinner, the kid asked to just call him by his first name since they were all battle buddies. Master Tamir was a very important person, so Xiao Huang decided to call him Sugei. One of the guys on the guy's team said that they were somewhere on the middle line, so there was certainly less pressure on the defense than at more distant posts. Still, there were plenty of fish that could slip through the net. The young man pointed out to the hero the pile of dangerous beasts their team had caught over the past few days. In the middle and at the end of each month, a military officer with a team from the city would arrive at the post, responsible for transporting rare resources and counting the rewards. The young boys really asked the master to show his inner beast, so Su Heng waved his hand and let out his baby dragon. The dragon flew into the air, and the boys literally froze in place. It was simply unthinkable for the guys on the team. It was the first time they had seen a tamed snake dragon. It was the most dangerous sight that made anyone shiver. The little guy decided to show off all the skills he had. He used the dragon's shock and awe power and opened his mouth wide to attack one of the guys on the team. Su Heng immediately gave the beast a flick and ordered it to stop immediately. The most important rule for dragons was not to attack their own. They had to obey their masters. The hero met all 5 of his brothers in the post. After a short recovery, he took his mentor's advice and began to train his mind power while using his spiritual hammer. This method was called Crystal Mind and consisted of 3 stages. In the first stage, it was necessary to remove all distractions and create a crystalline environment for meditation. The second stage involved working with a specific rhythm of breathing, when the mind gradually became one with the meditative environment. The hero had to literally meditate on a huge crystal. Finally, the third stage was based on the method of spiritual milk. With the hero's current situation, it would only take him 6 months to reach a crystal-clear mind. The guy knew that a monster like Sister Bai Su, who in just 1 month or refining her mind to crystal clarity, was truly as bright as the moon. While the boy was meditating on the rooftop, his partner suddenly burst in. A siren sounded throughout the camp. Huang Ge said that the base was in danger and it was time to get down to business. The loud siren sound echoed throughout the 29 guard posts. All the guards at the 7th guard post were tense. Huge winged monsters had flown into the base. Courageous Su Heng immediately realized that it was a dangerous species of second-ranked cauldron beetle. Instead of paws, it had armored claw serps that could easily crack a cobblestone. Xiao Huang said that the scythe beetle was the most common type of beast in their sector. Although these insects multiplied quickly, it was not a big problem to kill 4 of them. The whole team prepared for battle. Huang Ge and Lao Yu were to take position on the watchtower. Wang was to take the forward sniper position on the northwest side. A real military operation had begun. The monsters were close to the base. The dangerous bug species had the ability of perception, which allowed them to use the armor technique. The brave warriors fought desperately against the dangerous creatures, Huang Ge shooting at them with his powerful machine gun. The scythe beetle had the best armor superimposition skill. It greatly weakened the effect of the bullets. Continuously firing the machine gun could create a great opportunity for the sniper to overpower all the monsters. Their domes were effective, but still couldn't last forever. The sniper did not remove his finger from the trigger. The fiery shots flew out at the speed of light. The boy waited for the right moment and immediately gave the monster a critical lesson. The scythe beetle lost both its dome and its head. Although the military were not master tamers, but their situational awareness and skill honed in repeated battles were enough to provide all the necessary combat power. The monsters fell one after another, but suddenly, one of them decided to escape while he was still alive. Su Heng, Xiao Huang, and Su Ge immediately got into an armored vehicle and chased after it to finish it off. The hero decided to act first and stood face to face with the monster. He activated the evil attack technique and used his ring to let the dragon out. Seeing the evil dragon, the scythe beetle immediately used his armored protective dome, but even it didn't save him. The little guy crashed into it at great speed and the dome shattered into thousands of pieces. The protective armor actually worked well enough to repel the hero's attack. The dangerous scythe beetle flew aside, but was not killed by the dragon. The attack only grazed it lightly. Su Heng needed to use something more powerful, so he ordered his snake dragon to use the evil thought stream, Evil Pearl. The brave beast flew into the air and aimed several demonic nuclei at his enemy. The dangerous monster used its protective dome for the second time and reflected all the blows of the enemy. The dangerous monster used his protective dome for the second time and deflected all the enemy's blows. The young master decided not to hesitate and ordered his wild pet to use the shock and awe technique and then dragon power. The fierce little guy snapped out of his seat and dealt his opponent a critical blow. After the dragon lizard attack, the beetle was seriously injured. One claw was torn off and it lost half of its head. It tried to escape from the battlefield, but Su Heng was not going to let it go. The ruthless dragon carried out every order of its master. He used the earth power technique to make the forgotten rocks come to the surface. This finally allowed the battle to end, and the creeping monster was killed by the sharp rocks. After such a battle, everyone still praised the hero for a very long time. Huang Ge. He thought that the boy just wanted to get rich, but now he was very impressed and realized that he was a real nugget. Suddenly, the sound of a motor was heard outside the walls of the post. Usually, the command convoy didn't arrive until noon, after they would have visited each watchtower, but today, they came too early. A gentleman stepped out of one armored vehicle. This was the ruthless Lu Ling. He was the commander-in-chief of the northern defense frontier. He was known by everyone and feared by many. The lord immediately noticed Huang Chengzhu. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but he remained the same. Huang was so flattered that the commander-in-chief remembered his name that he couldn't hold back his tears. Last time Lu Ling came to the headquarters, he missed Su Heng and they didn't manage to meet, so this time the master decided to come in person to meet the new master. All this time, Huang Ge had thought that Su was an ordinary master, but he didn't know that he was actually the burgomaster's personal disciple. The guy was lucky that he hadn't done any mischief during all this time. Lu Ling sent all the fighters to summarize the half-month results, and he decided to look at the snake dragon himself. He was personally instructed by his mentor to come and watch the boy's development. This made the boy very happy, for he was sure that the mentor had forgotten about him as soon as he left the city. Since the teacher had sent his spy, the hero immediately let his little boy out. The dragon had hatched just under a month ago, but it was of astonishing size. The hero played dumb and said that the dragon had grown very quickly since he had learned to use dragon magic. Lu Ling was very surprised, but said that the mentor had asked him to find out how well the dragon's skills had been honed. The master also had his own tamed dragon, so he decided to pit the two of them against each other. As soon as the commander-in-chief activated his amulet, a huge earth dragon immediately emerged from his body. The horned beast was a dangerous species with two bloodlines, earth and dragon, with the same racial rank as the dragon snake lizard. It had been bred by the Lord to the level of a full-fledged dangerous species. With its thick skin and horns, the monster was capable of facing second-rank beasts at the end of its growth for a short period of time. When the young master looked at his opponent, he realized that he needed to be a little softer, for he could trample the baby dragon. There were many differences between the pets, but no one knew the true strength of the baby dragon yet. The commander-in-chief said that the snake dragon monster had not woken up yet, so he ordered the horned dragon to wake it up with a small earthquake. With its huge, heavy paws, the monster shattered the ground beneath it. Su Heng was very astonished by such strength. The horned beast possessed a limitation technique. This was the advantage of being able to control spiritual power after practicing mind power. There was no time to think. The heroes had to act. The boy ordered the dragon to use a wicked attack and dodge the blows, but the pet grabbed him and lifted him high into the air. At the order of its master, the serpent dragon used the evil pearl against that horned dragon. Several demonic nuclei immediately headed towards the enemy with great speed. The horned dragon possessed durability without damage. The hero realized that counting on his snake dragon defeating a horned dragon was just a dream. Even losing handsomely would be awesome. The guy could only show the results of the dragon development he had achieved over time and not disappoint the teacher who was so worried, being tens of kilometers away. The boy decided not to act by force but to use the advantage of speed. The little dragon flew at great speed straight towards his huge enemy and surrounded him with the Pearl of Evil. The heavy horned beast couldn't keep up with the kid's speed, the pearls of evil flying in different directions. He flew upward and struck the enemy with a devastating blow. When the enemy was finally wounded, the young master ordered the dragon to use the power of the earth to recover. The beast clearly obeyed all orders, and lastly the boy told it to attack with the dance of the earth. The little man roared at the top of his voice, stomped his foot, and huge forgotten rocks began to emerge from the ground. The horned creature was now surrounded by sharp rocks. It wasn't a bad tactic, but the horned dragon's strength was already at the 9th level, so the earth dance was nothing to him. He easily managed to break all the sharp rocks and pushed the kid aside. The little guy took a big hit, but the Lord didn't want to hurt him. He had already realized what snake dragon lizards were capable of, so he said that was the end of the training. Lu Ling said that the snake dragon had developed much faster than his own. He realized that the teacher had indeed taken a very talented young disciple to him. Soon after the departure of the commander-in-chief, winter came. It was wildly cold at the outpost. The walls were not high and strong enough to shelter from the winter cold. Suddenly a loud siren sounded, and a guy came running into the room. He said that watch post number 3 in the northern part had called and that a group of dangerous species had attacked plantation number 25. According to the captain, the situation was really serious now, as almost the entire 25th plantation had been completely overrun. About 20 individuals of a dangerous species and about 5 of a less dangerous species had entered the territory. At the time of the attack, all the plantation workers were locked in the staff quarters. They had about a dozen broken rifles with which they fought back. The guards were going to rally support for all patrol base number 3 and number 4 posts in the northern sector, as well as the main force which was almost completely out to defend the plantation. At exactly the appointed time, the guys arrived at the 25th plantation, at the 6th gate of the 3rd post. Sir Huang Chengzhu, Zhao Xiaohu, and Su Huan were ready to provide all the support they needed. The radio reported on the reconnaissance that had been done. The guards said that the monsters had broken through the 6th gate and were now in the grain area, tearing chunks out of dead bodies. All survivors had been moved to the staff quarters. All the combat troops, all the vehicles lined up in the shape of spears. 2 armored vehicles were used as the tips of the spears, directly attacking and firing at the plantation dormitory building. The boys were warned that the dangerous wolf species were resistant to attack and could easily bite their heads off. Everyone was ordered to kill them immediately and free the workers. Su Heng heard the wild howling of wolves. He had heard from his teacher that a dangerous species like the venomous wolf could evolve to the ultimate form of the wolf alpha. It took a lot of effort to kill them. Something strange was going on. The wolves were somehow distant and apparently up to something. The young hero said that the pack leader was directing everyone, for it was not surprising that so many individuals had broken through the fortifications. The wolf leader was the strongest in his pack. He had incredible abilities and was considered a poison wolf. The beast used its skills to unleash a poisonous mist. The territory was too dangerous. All posts were ordered to turn on their infrared sights and be on the lookout for their teammates. At this moment, a huge alpha wolf pounced on the armored vehicle. Poison wolf leaders possessed the special ability of Shadow Twin, which meant there was another leader there. A giant wolf with red eyes pounced on the armored vehicle of the 7th squad. It was very strong and literally unkillable, but Zhao Xiaohu desperately tried to pierce through its armor. The alpha wolf was indeed very strong and fast. It deftly dodged all the bullets and jumped onto the armored vehicle with renewed vigor. Now Su Heng found himself face to face with the monster. Literally a moment later, the baby dragon got out. He used the dragon power of shock and awe to stop the wolf, and then used Evil Thought Stream and the evil pearls with huge cores headed towards the enemy. In a matter of seconds, the small dragon managed to take down his huge opponent. The poisonous alpha wolf took a crushing blow and collapsed to the ground dead. The brave hero immediately informed the squad leader of the incident. He asked for a ceasefire to avoid any accidental injuries and promised to deal with the leader of the poisonous wolves in return. The commander ordered everyone to cease fire to support the number 10 war machine in the North Precinct. It was no surprise to him, since the burgomaster's apprentice had such power, even though he was still in the training phase. There was a strong poisonous fog around, so the guys were looking for the wolf with very great difficulty. But even through such visibility, not suddenly they noticed a huge wolf that was cruelly destroying the tank. There was no time to think. There was only one chance. The hero immediately sent his dragon lizard into the fray, and it flew into the alpha wolf with blistering speed. This attack did not kill the beast, but only briefly distracted its attention. The young boy was alive and unharmed by the bloodthirsty paws, but the wolf was already seething with anger. When everyone thought the trouble was over, the alpha wolf decided to finish what he started. The young boy tried to slip out of its clutches, but at the very last moment, the beast pierced him with its sharp claws. The brutality of the beast could not be left unpunished, so the hero sent the dragon into battle. The kid used the dance of the earth to make all the forgotten rocks come out. It didn't hurt the wolf. He was a very strong opponent. One of the poison wolf's abilities was a vicious strike, so the beast covered the dragon in an avalanche. This was the perfect opportunity to finally finish off the nasty beast. The guys from the 7th squad pointed all their firearms at him, and the wolf turned his attention to them. At that moment, the brave dragon lizard pounced on his enemy and clawed at him with its sharp fangs. Thousands of bullets flew past, but the alpha wolf only growled loudly in anger. The poisonous wolf desperately tried to escape, but no one would let him go. The bold dragon flew into the air and pounced on the wolf with renewed vigor, using the power of shock and awe. After the battle, the young hero could not find his place. Something inside troubled him. He twirled the ring on his finger and thought about everything that had happened. He thought about his dragon, which had grown stronger. Huanga told him that before, tamer masters were usually not involved in an invasion of this magnitude. If not for the boy's support, there would have been at least twice as many casualties. There was a huge scar on the gentleman's body from when he had first fought to save the plantations. That battle had been far more terrible than this one, with more than 50 men killed and more than 50 wounded. The armored vehicle was smashed to scrap. a huge steel gorilla in mature form that turned the entire crew to mush. It was too hard a battle. When all hope was lost, in the end, it was Mr. Cow, the then commander-in-chief of the Northern Front, who personally killed the beast and ended that bloody battle. All this was inevitable, for the fighters were ordinary people who lived like floating leaves without roots or support. No one could guarantee them that today they would fall asleep, and tomorrow they would wake up and see the sun. The battle to save the plantation was the first time Su Heng came face to face with death. He seemed like a true fighter who, after that nightmare, finally realized that only constant reinforcement could help keep himself and protect those around him in this chaotic world. Over the next month, the hero began special training for himself and the dragon according to the rituals of the ancient dragons and achieved remarkable results. In addition to the snake dragon increasing in size, his mastery of the 3 techniques increased 100-fold. He learned new skills, refined them, and enhanced the effects. Just when the boy was deep into training, an old acquaintance of his arrived at the 7th post. It was the commander-in-chief of the defensive frontier, Lu Ling, who had tamed the most dangerous kind of fire magic lion. "Master, I heard that last time Su Heng participated in the battle for the plantation. He performed very well on the battlefield and was even praised by the commander. It was just fine. This was how a burgomaster's apprentice should behave." It was a very happy meeting, for Lu Ling was supposed to come to the headquarters every month. The boy said that not even a month had passed since his last visit. It didn't make any difference to the Lord. In fact, he had a couple of free days, so he decided to check on the boy now so he wouldn't ruin his plans later. Su Heng used his ring and summoned the snake dragon so that the Lord could finally catch up and train the beast. This time, the little guy became even bigger and stronger. Upon seeing the huge dragon, the Lord was literally petrified with surprise, because the usual formula didn't give such a result. Su said that he had always used the same formula. It was just that it might have been perfect for the beast. The commander-in-chief immediately ordered the boy to take the beast back. According to the teacher, once the snake dragon would have reached the middle stage of growth, the Northern Front's training should have ended. All of the hero's trials on the Northern Front were finally over. The next day, he found himself in the training hall of Blacklight Castle, where his master was already waiting for him. Lin Fu was Zhou, his chief steward, assistant to the castle master, and his loyal servant. He was once a servant of Zhou, his father, an expert in spiritual refinement of the mind, and was a professional coin refiner. He bowed low to the burgomaster and congratulated him on acquiring an excellent pupil. Although the boy wasn't as talented as his first sister, he was very persistent. He used the spiritual hammer method this month, laying a good foundation for training. Jogu didn't think that the boy's internship would end so quickly after only a month. He said it was a tough experience and an exciting event. Su Heng told the teacher that he had practiced hard. The growth and spiritual development of his beast was so vividly felt through cultivation, and it was much better than when he sat for 3 years waiting for the slightest progress from an egg. The fact that the dragon was trained and bred to a high degree exceeded the castle master's expectations. He invited the boy to participate in the Six Lands tournament next month. The teacher explained that the Six Lands tournament was held once a year and was a dueling tournament held by each of the 6 major bases. It was held for the opportunity to enter the ruins of the Blood Forest. The ruins of the Blood Forest were very different from the usual ruins that could be found everywhere. From the outside, these very ruins were separated by a hidden energy barrier that made them impregnable. The ruins themselves were occupied by an extremely powerful and terrifying racial group of beasts, and the master of this secret place was a creature of terrifying strength and power. When 6 representatives from each base joined forces and directed their forces at him, the beast was forced to come to an agreement. Only then did he promise to open the secret lands once a year on his own initiative, allowing the masters to explore them. Since this opportunity to enter the secret lands was so rare, the guy realized that he would have a lot of competition. He doubted that he had even the slightest chance of winning. The master said that in fact, the area opened to people by the Blood Forest ruins. Master was also only the outer part of the ruins, and the inner perimeter and core had not been opened all the way. It was indeed a treasure for new masters like Su Heng and less appealing to true experts. After saying that, the hero promised to try his hand at the challenge. Apart from the boy, there were 4 other people who were supposed to compete this time. Jogu promised to arrange for him to meet and get to know them, after which the boy could start a new special training. In the southern section of the defense line, south of the vast wilderness was a large black forest that covered an extremely vast area. It was called the Grizzly Forest, and that was where the first training was to take place. There were an astonishing number of bears with bodies 4 meters long and weighing a ton. The only reason they were not listed as dangerous was because they were unable to use energy. But sometimes there were bears that were amazing in their fighting power, the kind that even the masters feared. They fully deserved their reputation as the ones who could stop children crying at night. Upon arriving home, the hero realized that he had no money. The cash allowance of 25,000 other coins was almost used up, and the next allowance payment would have to wait for more than half a month. There was to be no shortage of food to maintain the dragon's current growth rate. Postponing the advance each time was not a long-term solution, so the boy decided to find a way to earn more. In fact, tamers had many ways to make money. Tamers of healing pets were able to heal diseases and wounds, and they had a good income. Vegetation-related pets were able to increase the yield. It was also a good payment. Water and electric pet tamers also gathered resources, but with the help of the ancient dragon, there was another way. Su Heng decided to come to the shopping market, the gathering place of black lanterns. He originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but he hadn't found anything all day. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to a counter where a gentleman was buying black fat at a high price. He wanted to know more about it, but the merchant sent him away. Looking at the price paper, the young man found out that 1 liter of black fat was already worth 83,000 coins. He didn't expect that someone was buying up black fat at such a high price. It was a great way to get rich. According to the records of the ancient dragon, black octopus surface mucus, dark oak resin, and thickener were mixed in the proportion of 3:1:2 at high temperature for 75 minutes. This was how the black, thick fat was obtained. Although the records also said that the dark tree producing black resin had long since died out. But this stuff was not uncommon on the black market. Su Heng only had to deal with the thickener to make money. Among the 13 departments in the 5 bureaus where the Black Lanterns gathered, there was one institution with a special status. It was the Department of Hazardous Biological and Energy Research. Their function was to study dangerous creatures and strange phenomena. The research department operated 3 institutes that purchased black thick fat en masse. Although its sale could bring in a lot of money, but if the hero were to immediately fill the market with so much black fat, he would have to be very careful to ensure that the ancient dragon's secrets were not discovered. The black tree was not only a rare species, it also grew extremely slowly. In addition, some herbivorous species like to eat young branches and leaves of black trees, making plants taller than a meter very rare. The young master knew that no more than a few tens of milliliters could be harvested from a single meter-high black tree per year. The sudden appearance of a large quantity on the black market would certainly attract attention. It was all too dangerous an undertaking, but the boy decided to bring 30 liters of black fat to the Hong trading house. He asked for 50,000 coins for the whole quantity. He didn't need to spend that money right now. All he had to do was go to the fortress and exchange a small amount of ingredients. The boy decided to wait until things would settle down. Meanwhile, negotiations were taking place in the fortress. Tamir Wangshun had participated in training with Su Heng, but he thought he was a person with no talent for taming. Luochong Toge was a tamer from a wealthy family and had a good talent. He controlled a medium-level red-scaled dinosaur and a medium-level blood ox. Rana protected the young master. She was a tamer and was currently the strongest. She controlled iron magic trees of medium danger level and sleeping butterflies of medium danger level. The young lady tamer said that they were all familiar with Su, but had to admit that they underestimated him. The boy's main pet was a snake dragon of the highest level of danger. No one else had such a pet. At that moment, the manager of Blacklight Castle brought the young hero to a meeting of all the tamers, who were also to participate in the Six Lands tournament. The boys had already heard about the young man. Lin Yuxin immediately introduced herself. She said that she had become a tamer a little over a year ago and was now an official master. Right now, she only had 2 mid-level pets, a tiger flower ghost and an electric swallow. The hero also introduced himself and shook the girl's hand. He said that he had become a tamer 2 months ago and was now an official master. He only had 1 pet snake dragon. It was a top-level lizard. Luochong was very displeased with the appearance of the boastful master tamer. He thought he was the strongest, so he activated his ring and summoned the red scaly dinosaur. Compared to this bulky beast, the snake dragon really had little chance of winning, but according to the ancient law of dragons, it was different. If the beast couldn't crush its opponent, it had to kill itself against the wall. Su Heng said that this beast was not of the highest rank and was summoned right in the castle, so the garrison could do anything to the young man. The castle master could also be displeased. The boy had to send the scaly dragon back. He said that it couldn't be faced in the competition in a month, but Su Heng didn't even have the desire to rally for the honor of the Black Lanterns. The disgruntled hero walked away from the castle. He decided that he should have taken full advantage of this special training in the grizzly forest. Once he returned, he would be a worthy captain. The next morning, the guards had already arrived at the boy's house. Zhang Cheng was the head of the Black Lantern Guards, so he had to accompany the boy to a special training session in the grizzly forest. The map showed the whole way through the Iron Settlement. The distance to the village was only about 150 kilometers, but only half of the way was on a repaired road, so the route was actually quite winding. Blackfire was located in the Gray Desert, just like the Iron Settlement and the Grizzly Forest. It was a vast area with dozens of large settlements, many small ones, and nomadic camps. Upon arriving at the tea abode, Chang Zheng, the commander of the 5th Tactical Group of Bodyguards of the 1st and 3rd Black Lantern Squad, said that they needed to enter the city to rest and recover. Near the gate, the commander met old Andrew, who was in high spirits. The gentleman said he had brought a dear guest with him this time and asked him to arrange a good place to stay. The heroes were let inside without any problems. Su Heng was immediately provided with items to tame the beasts and introduced to the new private soldier Chen Han. There were literally all the conditions for recreation here. At this moment, the dragon lizard jumped outside and started eating. He had been waiting for a long time and had not eaten for a long time, so he needed to eat as soon as possible to regain his strength. The hungry little boy was turning the whole room upside down looking for food. He opened all the canned food so that he could gulp down as much as he could and get a little stronger. Suddenly, Raina entered the room. She wasn't going to eavesdrop on conversations. Andrew's grandfather had asked her to bring souvenirs from the tea abode. The girl only wanted to help and asked if the boy needed a guide. In fact, the girl was the best tour guide, so the guy agreed to a little tour. She told him that you couldn't see architecture like the one in the tea abode anywhere else. It was very different from the one in the Black Lantern. Most of the roofs of the houses were triangular in shape, and the houses themselves could be square or rectangular in shape to give the impression of volume. Traditionally, the inhabitants of the tea abode painted the walls of their houses black and brown. According to Raina, all the town's dwellings and stores were located on the slopes. A little higher up in the mountains was a tiny castle made of stones and earth. It was the first building in the tea abode where the local governing body met. There were supposed to be animal fights tonight, so the little girl suggested that the hero watch. Soldiers and civilians sometimes caught wild animals and then had fighting contests in the arena with them. If an animal was injured or killed in battle, its meat was not wasted, it was fed to the people of the city. Today, a special animal was to be brought in that no one had ever seen before. His opponent was an adult tiger. Even though the tiger was a common beast, it was characterized by incredible ferocity. The young master thought that watching him fight would be useful for the little lizard. In the evening, the animal fights finally began. The host welcomed all the spectators and said that the city guards had brought them a tiger from the jungle, more than 3 meters long and weighing more than 600 kilograms. The people in the stands were shouting loudly and demanding a spectacle. They said that the tiger was in great shape, and the traps created by Asai, the trapper, were the most powerful weapons in the tea house. A cage with a small pet was thrown into the arena, and the host introduced the new contestant to the people. She said that there had never been such a thing in the arena before, and hoped that the captured animal would surprise everyone. The fight seemed completely unequal. The huge, angry tiger was greedily pouncing on the little animal, and the latter was tearfully trying to get away. The little one was still a baby, barely able to move his paws. The tiger threw the baby in different directions with particular cruelty. In just a moment, the animal was trapped. The tiger was putting him in a corner. There was no way out. Su Heng knew that according to ancient legends, there were 4 incredibly dangerous and rare dragon species. Because of their power, these species were nicknamed the 4 deities. These included the mysterious, fairy tale, miraculous, and mythical species. Without a doubt, such speed and reaction were not inherent in an ordinary beast, so the hero suspected something strange. The baby had a golden mark on its forehead, a rounded body shape. This beast belonged to a mysterious species, and dragons of this species were born treasure hunters. Treasure hunters were extremely dangerous beasts, but had almost no aggression. These creatures had a rare ability of a mysterious kind. They were born to find treasure, which they fed on. The hero was more and more sure of his guesses. He knew very well that the tracks of such beasts could be seen only in very dangerous places. It was an opportunity that could not be missed. Su Heng decided to buy this beast, but Reina said that Uncle Red had bought it. Uncle Red was the owner of the tea abode arena, and all the beasts here belonged to him. The little girl brought the boy to Uncle Red's house to talk him down. The Lord was against breaking the rules of battle. The battle could not be stopped until one of the opponents was defeated. Reina literally galloped in front of her uncle to get him to agree. The master had bought the beast from Q-Man for 1,000 steel coins, so the little girl offered him 4,000. Uncle Red couldn't resist and agreed to the venture after all. He said that the little girl should have realized that the rules of the Battle Beast Arena had never been broken in his lineage. The beast was truly precious to Su Heng. It was vital to him, but he didn't want to break the rules, so he decided to tell his uncle his proposal. A few seconds later, the arena owner informed all the spectators that the fight was over. He promised to refund 3 times the ticket price to everyone present, and the bets placed would be returned in full. But there would be a fight in the arena today after all. Uncle Red shouted loudly and asked everyone to welcome the new member of the arena. At this moment, the brave Su Heng entered the battlefield. The bloodthirsty tiger immediately smelled a new victim and pounced on his enemy. The boy was absolutely calm and urged his dragon lizard to go outside. The arena of the tea house had never been so full. The people were cheering loudly, for they had last seen the Lord 3 months ago, so it was not in vain that they had come today. The young master perfectly mastered his pet. They had a special bond. He ordered the dragon to move into battle, and it immediately used the power of evil to attack the tiger. Before the majesty of the huge dragon lizard, there was no trace of the bloodthirsty tiger. He shrank to a small size. He was guilty and wrong. Suddenly, with a wild screech, a small beast swept past the heroes. The boy realized that speed and responsiveness were linked to physical form. Not for nothing was he called a mysterious creature. Without a second thought, he ordered the dragon to attack. The bold beast took off and immediately chased after the little dangerous beast. The yellow baby ran as hard as he could to escape. Tears were visible in his eyes. The dragon used the second stage of acceleration power and chased after the beast at a tremendous speed. When its paws almost grabbed the small beast, it slipped away at the very last moment. The enraged pet used the second level of dragon power to overpower the enemy. An incredible stream of purple energy swirled in the air and rose directly above the battle arena. After such a terrifying attack, the little one could not move. The dragon immediately grabbed him and brought him to his master, but the little beast was still shaking with fear. Su Heng put the baby in a cage and brought it to Uncle Red's office. He decided to ask a tactless question and asked his uncle how he managed to catch such a fast animal. The gentleman said that for the Black Lantern, the tea house was not just an important supply point in the south. It was also a major supplier of wine products. It was because of its residents' skill in winemaking that the tea abode attracted the attention of the Black Lantern, after which it was accepted by him as a vassal. The one who caught the beast was an old winemaker from Kuman abode. People said that this little fellow had sneaked into the wine cellar and spoiled several barrels that were destined for the head of the Black Lantern. For a week, old man Kuman and his apprentice took no action against him. Uncle Red said that one day the winemaker, who had already lost any hope, found a drunken, peacefully sleeping animal in the barrel. After that incident, Kuman sold it. Despite its mysterious power, the beast had been foolish enough to get drunk, so it was no surprise that it had been caught. The most important thing was that he was now in good hands. After the fight, Su Heng wanted to thank Reina, but it was nothing to her. She heard that the hero was supposed to have a hard day and journey tomorrow, so he should have rested properly now. The boy dragged the beast to his room, but it was very upset about the cage. The bars of the cage were no thicker than his little finger, and if the snake dragon had been in it, it would have easily broken the cage and escaped. Representatives of this species were alien to aggression, so the hero would have to take care of him now. The guy didn't know what to do, because in the ancient books about dragons there was no information about its nutrition. The hero was so busy that he completely forgot to feed his dragon. He went straight to cooking, and if the dragon ate 3 times as much as usual, they would be able to reach the Iron Village by tomorrow evening. While the dragon was greedily devouring the prepared food, the baby in the cage was quietly crying. Su Heng immediately paid attention to him, as he was very hungry. The boy decided to test his cooking according to the teacher's recipe and feed the baby. He scooped up a whole spoonful of food, and the animal greedily pounced on it and ate it without even chewing. The young man was delighted that the treasure hunter liked the same food as the snake dragon. Now the beast would definitely not go hungry, for there was plenty of food for the dragon. This made the dragon very angry. He was not ready to share and ate everything that had been prepared for lunch. The boy wanted to feed the beast with more, but the bowl was empty. Su Heng said that now the snake dragon had to eat less, so that there was enough food for 2 people. The lizard was now an older brother, so it had to behave appropriately. The next morning, the hero said goodbye to Reina and went to the iron settlement. This settlement was much bigger than the tea house. There was a metallurgical plant where iron, copper, and aluminum were extracted. Everyone knew about the township's dependence on the grizzly forest, but because of the law, Zhang Cheng couldn't tell it directly, so he only had to wait for Su Heng to come and realize it himself. Upon entering the township, the hero immediately smelled the smell of burning steel, smelted from coal in the air. Zhang Cheng sent him to the center of the village to attend a management meeting, and then the young man finally understood what the Lord was silent about. The iron settlement turned out to be a backwater town with a peaceful population of 1,000. On paper, it was a gray desert settlement, but in reality it was subordinate to Black Lantern and supplied him with metal and agricultural products. The minerals here were mined from the grizzly forest. It was a pipe dream for ordinary people. And the reason why the iron settlement could freely mine minerals from there shocked Su Heng. The whole grizzly forest turned out to be the teacher's property, or rather the territory of his pet. The teacher was even able to control all the bears with the help of his pet. When the guys arrived at the site, they were gathered in the conference room of the management committee. The hero assumed that the teacher was powerful, but he didn't think he was that powerful. If the management committee was to be believed right now, there were 4 lords in the mud forest. The strongest of them was an old black background fighter Rhea. It was a pro commander, but the other 3 lords weren't so easy either. The boy watched the sleeping pets for another long time. He decided it would be foolish to go into the grizzly forest and ask the lords to recognize the treasure hunter. Having received an interesting beast, the hero planned to immediately go to the grizzly forest. But in the end, he changed his mind and decided to stay in the tea town for 3 more days to finish his business. In fact, the reason was simple. The guy needed to find a way to establish a mental connection with the treasure-seeking beast in order to tame it, just like the dragon. However, everything, was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Every time Su Heng tried to establish a mental connection, he was repulsed by the consciousness of a beast and a treasure seeker. Even digging through the old dragon codex, the young master couldn't find any relevant records. There seemed to be no answers, but the boy soon came up with a foolproof plan. He decided to go on a treasure hunt and take the most experienced treasure hunter with him. It was not as easy as it seemed, for the little boy had been chasing butterflies and bugs like a child all morning. The hero was very angry and wanted to feed the beast to his snake dragon. Suddenly, the kid tensed up a lot, and energy surged in his body. He pointed the kid to a place where there was the smell of treasure. It could have turned out to be another setup, so the young man didn't want to go there. He said he was going to go home and feed his bloodthirsty dragon a small animal. The little one lashed out and with all his might, and this made it clear to the kid that he wanted to go after the treasure on his own. He liked to do good deeds, so man and beast agreed on mutual help. Without a foundation of attachment, it was impossible to establish a mental bond. And if the hero just offered it, the beast would refuse. Establishing a mental bond when the beast didn't resist changed things dramatically. When the young master entered the bar, he decided to just look around. Everyone was whispering and saw him there for the first time. People thought he was a foreign mercenary or a relative of one of the soldiers. The beast pointed out that the treasure was an old toilet bowl, but it was more like trash. Su Heng was sure that it couldn't be what the old dragon code said it was. The path of transforming a dragon beast was full of hardship, and the demand for evolutionary materials was even greater. Transformation stones were the main materials needed to transform a very strong dragon beast species. It was these stones that the protagonist was looking for. He could not believe that he would ever be able to encounter something he had never even dreamed of, so he decided to buy an old toilet bowl without a second thought. The bartender was very surprised after all, This was the stone the boss had found in the ruins of the wilderness. But even after several experts looked at it, they all found it useless except for the warp. The stone was not used for any other purpose, so here it stood simply as a decoration. The young man worried that other buyers might think the bar lacked style. He waved his hand away and said it was a very expensive rock, offering the boy something to drink and leaving. The bartender reckoned the boy couldn't afford it. Su Heng was offered a price of 10,000 steel coins, but the kid gave even more to have the stone delivered directly to his home. He was very persistent because he needed this item. When the people in the bar saw the ring of the master, they immediately fell to their knees in front of the guy and started bowing. The bartender said that he had given the wrong price and that the item was actually worth only 1 coin. There were 2 ways a master could tame a beast in a short period of time. The first method involved force control if the beast was less than the master's level. In the second method, the animal itself had to agree or even want to be tamed by the master. And at this point, the treasure-seeking beast fell into the second category. For 3 days, the young master puzzled over how the new beast could be tamed. They went on a treasure hunt in the tea abode and ate all sorts of goodies. Su Heng even stepped into the role of mom and told the treasure-seeking beast a bedtime story. The baby slept in a human bed like a real little brother and received proper care. Of course, it was never that simple. The guy used trickery and tricked the treasure-seeking beast into saying that after finding these treasures, he could collect them in one place. The little dangerous beast trusted his master and treated him like an angel. He couldn't wait for Su Heng to take him in, but the hero trained him like a dog. The hero also trained the speed of the beast and the treasure seeker. Every day, he set aside time to train the beast at the training ground at the back of the control building. When the beast was being abused, the kid would intervene like an angel and stop the serpent dragon's violence. Rescuing the treasure hunter from the dragon's claws caused the kid's trust and gratitude to grow tremendously. After a while, the hero found himself on the edge of the grizzly forest. One of the guards said that the boy had to cross the river to go through the outer boundary of the forest and reach the inner boundary. Suddenly, the boys froze in place. They heard a wild roar. A huge, bloodthirsty tiger with burning eyes appeared in the sky, ridden by a young, brave lady. It was the beautiful Mrs. Heiju, and her tamed animal was a particularly dangerous species of red fire tiger. She introduced herself as a grizzly forest master and said that the kid could call her Sister Ju. The burgomaster had already informed her through the communicator that Su Heng was coming to the grizzly forest for a month of training. The girl didn't expect to see him today. Mistress decided to show off her skills and summoned a pet. It was a silverback gibbon, which was a very dangerous species. While the monkey was taking things to the base, Heiju offered the hero a ride there on a tiger. Su Heng was going to fly on a dragon, so he had to refuse. Seeing the snake dragon, Miss was pleasantly surprised. She realized that the guy was really worthy of being a master's apprentice, since his first beast was a supremely dangerous species. When Ms. Heiju brought the hero to the castle, they did not open the gate for a long time. Unexpectedly, a young man came out. He said that next time the girl should take the keys with her, because he was very busy. The girl said that no one was allowed to sneak into the base to hide and rest while Commander Shu was away. She reprimanded the boy and ordered him to take care of the luggage. Right now, only Mrs. Ju and Shui Yu were at the base. Originally, there were a few sergeants in the squad who performed similar jobs, but later, these sergeants couldn't stand the harsh conditions of the forest and applied for transfer. All the work was entrusted to the pets. The head of the forest base and the chief base master was Lord Sui Kui. He had gone to hunt down a dangerous creature in the Gray Wasteland and had left a few days ago. The girl said that the other master, Lin Chen, was waiting for Su Heng to arrive at the base, intending to take the guy with him for part of the special master training. No one expected such a late arrival of the hero, but Miss decided to lead him into the room. From what he saw, the boy literally froze on the spot. On the wall hung the heads of killed monsters. Ju was sure the guy didn't know anything about master training. She said that it could be considered a rule. When Blacklight Masters received their first training, they were only informed of its specific contents when they arrived at the base in the forest. The girl told me that the special training was not simply honing combat experience, but also the accompanying benefits. The grizzly forest was rich in bear fruits, which were energy fruits that Blacklight Castle used very often. They increased the strength, stamina of dangerous creatures, and were useful for evil, beastly, and attacking pets. All trees with this fruit were occupied by warbears. With a token obtained from the forest master, a master tamer could challenge the owner of a particular fruit tree. With a grizzly token, a grizzly usually didn't refuse to fight, and after defeating it, one could obtain the bear fruit. But if someone who was not affiliated with the castle wanted to steal the fruit, they would definitely be attacked by all the grizzlies of the forest and even the masters. In training, the snake dragon faced the grizzly bear for the first time. If the dragon could defeat its opponent, the bear fruit from the fruit tree, which was more than 30 years old, could be obtained. Lin Zhen watched the fight and said that each grizzly only accepted a challenge from an opponent whose aura was weaker than his own. When wanting to obtain a bear raft, masters had to face risks. The huge bear with red burning eyes roared at the top of its voice. He was determined and prepared to fight. At this moment, the two bloodthirsty strong monsters ran at each other. The snake dragon had never dealt with such a dangerous kind of animal, so it would probably be very hard on him. The brave dragon used its crushing power to attack the furry enemy. The grizzly bear was easily able to repel his attack. The bear gathered all his strength together and gave the dragon a crushing blow. The baby was thrown aside with force, and the bear was about to attack him again. It seemed that the little one was in danger, but it was only a matter of time. The bold dragon lizard rose to his paws and used the power of suppression. The enraged grizzly wanted to grab his enemy, but the dragon deftly rose into the air and pounced with renewed vigor. The pet activated the power of reinforcement. One sharp movement of the serpent dragon and the bear was wounded. Blood dripped from his shoulder and 3 deep wounds were visible. The head of the forest and base said that the snake dragon was perfectly trained. It had already developed the instinct to strike blow after blow. It was a rare thing, but the desire to pierce the grizzly's defense was still not enough. This was the effect of the bear fruit. Only by defeating the beast could one obtain the fruit. Unexpectedly, the fierce bear used the beast healing to heal its deep wounds. The kid needed to act as quickly as possible to avoid getting killed himself. He used the breath of evil thoughts and turned his energy into a real bomb. The crushing stream of evil energy didn't hurt the grizzly bear in any way. There wasn't a single scratch on the beast. It was as if it was healing itself every second and had armor. Just a moment later, the dragon was in a real trap. The enraged bear ripped tree trunks out of the ground and blocked his opponent's path with strong blows. The huge wild monster roared throughout the forest. It became even stronger. This was the natural skill attack of a berserker. Now it was clear that all this time the grizzly was just pretending to be weak. This was a technique that not every bear could master. After using it, one could instantly increase their own strength and defense. Lin Zhen said that the current dragon was unable to defeat an opponent of such strength. Now the huge snake dragon seemed like just a scared and small dog, being pressured by an aggressive forest beast. He had never yet called for his master's help. Suddenly Muddy and again roared at the top of his voice and hit his opponent hard. The kid needed to act, so he used the second speed of his wicked attack and slipped sharply out from under the bear's paws. At that speed, the dragon couldn't run far and would get hit, because the bear also had skills. With the help of the bear's throw, the grizzly got close to the enemy. At that moment, the dragon lizard had a brilliant idea. He activated the earth dance and created a magical vortex that raised sharp rocks from the ground. It was a great plan. Huge rocks knocked the bear off its feet and pushed it aside. The beast fell lifelessly to the ground and lost all its fruit on the way. Su Heng was just overjoyed. He was proud of his pet. However, right now, the boy didn't have enough spiritual energy to fly in the air and jump off the tree with ease. Lin Zhen summoned his flying pet. The blood-tailed black-billed hawk immediately flew to the rescue, grabbed the boy, and lowered him safely to the ground. The forest and base master was sure that the boy was the teacher's best student. The master liked today's fight very much and said that Su Heng had done a good job with the snake dragon. Lin Zheng immediately summoned a Lotus Hat Man. After the battle was over, it was imperative to heal the grizzly's wounds, otherwise everyone would be attacked by it. The hatpin lotus was a healing herbaceous animal, rooting in the soil to absorb nutrients. This little guy could heal severe wounds, even fatal ones. The healer's hat spell worked, and the grizzly bear finally got to his feet. The master immediately stopped him and said that the bear needed to add another fruit to fight. The bear snorted, but there was nothing left for him to do but obey the master tamers. He led the men to the place where his fruit tree grew. Ju mentioned that each grizzly bear guarding the territory had a small tree growing fruit. Right in the center of his den was the main treasure of this forest. Snake Dragon immediately brought the cherished fruit to his master. The hero literally lost the breath of speech. He did not expect to see such a small fruit. Now, the pet just had to eat it. The forest and base master said that after picking, the mysterious energy contained in the fruit would begin to evaporate in a few minutes. The sooner the dragon would eat it, the better it would be. Su Heng started to hold out the raft to his dragon, but the dragon changed his expression. The pet looked at the fruit with wild disgust, for it still had grizzly bear drool on it. Only after the young master washed the fruit with water did the dragon dare to eat it. The pet had to swallow the bear fruit here, otherwise it would cause a great loss of energy. Lin Zhen let out a lion and a python. The stone spider python and the king of beasts were a mature and dangerous species. They were ordered to guard the entire area. The snake dragon was lying in the center of the magic circle that was drawn on the ground. There was no way the fruit could be preserved, so once collected, it usually had to be taken and digested in the dense forest before returning to the base. The master said that unless the boy had a strong enough animal companion, it was best to stay hidden in safe places like caves or in trees. The mysterious energy of the fruit transformed the body and cells of living beings at an extraordinary speed. The dragon's body was able to produce a stress response. After all, that was how the fruit's effect was revealed. It had been 13 days since the snake dragon had eaten the first bear fruit. In all that time, the dragon had not only grown in size, but also approached the beginning of adulthood. In terms of endurance, strength, and physical ability, it was no weaker than a late-stage snake dragon, and it was even superior to a late-stage snake dragon in terms of development. In total, the beast had eaten 8 or 9 bear fruits in the last 10 days. The dragon was born with a talent for mockery and provocation, and its success in battles with grizzlies was such that even the forest master was shocked. In 30 days, the beast had piled on nearly 10 grizzly, tree-occupying bear fruit, and his victory rate was nearly 70%. Except for the first day, when he took a chance and defeated that stupid bear. The reason for the high success rate was the hero behind the scenes. Almost all of the bears challenged by the serpent dragon were chosen by the treasure-seeking beast. In all this time, Lin Zheng was only able to collect 1 bear fruit. The treasure-seeking beast was the real reason why the snake dragon was able to gather so many fruits. The dragon sensed that bear from the first day who knew the berserk attack technique, so the hero decided to meet him in person. Unexpectedly, they noticed another battle in the forest. Su Heng saw an armored wolf. It was a mid-level dangerous species, usually promising in dark caves and mines. This was an alien terrain for the wolf, so it was most likely a pet. Suddenly, the master tamer appeared. He had underestimated the bear, for the armored wolf was no match for him. The young man got angry and ordered the wolf to kill the bear. The beast was an evolution of an armored wolf with almost no weaknesses in the first echelon of highly dangerous species. It was comparable to a weak top-level dangerous species and was much stronger with Ice's sister's fire tiger. Looking at the body of the armored wolf, one could tell that its level was perfect. It was very strong. With a single strike, the beast easily defeated the grizzly. Huang Ge once said that Blacklight Castle had been established 100 years ago. In the process of its development, wars naturally had to fight and even engage in military conflicts, and thus made enemies. The hero realized that the powerful competing force was comparable to Blacklight. Seemed to have a large number of masters capable of controlling these armored wolves and heavily armored wolves. Masters controlled the habitat of the armored wolves, just as Blacklight controlled the grizzly forest. They had the same situation. It was just that that area wasn't as large as the forest. Now they had appeared in the grizzly forest and had indeed come for the fruit. The boy did not see how he could save that bear, for even Blacklight could not think of a way to preserve the fruit. When the mysterious master tamer approached the fruit tree, he used a strange method. He used a syringe to drain out all the liquid that was inside the fruit. Suddenly, he heard the crackling of his insect spy in the bushes. He jumped on the armored wolf and rushed to the sound to see the spy. Su Heng tried to quickly slip away on the dragon, but after a few minutes, the tamers did meet up. The boy decided to go into the forest, hide his identity, and set all the grizzlies on the armored wolf. The hero wanted to inform everyone on the radio about the danger, but it turned out to be discharged. The situation was simply hopeless. But the boy was going to spread the news about the guy. It was necessary to escape as quickly as possible, so the young man ordered his dragon to use acceleration skills. A mad stream of energy swiftly directed the heroes forward. The mysterious lord wasn't going to give up. He ordered the heavily armored wolf to use his skills, chase down and kill this little rat and trashy pet. The snake lizard dragon ran as hard as it could, but the enemies were catching up from behind. The armored wolf activated the shadow walk to catch up with them. This was the 5th stage of the evil attack. There was no time to delay. The heroes needed to act. Pet used the 2nd speed of the evil attack. He needed to head towards the giant trees. Although the acceleration and sustained effect of the 2nd speed evil attack were not as good as the shadow's footsteps. But the advantage of the speed attack was that he could change direction. Since the wolf couldn't change its direction, the hero decided to teach it a lesson. The armored beast would take great pleasure in crashing into the trees. The master tamer realized that his opponent wasn't that bad. He used an amulet to unleash a thunder tiger with 3 attributes. It was a beast of a particularly dangerous species. Riding the thunder tiger, the lord caught up to his opponent and pounced on him. The hell beast used the thunder claw attack to create an incredible lightning stream. The thunder tiger was definitely in the full dawn of its strength, but the snake dragon dodged its strike. Its body was unharmed, but it was only slightly wounded. At this rate, the enemy would easily kill the heroes. Su Heng thought of something and asked the treasure hunter to take them to the nearest bear leader's territory. The dragon immediately changed its direction and flew in the other direction. The master asked him not to just run away, but to use the earth dance. At that moment, the beast stomped its paws on the ground, and from there, huge sharp rocks came out and blocked the enemy's path. The tamer had to stop for the wolf to clear the way. Thanks to his armor, the wolf immediately burst into the rocks and shattered them into thousands of pieces. He broke through the safe path, and the master tamer could now continue on his way. The young boy rushed after his enemy with all his might, but suddenly the thunder tiger stopped in place. He had lost his aim. The ugly boy felt as if he had fallen through the ground. Suddenly, red eyes came out of the cave. A huge grizzly bear roared and pounced on the uninvited guests of his forest. The young master was frightened and wanted to run away. The hero was already in a safe place and only heard the roar of a bear from the forest. The leader could summon a whole pack, but even a strong master tamer couldn't handle all the bears. Using the power of speed, the hero made the decision to return to the base so that the fruit would not be stolen. Suddenly, their path was interrupted by something unusual. A magic core flew right at them. The snake dragon had excellent speed and reaction. It immediately flew upwards and the core crashed to the ground, creating a huge explosion underneath. The hunt for the guys continued. A second later, the instigator of the strike himself appeared. He said that the Thunder Tiger had the Star Mantle skill, so it was possible to find the enemy even if it was 10 times farther away. The young man said that it was easy for masters of his level to escape from the dumb bear. After saying that, he ordered the Thunder Tiger to pounce on the enemies and tear them to shreds. The dragon used the evil second stage of enlightenment attack, and it was as if it had bifurcated. Using the mystical gift of the beast treasure-seeking illusion, the poacher would mistake the snake dragon for an ordinary lizard. Then the dragon power would suddenly burst out. It was enough to buy time. Fortunately, Su Heng had managed to make a smokescreen of waste, and now it came in handy. The black fat smokescreen created an incredible explosion and enveloped the entire area in thick smoke. This was the last chance for the snake dragon and its master to slip away. The kid wanted to run away before the smoke would dissipate, but his opponent was smarter than that. The Thunder Wolf used the enhancement and pounced on his enemies with his huge paws. At the very last moment, the ring glowed and created a magical protective dome. The Thunder Tiger flew into the ball at speed and was immediately thrown aside. The master was very happy that he had found another additional skill. He sealed this ability, which was usually only mastered by the highest dangerous species at the mature stage, in a ring. The poacher was very unhappy that even he didn't have such a first-class ring, and his Thunder Tiger was killed. It was the right moment, but the snake dragon didn't run away. The angry young man was about to finish the job and punish the ugly hero. He let the white mountain lion out, and the huge beast immediately attacked his enemies. The poacher laughed snidely. He had many more pets in reserve, so he was confident. The young man wanted to continue the fight, but the snake dragon didn't move. All this time, Lin Jin's little scout was flying around in the forest and saw everything. At this moment, the master of the base and grizzly forest himself jumped out of the forest thicket, riding one of the bears. The young lad from Fire City was very angry at being stopped. The head of the forest was not only going to stop him, but also kill him. No one dared to harm the new master of the Burgomaster. The City of Fire was called Sinfire. Being one of the deepest and most prominent among the large gathering places, it had always been a rival of Blacklight. Their leader had a connection to a subclass of wolf-type pet animals. This really displeased the poacher, and he decided to see how tough his opponent would be when he died. The young man summoned all of his demonic pets and sent them to attack. The great head of the forest and base was a very strong master. He activated his amulet and a huge demonic python came out. The mountain python pounced on the wolves. Now it was a real bloodbath. The armored wolves were viciously pouncing on their enemy, but Mr. Lin Zhen suddenly seemed as if he had been reborn and was destroying them all. Lin let out a pet that was made of flame. It was a fiery avatar that possessed combat, poison, magic, and light attributes. At this moment, Su Heng realized that his big brother had released the python, and at the same moment, the avatar also appeared. The master had just used stealth magic skills to wait for his turn. This was the master of the 5 attribute pets. The ugly tamer was not surprised that his enemy dared to challenge him with such a rare pet. He had never been informed that Blacklight Castle had such a rare avatar. Opening its jaws wide, the huge armored wolf pounced on the avatar. He was one of the strongest of the particularly dangerous species and used shadowy footsteps. Brother Lin was very strong. His avatar deftly avoided all of the wolf's strikes and immediately delivered his crushing blows. His skills were excellent. The enraged young man was literally seething with anger. He ordered the wolf to activate the advanced armor and attack the enemy again with renewed vigor. The wolf used Shadow Step again, and the fiery avatar rushed up and attacked with a firestorm. The two incredible forces clashed face to face, and the wolf struck with tearing claws of fragmentation. The enemies attacked each other and used a mutual attack. This created an incredibly strong pressure and there was a huge energy explosion in the air. The young man realized that the avatar was worthy of the title of a rare pet. It even had 2 level 6 enlightenment abilities. It was no wonder he had injured the heavily armored wolf so badly. The young man didn't want to fight the enemy. He just needed to delay him. He pointed the ring upwards and released the fiery, scaly beast. The scaly beast pounced on the avatar, and the avatar used fire enlightenment to dodge and then attacked the enemy with a firestorm. At this moment, a dragon intervened in the battle. He used the power of the earth to summon the sharp rocks and attacked the enemy with an evil thought bullet. All this was to no avail and only created chaos. The strong young man was not about to give up and summoned a fighting chimpanzee of a particularly dangerous species. Suddenly, the poacher's men appeared on the battlefield. The kid was controlling a very dangerous and rare monster. It was a manticore. The dangerous beast wordlessly launched an attack to destroy everyone. Manticore released venomous projectiles that were aimed directly at the jeers. The dragon couldn't stay away. He covered his master and older brother with his body. The shells hit him right in the tail, and he began to crumble into pieces before his eyes. Meanwhile, the poacher was back on the attack. The huge fighting chimpanzee jumped into the air from the huge force was going to crush all the heroes. The fiery avatar immediately covered the first Sioux brother with his body. The ruthless chimpanzee was not going to retreat and wanted to step with his giant foot. Suddenly, a red fire tiger and a golden phoenix appeared on the horizon. From the forest, the backup came out. It was Sister Ju and Brother Shui. Zhu Yu at this time, he was supposed to be in the city. But today, he had made his way here to punish all the bastards from Fire City who had defamed Blacklight's honor. One of the poacher's men released a secret weapon to bury all 4 bastards. It was a huge steel-armed ape that had already gotten many masters killed. It was an adult, and a dangerous species as well. The huge ape pounced on its opponents, but suddenly a strong energy flew into its body and threw the beast aside. All the heroes stood still and couldn't even utter a word. They didn't understand why the monkey flew away because it hadn't even had time to strike yet. It was one of the strongest pets in Master Shu's lineage. The Nightmare Earth Dragon was undoubtedly a super dangerous species. The steel ape with a golden back was killed with 2 strikes. The bad guys realized that Shu Kai was already here, so they decided to get away. Just as they were about to run away, a magic portal opened in front of them. Finally, the great Grandmaster showed his face. He didn't expect that in his absence these guys would sneak into the grizzly forest for profit. Lin Jin had been sitting beside his dead pet all this time. The vile Mantigora of the sneaky bastard from Sinfire had cut off the snake's head. After hearing this, the Grandmaster was not happy. He ordered everyone to return to the base and rest, and was going to deal with the rest himself. Meanwhile, The bad guys were discussing what had happened in the thicket of the forest. The scouts had ruined their plan, and the other 3 guys had probably been killed. It was too late. Shukai had caught them in the act. The guys decided to report everything to the other partners so that they had time to prepare. Everyone agreed, but the angry Luo Yu asked them not to mess with his head. He told them to make up their own minds and leave him out of it. At this moment, Grandmaster Shukai himself rose above the forest, his huge stone monster looking at the guys with red burning eyes. The 4 tamers gathered at the base of the grizzly forest. The commander said that this time most of the invaders had been wiped out. He inspected all the sites and said the damage was not as severe this time. Only a few dozen of the hundreds of bear fruit trees had been harvested. About 100 bears were killed or wounded, which could be considered a heavy loss for the entire grizzly pack. The chief of the bear warriors would have been furious when he learned of this. Since the loss of Ling Zhen was not insignificant, the commander promised to report her to Blacklight Castle to give him an unusually skilled young pet. The timely support of Heiju and Sueyu was also considered a merit. The commander promised to report back so that the castle master himself would decide how to reward them. The conspiracy from Sinfire was foiled thanks to Su Heng. The master couldn't turn a blind eye to his accomplishments, so he said that they had a lot of items in the warehouse and the boy could pick out a couple. The hero decided to give this award to his brother. If not for his timely appearance, even with all his efforts, the boy would likely have died. After working for a long time, the young master was finally able to rest. He wanted to choose treasures as his reward, so it would be a very good idea to check it in the Dragon Codex. In the book, the boy had read that the ultimate direction of evolution of domestic animals was the same. It was to become a true dragon, becoming the top of the food chain. However, turning into a dragon had many dangers. Countless treasures and materials were needed for it to succeed with a low probability. A treasure seeker only had 9 ways to transform into a dragon. 8 of them were weakening the beast, and it would become a mixed-type dragon. The young man realized that there was only one way to keep the beast's ability. He had to turn it into a treasure-hunting dragon beast. The next day, the hero came to the base. Heiju said that last night the boss had accidentally discovered the tracks of the supply convoy and Simfear and set out to destroy it. Sister Ju said that now the boy had to wait a little while until the boss would come back again. Su Heng immediately thought of something and ran away. The fact that Ju's sister was scrubbing the red flame tiger reminded the boy that no one ever took care of the bears in the grizzly forest, not to mention their special diet. Under Su Heng's guidance, with the help of the treasure-seeking beast and snake dragon, as well as a special formula from the Dragon Codex, they managed to make delicious dishes. Master Su bathed and treated the bear. He also harvested a lot of crops in addition to the 3 bear fruits. There were a few rare bird eggs, all to make the dragon stronger. It was only towards the evening that some changes occurred. The snake dragon came face to face with the bear, and the beast used the bear roar technique. The grizzly bear used the beast energy technique Claw of Rupture and pounced on the dragon. He liked the food, so he decided to reward his opponent with a fight. The dragon lizard lost its tail, but the bear still didn't back down. The tail had yet to recover, and the bloodthirsty beast immediately grabbed the dragon by the throat. When it seemed that all was lost, the brave dragon freed himself from the grizzly's clutches. He gathered all his strength together and stunned his opponent with a dragon's cry. It was an incredible achievement, as the pet had unlocked a new level 4 ability. Even though he was injured, he managed to scare the forest beast away. The hero couldn't believe that his dragon turned out to be very talented and now had the power of a 4th level. As soon as the boy touched the pet, it suddenly began to crumble. At that moment, something strange began to happen. A purple vortex swirled around the dragon. Its body became stronger. The beast was now in the late stage of growth. This news reached the boss. He was very surprised at Su Heng's advancement. In a month, the snake dragon's strength should have increased significantly to cope with the competition. The commander ordered Lin Zheng to go with Su Heng to Rivet Town. The kid needed to be sent back to Blacklight. His special training was finished. Boss Zhui decided to fulfill his promise and take Su Heng to the warehouse to pick something as a reward. The master said to choose 3 rewards. The hero found himself in the midst of the Golden Mountains. There was a wide range of materials from different regions, so the boy could choose whatever he wanted. He asked his beast to find something precious. Then Su Heng would help him turn into a treasure-seeking dragon beast. The little pet paid no attention to anything but the stone statue of the warrior maiden. He needed to behave himself to avoid becoming dragon fodder. In the end, the hero chose a large piece of evil fibrous root and a magic flower. It was good stuff. But the boss suggested he get something else, one more thing. Su-heng said that his sister had mentioned a fertilizer to improve the soil on the plantations that was made right here. Now the boy had gotten everything he wanted. This item was actually the core material of the dragon treasure essence. Su-heng knew that this dirt could be changed into something valuable and sold. In Rivet Town, the guards were loading the master's treasures into an armored truck. They were important materials, so the chief ordered everyone to be careful. In parting, Li Jin asked Su-heng to be careful on the road and said that the boy could return to the grizzly forest at any time. The hero thanked him for his concern. Meanwhile, the group had gathered again in the forest. They had received word that a group of city guards were to escort a big shot to the castle today. They also knew that Lin Jin had left the base. The guys were going to wait for the convoy escorting the bastard with the master ring. Luo Yu was intently watching the convoy from the ambush. He wanted to avenge his brother's death, but suddenly he saw a large fiery explosion. At this moment, Lin Jin came out of the forest. He said that the two companions had already been shot down by the commander, and the gentleman was going to deal with the nasty young man himself. Their conversation was interrupted by Commander Su. He had interrupted all of Luo Yu's team members and was here solely to protect Master Blacklight. After a while, Boss Su and his assistant continued on their way beside the convoy. Su-heng was very grateful for their protection and was going to definitely repay them. 2 days later, the young man was finally at Blacklight Castle. It had been a long journey, and the burgomaster immediately called the boy to him to check on the changes. Jogu carefully examined the dragon, touching all the claws and even looking into the mouth. The boy said that the dragon was better off not moving. The lord said that many subordinates were destroyed in the city, even where armored and heavily armored wolves were tamed. In fact, the master already knew that the forest master had secretly returned. Everyone who would come to the forest, except for the highest members of Sinfire, would die. This time, the base master was very pleased with the hero's success. He not only exceeded the training requirements, but also played an important role in the investigation of the poaching incident in the forest. As a reward, the young man asked for the supreme dragon scale that he had been awarded once. He also asked the master to help with the reward for Lin Jin. The character recalled that at that time in the grizzly forest, if it wasn't for Brother Lin who sacrificed his main beast to save Su-heng, he might not have returned. The burgomaster said that after the Chinese New Year, he could send the guy a golden-green flame tiger, because Lin was a good candidate. In addition, the boss had prepared a villa in the inner fort for the hero, so that the guy would move there with his sister. The tournament was about to start soon, so Su-heng needed to take care of business. In the world of masters, strength was to be honored and one had to fight and show one's strength during battle. Boss Su asked the boy to choose 2 items besides scales. On the way home, Jogu's words made Su-heng think for a long time. After surviving the incident with Sinfire, the hero realized that he could make a moral choice for himself. It implied that man had to solve everything through his power, to prove his place through his strength. When the young man returned home, his sister immediately threw her arms around him. She had heard from the guards that he had been attacked on the road and was very excited. At home, Su-ching was not alone. Her colleagues from the General Service Department of Plantation Management and the Material Processing Department of the Resource Management Bureau came to visit her. The sister was very angry. She selected for her brother the best girls, with a great figure and talent to cook, but the boy did not pay any attention to them at all. Su-heng said that he was very tired and wanted to go back to his room to rest and take a nap, so he refused to eat dinner. Although the hero refused to go on a blind date, he couldn't resist Su-chi's desire. The rest of the dinner passed in an awkward atmosphere. It was only when Su-heng reached the treasure-seeking beast that it caught the attention of the 3 women. The beast cheered them all up. He tried hard. Su-ki asked the Bharat to escort the girls home, because it was already quite late. The young ladies said that they lived very close to each other, so it was not necessary. Suddenly, the boy heard a familiar sound. It was the sound of a monster. Su immediately left the girls and there was complete silence. From around the corner, a large beast began to appear. It was an adult low-level, dangerous-looking, ferocious rat. The hero was very surprised that the rat could reach such a huge size. Storm rats usually lived in packs as well. Perhaps they mutated after accidentally eating the corpse of some animal. The brave hero ordered the girls not to move and released the snake dragon outside. The little boy frightened the wild rats, and they started to run away. No one had ever escaped from a dragon before. The beast used the power of acceleration and rushed after the small creatures, which turned into a bloody mess in a second. When the soldiers came running to the battlefield, all the rats were already dead. 2 months ago, the lizard would have had to sweat a lot, but today, the little guy had killed them as easily as he would have killed a chicken. At this time of year, the rooftops were short of food, so they dug the ground in search of food. Su Heng asked the guards to request a blood-tailed cat from the security bureau. Seeking the hero wanted the 4 rats to be sent to the chambers of the inner fort. The guards were to say that Su Huang of the 73 Villa had taken them away. The villas in the neighborhood of Blacklight Fortress were rich and famous. It was mostly a compound for craftsmen. The villa, number 73 that Zhou He gave to Su Heng, was originally Zhou He's personal residence. Therefore, he was very much envied. The one who made the most noise was Lu Ling, who lived in the house across the street. But when he saw Su Qing's sister, he fell silent. Hero doubted that this old man could have any thoughts about his older sister. The young master who owned 2 pets had other plans to recycle rat corpses. Combined with the dragon transformation and discovery skills, transforming consumables was costly. The black thick slurry that was used to make the strange items was a strategic material. The hero shouldn't have sold large quantities that could be traced. The mutated ferocious rats he had encountered this time made the guy remember another thing from the old codex. It was a type of spirit incense bloodline. Perfume was capable of mimicking the illusion of a blood bond between the master and his pets. It had the ability to briefly immerse pet and host to accelerate the creation of a mental bond, even for those who had not yet become taming masters. It also accelerated the establishment of a spiritual connection with the young animal in the egg. Ancestral incense was supposed to be a hot commodity. According to the recipe of the Old Dragon Codex, one had to extract incense from the corpses of ferocious rats. After combining all the ingredients and combining the substances, distillation and purification finally took place. It was a great way to make money. When everything was ready, under the influence of the incense of the bloodline, the hero and his treasure-seeking beast entered the illusion at the same time. Su Heng seemed to have become the old father of the treasure-seeking beast. An adult beast that after the baby was born, he took the baby every day to search for treasures and found a huge treasure mountain. After the perfume, the master felt a slight blurring of consciousness. He had to hurry to turn the beast into a dragon. The next day, the hero came to the burgomaster's treasury. He apologized to the Grand Master for being late, for he had been so busy moving that he had forgotten about the meeting. The door to the vault was very strange, tentacles wrapped around Lin Fu's arms. It was a parasitic beast keeper of a particularly dangerous species. The crocodile slave squid was a mystic and a dual lineage guardian. His natural sign was solid gold, which could enhance the strength of the entire treasure trove. Whoever opened the door must have gotten a verbal agreement from the host, or else be eaten in one gulp. The second floor of the hall was also considered a reserve. The Lord had been following the master of the fortress for many years, but this was the first time he had seen the master promise a low-rank master to take 3 items. The second floor treasure room was a huge, complicated place. It gave the impression that it was a library with all the treasures neatly arranged. On top of the treasure was a box that looked like glowing glass. The hero's eyes widened, but he knew exactly what he had to take. All the while, a dangerous-looking evil eye monitor was watching from the ceiling. This thing possessed the racial energy skill, flash of light and shadow. This monitor showed everything even clearer than an X-ray. The hero didn't know how many other security measures there were in this treasury. Su Heng summoned the treasure seeker to take him to the dragon scales and the 2 materials needed to transform the dragon. With the help of the treasure-seeking beast, the young man managed to find an hidden treasure scale and 100 grams of spiritual essence. When the young boy finally found all the necessary ingredients, Lin Fu approved of this solution, but asked why the boy needed the stone. The master said that a secret levitation stone was embedded in this brick. The secret floating stone was a treasure that could only be found on the 3rd floor. All the materials needed to perform the dragon transformation ceremony had now been gathered. Su Heng studied the words of the transformation ceremony. The young man thought the beast would be something like a serpent dragon, but it was simple and crude enough. The transformation ceremony was about to begin. Blacklight Castle Lord Zhou, he had a total of 9 disciples. Su Heng was one of his youngest masters. Su Heng's 8 siblings held important positions in Blacklight Castle. It could be said that they were the core and backbone of the castle. They were real and very strong masters. A meeting was planned, but it was originally between Bai Su Su and Xiu Na's older sister. At the meeting, they were going to discuss the hunting guard. The third brother took this opportunity for Su Heng to get to know the 2 older sisters. Hence, there was all this rashness from the doorstep. Master had designated Bai Su Su to create the 8th guard. She needed to gather everyone. The girl said she was almost done and was picking up the last member. Kyona revealed that the hunting guard was a special unit of the castle. Not only Blacklight Settlement, but also other settlements usually formed a hunting guard. The hunting lodge tracked the young of all sorts of dangerous creatures in the vast wilderness, as well as searching and gathering various materials and treasures for the main purpose. The hunting guard consisted of 4 warriors and 12 attendants. There were 7 existing guards in the Blacklight assembly area. Kyona said that the castle used the beast eggs brought by the guards to select masters. That was why it was a very important organization. She told me that there was a girl named Reina, who became a master 2 years ago. She had a mature ironwood specimen and a mature sleeping butterfly. All of them belonged to the mid-level dangerous species. In addition, she had recently acquired a young, particularly dangerous bloodlion species. This was a girl with great potential. Luling decided to introduce his brother as the new member of the guard. He said that the boy had only been working as a foreman for 3 months, and he only had 1 pet, but it was a very dangerous species. Master said that Su Heng had a snake dragon about a month ago. The pet was already mid-height by the time Ling dealt with the northern section of the defense. The hero decided to show his dragon to the team, but slightly miscalculated its size. The serpent lizard had only recently become this size and was at a late stage of growth. Kyona decided that the boy needed practice. She invited him to join her hunting guard so that he could practice his fighting skills. Her hunting guards were in full force. Su was only missing 1, so Kyona said that the young master would be at her disposal in the future. The man who came after Su Hyun Tim. It was Jolie's father's son, who was also in the pharmacy where the character was trying to sell incense to the family tree. To handle the 6 Lands tournament, the kid planned to sell everything and as fast as possible and take the snake dragon to the next level, because perfume was a new drug that had never appeared in Blacklight. Its price was as high as 100,000 per vial. Su Heng could only send the medicine to the pharmacy for free, but Tim came with him today to purchase a large amount of incense. The gentleman wanted to buy more than 10 vials of incense. On his cards lay exactly 1 million prepared by his father to pay for all the vials. Lu Yu finally saw the entire guard in front of her. She said that Blacklight had a part of Blacklight at stake in this tournament, so it was a great opportunity for the guys. They had to get a good rating so that their career path would be even broader. The guys were one team, so they had to help each other in a friendly way. The 6 Lands tournament was much farther away from the castle. However, thanks to the good roads, the actual travel time was much shorter, and the route could be traveled in about 2 days. This time, in addition to Blacklight, Red Scorpion City, Lianying Castle, Luanxia City, and Luyan City participated in the tournament. Although Blacklight Castle was very strong, the other 5 places also had their own specialized techniques. For now, Lu Yu's team stopped for a rest. The third group was to stay up the first half of the night and check the fortifications around the camp. The first and second groups had to prepare food for themselves and their pets. While Su Heng was busy cooking, his ring glowed. The treasure-seeking beast came out, its body glowing with bright energy. Suddenly, the young man noticed that he was wearing dragon scales. It was dragon bloodline, bestowed by the scales the hero had taken from the treasury. After the treasure-seeking beast swallowed the secret floating stone, he had the ability to fly. He was damn lucky, and the young man was overjoyed. Such dangerous creatures as red-scaled beasts, scaly beasts, fire-scaled beasts, fire-scaled beasts, and the like that were born with scales were labeled with one term. As for the mixed blood-scaled beasts, they were the offspring of scaled beasts and other dangerous creatures. Usually, all mixed blood beasts were very weak. Wang Xun was sure that mixed blood pets were the same as their masters. He said that the great battle was about to start soon, and the guy didn't know how much time he had to feed the pet. The young man decided to start by feeding all the beasts and forget about everything else. He summoned a sand mountain lion and a steel beetle to the camp. Each of the tamers wielded their own monsters that they summoned outside. Rana released an iron demonic tree, a sleeping butterfly, and a blood lion. Lin Yuxin only had 2 pets in reserve, but they were very strong. Immediately, the roar of the ghostly flower wolf was heard, and an energy swift appeared behind it. Luo Chong felt that the team had to listen to the one who was stronger than the rest. Oi summoned the huge armored dragon outside. At this moment, Luo Chong's pet roared with anger. Its eyes filled with blood, and it came face to face with the snake dragon. It seemed like the 2 monsters were ready to kill each other. Su Heng said that it was some kind of misunderstanding. He hadn't even given an order to his dragon, but the baby was behaving strangely and had already growled at the other pet. The lizard dragon struck the other beast with its muzzle against the ground, and the hero was very displeased with this. He ordered the pet not to behave like that, for he was ashamed. The hero said that it was normal for the guys to sling mud at people and their mixed blood pets. The team had to listen to the one who was the strongest, and the weak would drag it down. Suddenly, the young master suggested that Wang Xun arrange a training session. And so that the master wouldn't be afraid, the boy let him fight together with Luo Chong and choose 4 opponents. The 4 dangerous beasts surrounded the snake dragon. It was a simple and effective tactic, but so naive in the face of absolute power. The blood wolf was the first to lash out. It roared at the surroundings and pounced on the enemy. The dragon threw him aside with its long tail in a second. The fight was gaining its momentum, passions running high. The sand lion and the armadillo pounced on their target, but the pet used the dragon's slash to deliver a crushing blow to his foes. The steel beetle followed. The dragon easily defeated all 4 opponents. His strength was not even comparable to the strongest of the enemies. In the evening, the boys gathered around the campfire. Luo Chong offered Su Heng a sluggish snow yak, but the lad said that the spotted silver fish he had been given last time was too big. The young man replied that he had been careless last time and suggested that his friend try the fish, for this time it was excellent. Eating the delicious fish, the hero realized that the concept of complete superiority of power was common among the wildlife, and for the likes of Luo Chong, it was rare. The place where the Six Lands tournament was held was called the Valley of Red Maples. The main task of the tournament was to build a special stone. Durable and self-repairing, it was erected through the joint efforts of the 6 main centers. Although expensive, it was low maintenance and no one lived here except during the start of the tournament. The tournament judging crew was made up of leading masters from Blacklight and the other 4 towns. Each referee had a professional level or higher, serving the game on one side and representing the voice of their venue on the other. When the team from Blacklight arrived at the tournament venue, they were immediately approached by Jay Fei. She was very happy to see Lu Yu and didn't expect that she was leading the team. Lu Yu said that she didn't expect to see the Red Scorpion team first. The girls giggled and planned to drink Blacklight Castle honey beer together. Suddenly, a heavy grinding of wheels was heard, a huge armored car speeding past the Red Scorpion commander. This made the girl very angry, and she went to deal with it. Ting Qi and his team member Wang Yi walked out of the car abruptly. The gentleman was the team leader from Linyun City. He laughed and asked the little girl not to get angry. Jay Fei Bronco shouted and said that the gentleman wouldn't get a single mug of honey beer. But Ting Qi said he could have a drink another time. People didn't sleep well all night as convoy after convoy came in, but thankfully all the participants and team leaders made it safely. The next day, after the traditional rules were clarified and the judges were sworn in, the Six Lands dueling tournament was officially opened. Many players gathered in the arena. A relatively fair scoring system was adopted in the dueling tournament. 30 people met each other 5 times by lot. 1 point was added for a victory, and 1 point was deducted for a defeat. The 8 with the highest scores were to advance to the final 8 that would start the finals. Before the tournament started, all participants had to go to the registration desk. According to the rules, each participant could only register 2 beasts. Su Heng decided to choose only 1 to avoid being claimed. When the young man saw the hero's choice, it made him laugh hard. He couldn't believe that a place as big as Blacklight still had such mixed blood trash. In the first qualifying round, the individual competition, each player could change his animal no more than once. If the animal lost the will to fight or was no longer able to fight, it lost. The first participants in the tournament were 2 parties, Su Heng from Blacklight Castle and Yun Hua from Luyun Castle. The young man brought a dangerous species of cloud leopard to the tournament. The nasty young man was taunting his opponent. He was telling the guy not to worry. even if he only had a beast with bloody scales. He clearly thought he was stronger than the others. When Su Heng raised the ring to the sky, he released the snake dragon outside, but things didn't go according to plan. The pet dragon abruptly flew up into the sky and then calmly went to sleep. The cloud leopard immediately pounced on the dragon with particular fury. Yunhua said that the lizard dragon didn't even have any desire to fight and ordered the leopard to fight. At this moment, the beast used a secret technique and repelled its opponent's blow with its tail. The cloud leopard immediately flew aside. One victory went to Su Heng, but Yunhua was not going to retreat. He summoned his second pet, a huge wolf, and pounced on the enemies. It took the serpent dragon 1 second to obliterate the toothy foe in a puff of smoke. The wolf's lifeless body landed right next to the first corpse. Unhappy shouts could be heard in the crowd. People thought this fight was unfair. They said that Blacklight Castle had sent a young man with a dangerous-looking beast to the tournament. Luo Chong decided to intercede and said, Snake Dragon Su hadn't reached maturity yet, and it wasn't considered exceeding the limit set by the tournament. The young man began to literally shout at the entire crowd. He said that his brother was awesome and one day all the beasts would stand at Su Heng's feet to pick them up. The first round of the Six Lands dueling tournament was basically a clash of cannon fodder from all walks of life. There were true masters like Su Heng, who could defeat their opponent with a single blow. Aside from Su Heng's complete victory over his opponent, there were also people from Blacklight who fought. Wang Xun had distinguished himself this time, and his opponent was a guy and his pets with similar strength. Reina, Wang Xun, Luo Chong, Lin Yuxin, and Lei Na, they had all racked up 1 win and 1 loss. Naturally, there were those who pretended to be pigs and watched everything that was going on. It wasn't until the 4th match that Su Heng faced the participant Wang Yi. He was among the 8 favorites with 2 mature developed dangerous species. Wang Su and Su Heng had 3 wins each, and according to experience, previous years. Usually, only a full 5-match winning streak was enough to secure a spot in the last 8. Steel Energy was an innate skill of this beast. The Steel Claw Black Tiger used the Steel Energy technique at the critical moment to strengthen its defense and stop the bleeding at the same time. The hero immediately realized that the beast wanted to use the damage-for-damage exchange technique to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The guy wasn't going to be led and ordered the Snake Dragon to activate the Energy Earth Cannon. High-speed movement and firing due to the amplification of evil-thinking bullets. Although the power couldn't kill, it was quite difficult to deal with. This was the new attack of the Snake Dragon after it entered the late growth stage. The brutal battle continues for a long time. The brave dragon tried to resist his opponent. At an unexpected moment, the referee stopped the fight and blocked the participant's path with a strip of ice. The first victory in this round went to Su Heng. Wang Yi thought the opponent's harnessed beast was a mixed blood beast and shouldn't have much fighting power. The young man didn't believe that his enemy could train a very dangerous species to a late stage of growth and still take care of another pet. So he summoned a steel beast. It was a very dangerous species 2-tailed steel beast. It resembled a mutated lizard with a shark's head, and its appearance made everyone shiver. The snake dragon rushed to attack. First, he used a wicked thought bomb to test his opponent's defense and slowly recover his strength. The terrifying monster activated a level 4 enlightenment and attacked with a double saw. The fight was gaining momentum. This was no longer a tournament for beginners. The steel beast awakened its divine rage and pounced on the snake dragon with force. It seemed that the poor pet Su was at a complete standstill. With tremendous force, the demonic beast dealt a crushing damage to the dragon and slammed it to the ground. There was virtually nothing working against its defenses. Wang Yi said that if the fight continued like this, it would only get worse. He thought that Su Haini was not worthy of being in the top 3, so he suggested that he give up. The brave dragon tried to resist with all his might, but his skills were not enough. The bloodthirsty monster was very strong and was destroying the poor pet. From the last of its strength, the dragon lizard used the power of the earth to release sharp rocks from the ground, which blocked the enemy's path for a second. This did not stop the steel beast. It continued to rush into battle. All attempts were futile. With an attack level like the dragon's, it was impossible to pierce through the steel demonic beast's armor. Only a vicious bow could pierce through the steel defense, so Su Heng ordered his dragon to act. The beast activated a crazy power and several magic beams burst out. There wasn't much time left. The dragon could use the power of the ground once more. Wang Yi needed to win quickly. so he ordered the steel monster to attack with spikes. The dragon didn't expect such an attack. His opponent released several sharp spikes. The kid was in danger. He tried to dodge them sharply. The steel monster had succeeded in distracting the enemy. It was the perfect opportunity to strike with the steel rift-tailed sniper technique. It grabbed the dragon with its strong tails. The snake dragon wanted to get out of the trap, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He fell to the ground at a great speed, but he managed to withstand the impact. The dragon couldn't take this kind of humiliation any longer. It needed to act urgently. This was his last chance, so the beast activated the 4th level enlightenment and used the mighty dragon battle hammer. Using his war hammer, the dragon managed to shatter the ice barrier. Huge chunks of ice sculpture were scattered in all directions. In this round, the victory once again went to Su Heng. With the hero's victory came a list of 5 consecutive winners who directly advanced to the quarterfinals, one person from each gathering place. They were all participants from different places, but unfortunately, Wang Yi of Liuyun was knocked out of the arena by the dragon battle hammer. People with 4 wins and 1 loss were left with 6. Unfortunately, the remaining competitors from Blacklight were not included in this list. They were now only spectators. After the qualifying rounds, 3 ended up in the last 8. The first, naturally, was Wang Yi, whose strength was undeniable. Once the top 8 were determined, the heroes only had to wait for tomorrow's battle. The format of the final torture was knockout. The finalists met one after the other. The winner went on, and the loser was eliminated from the competition. Once again, Su Heng was very lucky and was chosen first by lot. He got the weakest of the 8, Li Fei, who was a master from Lianying Castle. Within seconds of the battle, the brave hero defeated his opponent. The frustrated young man gave up, for his pet was completely beaten. Luo Chong was very proud of his friend who managed to knock out 2 dangerous pets in 20 seconds. The guy shouted at the crowd about Su Heng's dignity. Today, Xiaolo Fan from Liuyun City and Chen Ding Xuan from Chaos Sand City met in the arena for their second fight. The guys were determined. The beautiful Chen Ding summoned her dangerous pets. She possessed a red polar wolf that could tear apart anyone, and a particularly dangerous species, the windstream falcon. The young man from Liuyun wasn't poor either. He had 2 ferocious beasts at his command. He summoned a golden mantis of a dangerous kind and a fire-scaled beast of a particularly dangerous kind. The battle between the 2 was undoubtedly fierce, and the beautiful pale green feathers of the wind-flow falcon were split by the ferocious golden mantis. Only with the help of the 3 levels of wind energy technique was he able to defeat the enemy. In the second battle, the windstream falcon did not have time to use up most of the fire beast's physical strength, and then hastily lost the battle. Chengding sent her strongest pet red polar wolf into the arena. Originally, the beast couldn't compare to the fiery, scaly monster, but this time, the rivalry was straightforward. Xiaoluo Fang's unsuccessful exit from the tournament also meant that they were officially out of the battle for a place in the ruins of Blood Forest. The third battle of the day involved Ji Mei from Red Scorpion City and Quan Jing from Lianying. Sweet Ji owned particularly dangerous pets. They were the Scorpion King and the Blood Scorpion. The kid was also quite a strong opponent, with some particularly dangerous beasts imprisoned in his arsenal. He brought out the Fire Monkey and the Explosive Beast. In the fight, Scorpion flicked his tail in his sturdy armor and was about to give the monkey a workout with Scorpion's venom. Grabbing his tail, the Fire Ape threw Scorpion to the ground and turned the tide of the fight. In the second battle, the Explosive Beast tried to make a long-range strike, but he was opposed by a large scorpion who could hide in the ground. This time, Quan Zheng succumbed to luck, and Ji Mei successfully entered the quarterfinals. In the next battle, Wang Yi met a guy whose strength was not much greater than Su Heng's. The young man was very dissatisfied because last time he had gotten a pervert with a particularly dangerous appearance. The battle ended sadly for Wang Yi, as his beast was literally mocked by a bloodthirsty eagle. He had no choice but to surrender. Lian Yin had the same score with the hero. The young man was torn from the inside out with rage. He only now realized what a lowlife Su Heng was when he humiliated Master Wang Yi. The angry guy took out his main power and replaced it with a monkey. It was an evolved form of a fire ape of a dangerous species in its initial stage of development. The ruthless fire ape stood face to face with the serpent dragon. Its strength exceeded all possible imaginings. This fight was going to be tough. The evolved ape form jumped into the air and began to emit fire rays with its entire body. She used her agility to wear down her opponent. The dragon was in danger. His speed was not enough to dodge all the fire blasts. He was desperately moving in different directions so that the fire wouldn't hit him. The opponent could use the dragon hammer technique at any moment, so the fiery, merciless ape immediately activated its shield. The flame fury armor made the monster even stronger. It was a fierce battle. The dragon's strength was almost running out. The fire monkey gathered its energy and pounced on the enemy, but the dragon managed to stop it with its body. The chance of victory was getting smaller and smaller. The bloodthirsty fire monster used the head strike technique to destroy the enemy. The head was the strongest defense and attack. The technique the hero was going to defeat was not the hammer. The ferocious dragon used a modified snake dragon technique, compressed evil beam. At this moment, something incredible happened. The dragon spewed a huge stream of compressed energy. Everything around him was shining with 1,000 lightning bolts, and suddenly an evil beam pierced through the monkey. The spilled blood of the fire ape ended this brutal fight. Su Heng of Blacklight Castle won another round and proved his true strength. In the second round, Lian Yin was going to miss nothing. He realized that the previous round hadn't exhausted the snake dragon at all, and the will to fight was insane, so the young man needed to be difficult. The opponent's hawk lion was very good at aerial combat, but the snake dragon had never participated in aerial battles before. Su Heng was worried, but he was going to think of something. Suddenly, Lu Yu came up from the stands and said that she had the authority to make a decision on behalf of the players and refuse. The leader's sudden decision puzzled the hero for a while, but he soon realized what the matter was. It turned out that this sixth-place tournament was just a competition for 3 places to enter the ruins of the Blood Forest. First, second, and third place had exactly the same rewards. In the leader's opinion, it was best to gain reputation. The point was to maintain strength after entering the sacred place and gain the most benefit. In the end, Su Heng won the qualification to enter the ruins, finishing second in the finals. Lian Ying Yimei took the second and third places. After the tournament ended, Lu Yu told Su Heng that he had become the second Blacklight Master to get a spot in the last 3 Six Lands tournament. Before that, Bai Su's sister Bai Su had also gotten a spot. The girl said that the ruins of the Blood Forest were home to many young animals that were extremely rare in the outside world, and their potential often became amazing. They fed off the energy of the secret forest. These beasts were so valuable that they were often hard to find. According to the agreement with the owner of the ruins, you couldn't take many beasts with you. The ruins of the Blood Forest were rich in rare materials of the blood and dragon systems. They could be used to exchange them with other masters. It was an ideal place to search for treasures. During her years of research, Lu Yu had learned that these lands were so vast that even the amount being researched was less than 10 times smaller than the ruins themselves. The Forest Lord had promised to protect all the winners of the tournament, but one couldn't forget about safety himself. There were quite a few people who were completely buried in secrecy by the relic. The leader gave the young master an artifact before sending it off. The castle master sealed a trace of his first pet's power into it, which was originally intended for a duel. The winners of the tournament, along with the wizards, were at the entrance to the bloody ruins. The mental energy that created a whole circle with ancient signs was supposed to open the entrance. The great masters held on to the magic orbs and created incredible energy around them. This power opened a heavenly portal from which the head of an ancient dinosaur appeared. The crushing magic power opened the portal more and more strongly. Through this tunnel, it was possible to overcome the energy barrier and enter the secret place. The hero was given a month to research. After that time, he would be sent here by the Lord of the Ruins of the Blood Forest. At this moment, the bloodthirsty dinosaur said that the Lord had sent him after the winners of the tournament, and it was necessary to brand them with his scent. This would scare away all the beasts in the forest. But if any of the participants dared to enter the inner zone or the blood core, even the smell of a dinosaur wouldn't help them. The creatures there weren't of his level. The heroes went through a magical tunnel and an energy portal took them to a strange place. There were bare and cold rocks, among which lived a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The bloody Tyrannosaurus didn't just leave its mark on the heroes, it literally poured its saliva over them like a bucket. Because of this ceremony, the boys were soaked to the skin. The unique watering was done. Rex said that now the heroes could do research, and their next meeting would be in a month. At Ji Mei's suggestion, all 3 of them split up and went to the places they had previously explored. In fact, Ever since last night when the hero met Lu Yu, he had been thinking about how to reveal his two beast. There was no good way to do it. Today, after hearing Ji-mei's suggestion, the young man agreed to leave them and not show the two beasts. The little treasure hunter was showing the hero the way the whole way. Su Heng was unsure if the thing he needed was growing in this place. The book said that the plants liked shade but needed dry conditions. The place they came to had nothing to do with dryness. For a long time more, the hero traveled through the bloody ruins, following the beast's lead as it searched for treasure. The little beast could now fly and was heavy. Flying past the river, the heroes found themselves in another area. Suddenly, the treasure hunter darted sharply to one side. He had spotted something important. There was a molting grass growing nearby. In the old Dragon Codex, it had a name like Scaly Transformation Grass. It was a miracle born from the dragon's scales after it fell into the specific environment where it had been for thousands of years. The plant allowed individuals with weak dragon bloodlines to take it and get a chance to transform into a dragon species called Jiaolong. The hero knew that the longer the plant was, the more likely it was to turn into a dragon. It changed color every 10 years and added a leaf every 7 years. Suddenly, the treasure hunter squeaked and threw himself into his master's arms. The snake dragon was also restless, so the young man realized that they were in danger. In the place where the grass grew thickly, many creatures of the dragon family hid and hunted. They were guarding the ripening of the scaly grass for the purpose of devouring it. The scaly flower was guarded by a urea toad of a particularly dangerous species. It was an aquatic, lightning-fast and poisonous creature that had reached the mature stage. The ugly toad came here just to get the beautiful flower. She aimed clearly and jumped high into the air to eat it. The toad was already waiting for the giant dark crocodile of the deep pond. It was a particularly dangerous water beast, so the toad was going to be finished. Suddenly, the toad puffed up its throat and opened its mouth wide. Her body began to emit electricity, and this helped her to subdue the bloodthirsty crocodile a little. The toad's first movement was limited, so it seemed like it wouldn't get out of this situation. But suddenly it started to inflate more, and it created a crazy amount of tension. It was a real fierce battle of dangerous species in which the toad created such a strong energy that ruined not only the crocodile, but all the fish in the neighborhood. After defeating the silly water monster, the toad set its sights on its delicacy again. The smell of the flower made her drool, and she only lightly touched the leaves with her tongue. Suddenly, her dreams of devouring the scaly flower were shattered again. An enraged crocodile snuck onto dry land and pounced on the toad to kill it. The cool crocodile escaped from the clutches of death and tore the ugly toad to pieces. It was a sight to behold, so the hero watched the battle of the species with horror. While the crocodile was chasing after the toad's last paw, Su Heng decided to pick up the scaly flower. At first, he had only dreamed of it, but now he held it in his hands. The danger was over. The precious plant was now in place, and so now the boy could run away. The pets looked at him as if he were a fool. The heroes ran away from the place where the flower grew to avoid danger. Suddenly, a small animal searching for treasure smelled a strange odor. There was a tantalizing smell coming from the flower that drove the snake dragon crazy. Su Heng realized that this scent could attract the attention of a wild crocodile. The hero underestimated the attractive smell of this plant to dragon creatures, so he decided to remedy the situation. He offered the dragon to eat the flower, and the dragon gladly swallowed it. With such an offense, the little boy could not hold back his tears. He cried loudly on the hero's shoulder. Su Heng had completely forgotten that the treasure hunter had also become a dragon after turning into a dragon. The kid promised the little guy to find something else tasty for him to eat. At this they agreed, and even made up on their little fingers. The dragon was behaving very strangely on the way. The scaly flower had given him a boost, so he was racing as fast as he could. Suddenly it stopped abruptly, as if it sensed trouble. Something suddenly happened to the beast. It was as if it was sick. Its skin scales began to tear off. Su Heng was very scared and tried to treat the pet's wounds. After making a few more dangerous maneuvers in the air, the dragon failed to control his body and collapsed into the forest with tremendous force. His body looked torn and lifeless. The master realized that the plant's energy had begun to take effect, and there was no telling how much time the dragon needed to recover. The hero needed to act now. The young man decided not to return the beast to the ring, but to watch it during the night. He made a sort of bed for the dragon, so that it could recover in peace. Each evolution of animals was accompanied by more and more danger and pain. And one day, evolution was confronted with the limitations of its own lineage. At this time, the masters had to make the difficult decision to change their main pet. Those pets that could not keep up with progress were becoming a hindrance. Masters could also take on stronger and more advanced pets. Even a strong master like Joe, he was faced with this choice. Even his weakest pet Scarlet Wolf was among the strongest among the pets. Of course, based on emotion or voluntary breaking of the mental bond with the tamed animal, this would cause great mental and spiritual trauma to the master. Therefore, masters did not abandon such pets and did not leave them to their fate. Instead, they were placed in a certain place and artificially fed for the rest of their lives. The hero decided to do everything in his power to help the dragon evolve. After a while, when the guy least expected it, the snake dragon suddenly rose to its paws. He looked perfectly healthy and strong. The snake dragon's scales were literally reborn and glistened in the sun, and its height reached as much as 6 meters. This was great news and was a sign of maturity. Thanks to the power of the scaly snake grass, the dragon was very close to maturity and was about to show its most perfect form. The plant allowed him to understand the new skill, Dragon Sleep. This skill could not only be used on the snake dragon itself. It could help other beasts and even Su's master quickly recover their injury and physical abilities while they slept. Seeing Su Heng, who had been up all night, the snake dragon hoped that he could get a good night's sleep. The two of them did not expect the fact that they were mentally tired. The Dragon Codex has also changed dramatically with new information. Previously, the limitations of the dragon's lineage was always a problem that the hero tried not to think about. If the lizard lineage was chosen as the primary lineage, there were 23 paths of evolution for the snake dragon to move toward the serpent species. Among them were intermediate types of horror. The hammer-tailed dragon lizard was known for its huge hammer tail, the destructive power of which was comparable to that of a tank's main gun. The electric horned dragon lizard was born with the power of lightning and had a sharp horn capable of releasing lightning. This horn was also an indestructible battle weapon. In addition, there were intermediate horror species as well as high-level species such as the hill dragon lizard, magma dragon lizard, and battle dragon lizard. Among them was the battle lizard dragon. It was a race of dragons going the way of meat shields and firepower. They were on the same power level as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The battle system could be called a mobile military fortress. Its signature technology, the fusion of steel fire, metal flamestorm, more could make the enemy afraid to live. Su Heng was sure that ordinary masters and even teachers of this level would cry tears of joy after obtaining one of these evolution methods. Now the hero was faced with a hard choice. If his dragon would choose the serpent dragon bloodline, he would have 37 evolutionary paths. One of them was a mist dragon. It was a terrifying kind of dragon with a mist and water system that could fly in the clouds and be invisible there. But Su Heng thought this ability was catchy. There were 11 ways to transform into a high-level horror species using the dragon snake lineage. These included the earth, wind, shock, tengu, thunder, and other dragon snakes among others. The earth dragon could inherit the talent of the earth systems perfectly, but the hero dragon lacked the evil systems, causing it to lose its strength. The dragon of evil, lightning, wind, and thunderbolt belonged to the highest level of horrors. It had perfect racial potential, but it was very bulky. The hero realized that the wind and thunder dragon was the perfect choice for the serpent dragon. The earth system's defense mechanisms had been discarded in favor of more powerful flying attacks. Now that the hero had a direction, he set off. They hadn't encountered anything of value in the last 3 days, and judging by the map, they were moving the wrong way. When the treasure-seeking beast became a dragon, it had a new ability. With his mind energy, he could exchange the images he had explored in Su Heng's eyes. With the treasure hunter's help, the young heroes saw before them 2 dragon beasts that had grown in magical aura. They were chasing a tree. The tree that could walk immediately seemed familiar to the boy. According to the old dragon code, a tree that absorbed energy was considered extinct. Such rare trees were not a species of this world and came from the outer void. Most of them spent their lives in the boundless darkness of the void. At the beginning of their lives, they floated in the void as seeds and grew by absorbing all sorts of bursts of energy. They were there until they would absorb enough in a tidal wave of void energy to germinate again, until the seed form would be destroyed. The energy-absorbing trees that appeared in this world were the seeds of the outer void. They fell to the ground by following the cracks in the secret lands. The energy-absorbing trees belonged to 4 extremely dangerous systems: the void, magic, devouring, and plastic systems. The tree was capable of consuming large amounts of energy, storing it in its body, and growing it as fruit when needed. It helped the beasts a lot, quenched their thirst, and had many pluses. The trees could also absorb energy and produce fruits with the same properties by consuming samples. When the tree ate a fruit or higher-order ingredient, it could immediately create it again. For the hero, it was an entire laboratory. The young man said that every craftsman with wood could easily create an entire army of high-quality pets, and this pleased the dragon. Flying past the dangerous beasts that were chasing the tree, the treasure-seeking beast smacked one of them in the head with a rock. He was taunting and was definitely waiting for a response. The stones came one after another, but the energy-consuming tree dodged them. Suddenly, another projectile hit the monster right in the butt. At this moment, a slight tension was felt in the air, and the monsters froze in place. A huge dragon's hammer appeared in the sky and charged at one beast's head. In its mature stage, the monster was indeed worthy of being a dangerous species. Even after the dragon hammer, it only passed out. This technique was unable to kill it. Meanwhile, the naughty dragons had already started to take out the energy-absorbing tree. The tree was crying quietly as the pets had already prepared knives and forks. Such a great opportunity was not to be missed. So the hero ordered the dragons to bind this tree. It was the only way to save the rare species from death. Su Heng needed to make a pact. The moment his mind energy connected with the energy-absorbing tree, a strange image appeared in his mind. With a gold chain and cool glasses, the tree turned into a real pop star. He performed on stage and sang a song about his cool life. In his new image, the tree was very hipster. He was rapping about how he lived quietly, and then he became the target of an attack and was caught red-handed. Su Heng offered the new comrade a high-quality treasure hunter's food. He said that if the tree liked it, he could eat the snake dragon food as well. Even after a hearty dinner, the tree refused to be the hero's pet. The boy was not satisfied with this, and he told his dragons that the tree had eaten all their food. While the dragons were tumbling around with the tree in the sand and trying to fight for high-quality food, the young man remembered about his bloodline essence. Giving the tree an incense bloodline, Su Heng and the tree simultaneously fell into the illusion created by the essence. The young man felt as if he had transformed into a mature tree. The boy had never experienced feelings like floating in an endless void. It was like a strange magical fairy tale. One day, the hero came across a colorful seed that turned out to be a tree. Being a large tree, Su put down roots on the void meteor to become the seed's father. The little tree, absorbing energy, considered the boy his family. This news made the heroes very happy, as if it had all happened for real. Now that there was a special bond between them, the boy decided to make a deal with him. An incredible glow dazzled everyone around and made it clear that the tree was nearing the end of its growth phase. The mental energy output from this contract was so great that the hero was able to achieve a glow in his eyes. This was the stage of spiritual cultivation. Through the light, vision could be produced. From this stage, the master had also completely stabilized the spiritual cultivation level. Now the hero's reputation had been upgraded. Su Heng asked the tree to reproduce back the fruits he had already eaten. Apples immediately sprang from the branches. It was a great investment. The hipster tree decided to show another gig, and this time he read out a rap about his fruit. He sang that copying food was easy but not delicious. The young master noticed that all the fruits had a steel color. The iron marrow fruit looked like a round iron ball. It was actually a true energy fruit. According to Blacklight's records, there was a huge forest with these fruits in the ruins of the Blood Forest. However, in this forest of iron bone fruits, there was a very dangerous species of steel-armored rhinos. Because of them, it was difficult for an ordinary person to get the fruits. The greatest effect of using such a fruit was that after its ingestion, a strong, steel-like film was formed on the surface of the animal's skin. After eating the fruit, the scaly beast's scale strength increased. The snake dragon had absolutely no change at all, so Su Heng ordered for more fruit to be made. The tree created so much fruit that its strength ran out. This took its toll, and the iron bones allowed the dragon to change its body greatly. Unexpectedly, the snake dragon had reached a level of maturity in terms of defense. Its body literally glistened, reflecting the sun's rays, and its scales shone. The energy-absorbing tree could reach a supreme, terrifying form and become a dragon. A beast protector could transform energy into a huge shield. The terrifying form was capable of creating dragon blades that attacked beasts. They transformed the absorbed energy into indestructible energy blades. There was a secret ritual in a book of ancient dragons that could turn everything around the hero into dragons. Now the hero realized that he could begin his journey of restoration with such knowledge. A supremely terrifying form that absorbed energy tree dragon was a secondary dragon-looking beast that gained 2 attributes. After checking the old dragon codex, Su Heng informed the treasure hunter of the materials needed to turn a tree into a dragon. Unfortunately, after running all over the plains, they never found anything. For this reason, the hero changed his next stop to the Forest of Black Tombs. Most of the grass growing in the Black Tomb Forest had an eerie dark red, almost black color. The entire forest was dark and gloomy and resembled a black graveyard. It was far more dangerous than the plain the heroes were on, because there were numerous and challenging insect populations living there. The dangerous place had to be visited. According to Blacklight's predecessor, quite a few beasts of a horrifying kind had been buried in the area. Some people collected treasures in the form of the dragon crashflower, which could only grow on the corpse of a horrifying-looking dragon. With the help of the energy-absorbing tree, the snake dragon finally digested all the residual energy of the scaly grass in its body and successfully entered the maturity stage. According to the document, there was supposed to be a stream in the forest, but it had dried up and turned into a 10-meter ravine. This was destruction that could only have been caused by a terrorist species. The heroes walked on, but encountered monsters that were still 2 days away. They had encountered more dangerous species here than they had in the entire previous week. The boy realized that the whole path didn't match the map. Suddenly, he felt some cold-blooded breath at his back. A huge, bloodthirsty lizard was standing behind him. Dodging sharply, the guy avoided being bitten by a monster of a super dangerous kind. It was a giant, evolved green boa constrictor. The heroes were in danger. Their opponent had great strength and was at a mature stage. The boa constrictor pounced on the boys with great speed, but they deftly dodged the attack. When the cold killer was ready to tear his opponents apart, the snake dragon managed to fly into the cave. There was too small an exit, so now the heroes were safe. The master realized that if they went back the way they had come, they would surely encounter the python again. No more mistakes could be made. With the help of the tree, the treasure hunter entered the middle growth phase. The detection radius of the natural skill had also increased to 15 kilometers. This time, the treasure was already very close. The closer the hero came, the more his heart beat with fear. In the direction indicated by the treasure-seeking beast, a strong pressure was felt with every kilometer. It seemed to the young master that a ferocious beast was constantly roaring in his ears. Of course, because of this terrible pressure, the boy did not meet any other dangerous species along the way. When they were almost there, due to the great pressure of the serpent dragon, it was almost impossible for it to fly. Su Heng was afraid that this area was the territory of a group of terrifying creatures. The protagonist is presented with a cave inside a black forest, facing the possible existence of a higher kind of terror and even a deadly threat. The reason why Su Heng decided to move forward was because he chose to believe in the rich metaphysics of a treasure hunter's repeated successes. Soon the snake dragon led the boy to the source of the aura. Just as the treasure hunter had said, it was empty and free of any dangerous creatures. The nest was located in a huge cave, and the entire entrance was more than 10 meters high. The highest point exceeded 20 meters in height and resembled the lair of a huge dragon. The whole cave was filled with bones and skeletons, but the brave master was very surprised to see the dragon's bloody pool in the huge lair. Then the boy realized that the transition from plums to seeds really existed. Dangerous creatures had created a wild, primitive civilization. The dragon blood pool was part of this civilization. To nurture their offspring, some dragon-like creatures created a special breeding tool, the blood pool. To increase the potential and concentration of dragon bloodlines in offspring, the way the pool was created was bloody, barbaric, and primitive. It was created from the essence of the blood and even life force of a huge number of dragon creatures. The dragons needed to drink from the pool to increase their strength. This was a true treasure of the ancient dragons, so the hero summoned his pets to drink the contents of the pool. The two beasts immediately set to work. Su Heng He was very happy about such a find, but his beasts drank too slowly, so the boy summoned the energy-absorbing tree to help. At that moment, a miracle happened. The tree absorbed energy at a tremendous speed and grew, creating countless fruits. The tree had used its strongest energy to stage a real raid. Now it had intensified, and its branches were much larger. After this crazy technique, the guys noticed strange crystals in the cave. The treasure-seeking beast pounced on them in panic. According to the old dragon code, blood and marrow were not innate. They were accompanied by a pool of blood and dragon springs, forming a kind of treasure after birth. To create such a treasure required the life force and blood essence of a dragon descendant of a level no lower than terror. The bone marrow was needed to transform a snake dragon into a dragon. At the bottom of the pool, there was a dragon brain lying in a knot-deep layer. Su Heng was afraid that there were almost 100 big and small pieces, and the number of descendants was not limited to 5. This was not to be trifled with. The master knew that it would take at least 10 descendants of horror-level dragons to condense that much marrow. When the heroes already had to get out of the cave, a cocoon suddenly appeared there, purifying their ancestral lair. The energy surrounded the entire ancestral lair. It was clear that the treasure-seeking beast had activated the bloodline purification ability. Violent purification could not only help, but also seriously injure the beast. The talented teen decided to start by collecting an energy-absorbing tree. And when the treasure hunter would be cleared, the boy was going to hit the road. Su knew how dangerous the huge lair was, but his heart was ordering him to run, so he wanted to pack everything up and get out as quickly as possible. He took the tree in a ring, but 2 mysterious giant eggs with blood-red parts covered in red lines appeared right below him. It was a great chance for the snake dragon to eat as much as possible within 10 minutes. The hero told him that after that time was up, they had to leave. Exactly 10 minutes later, the snake dragon was still finishing off the scaly armor of one of the best types of horrors. But it was time to leave, so Su packed his bag. Suddenly, the master tamer sensed danger and started running. The heroes had to leave quickly, but the treasure hunter was about to get out. The heroes ran behind the cave to hide. They noticed a huge herbivorous dinosaur nearby and decided to hide behind it until the beast would come out of the egg. At this moment, a star appeared in the sky, from which an incredibly strong flow of energy was coming out. The magical power tore the herbivorous dinosaur into small pieces. The strong energy was coming out more and more, and had already enveloped the entire space with energy lightning. It was very dangerous. It was chaos. A monstrous, bloodthirsty monster appeared out of the thick smoke. The immense strength of the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex of mature age spread throughout the entire bloody forest. The demonic monster had turned the 1,000-year-old rocks into a veritable ruin. Suddenly, a treasure hunter appeared from under the rubble. Now there was nothing to worry about. The heroes saddled the dragon and wanted to escape, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex attacked them with huge energy balls. The orb was like a searing bright sun. The bloodthirsty monster wanted to make a hole and save his eggs. So gathering all his strength, Rex directed a murderous stream of crushing energy at his opponents. This force wore a huge scale of destruction and created a magical explosion. The heroes managed to avoid being hit by this attack, and they flew out of the epicenter of the explosion with a bullet. The treasure hunter had successfully purified himself and became a super dangerous type of dragon beast. It swiftly flew forward, but it was not allowed to exceed a height of up to 40 meters. The hero had valuable eggs in his bag, so he was worried about the hunter's still immature body. The newborn dragon did incredible things and maneuvered in the sky like a hawk. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. This was the benefit of cleansing the bloodline. The beast was using a natural concealment technique to protect itself. It was a difficult moment that could have ended up being fatal. But fortunately, the treasure hunter cleared the bloodline in time and saved the master. The terrifying monster was left alone in the forest. His rage had no limit, so he directed his murderous energy far into the sky to reach his enemies. A stream of infernal power rushed past the heroes with great speed, but the treasure-seeking beast dodged the attack in time. The distance was already huge, but the power still reached the hero. The terrifying Tyrannosaur was not going to retreat, so it used the bloody hell technique. Hundreds of deadly charges flew straight at the defenseless heroes. This attack was just a tickle for the treasure hunter. Using the god's natural speed technique, he formed a protective ball around himself and deftly flew out of the battlefield. The born treasure hunter did a great job with his first battle. The heroes managed to escape from the clutches of the Tyrannosaurus and save the precious eggs. Su Heng slept through the night using the fruits of the energy-absorbing tree. The treasure hunter did not sleep. He could now be called a dragon. According to the dragon code, treasure-seeking beasts were already born with abilities. They possessed treasure-seeking talent, treasure summoning, and mystical premonition. The treasure-seeking talent originally possessed by the treasure-seeking beast had already been fully explored by the hero. The little one had found many precious things for him. Treasure summoning could induce some special treasures to emerge from their hidden state. And Mystic Premonition was far superior to the previous ability. The treasure-seeking dragon might not be great at fighting, but it was certainly good at petty thievery. This was only to Su Heng's advantage. In addition to concealment and Godspeed, the treasure seeker gained the mystic skill of dragon soul transformation by purifying his bloodline. It was similar to the ghosts from ancient texts, but it was a way of harnessing mental energy. The beast could collect the souls of dead dragons to use for its own purposes. With the hunter's help, Su Heng was like a tiger with wings. The herb they were looking for could only be considered as a snack, but now the hero had gotten it, and everything else fell into his hands. In Oka's blink of an eye, it was time to leave the bloody ruins. Lady Lu had ordered the secret lands to be explored and forbade young pets to be taken out of the secret place unless they were tethered by a spirit bond tamer. The young man was tormented by doubts. If there was a horrible species in the eggs, he couldn't just tame it with his powers and incense bloodline. The idea of a hero was inspired by the green boa constrictor he encountered last time, and a deep-sea giant crocodile that was so angry it was going crazy. These reptilian beasts shared a common chemical trait. It involved swallowing prey with its mouth, passing it through stomach acid, and breaking it down into energy. That was the key to smuggling the two eggs. Right now, the 7 to 8 meter long snake dragons were not inferior to a small truck in terms of body size, but it was extremely easy to notice a full stomach. The frozen blue jelly fruit was another key to the success of the plan. The snake dragon's stomach juice was terrifying. Even steel could be split and digested. The juice of frozen jelly fruit, together with the early bone marrow found, could form a protective layer on the outside of the eggs. The juice of frozen jelly fruit was an excellent coating, even if unprocessed. Many people called it a great remedy. Few used it directly. Su Heng needed enough fruit, so he turned to the tree for help. The poor tree gave up all its strength and was literally barely breathing. With frozen jelly fruit and a coating of unique mushroom from the ruins of the blood forest, the skilled artisan was going to preserve 2 valuable eggs. After covering the eggs, the young man tossed both objects to his snake dragon to swallow them. The dragon swallowed both giant eggs in one gulp. The next morning, the 3 winners of the 6 Lands tournament finished exploring the path they had already explored. Rex had them pull out everything they found to show that there was no contraband there. Lian Yin and Jimei had small bags, so they passed the dinosaur inspection. Seeing Su Heng's bag, Rex was surprised by its huge size. The Tyrannosaurus suspected something and sniffed at the huge prey in the bag. Just a second later, he said that despite the large bag, the check was also passed. Next, the heroes were instructed to summon pets, even those obtained in this place, to check them for the forbidden ones. Lian Yin tamed a blood demon wolf. Jimei of Red Scorpion City possessed 2 pets of a dangerous species. In the bloody ruins, she found a bloodthirsty bat. Su Heng summoned his strange pets. They stood silently to the side, waiting for Rex's decision. It was an exciting moment, for the pets didn't meet the requirements. Tyrannosaurus's attention was drawn to the energy-absorbing tree. He said that although the pet was ugly, the hero was allowed to return home. When it seemed that everything was over, the horrified Rex noticed that the dragon's belly was huge. The beast roared loudly, its heart still alive inside its belly. Su Heng had a talisman from a master. He was going to block the blood Tyrannosaurus's attack, but he had no way to get out of the ruins now. Rex couldn't let some people steal pets from the bloody ruins, but suddenly he smelled something strange. He realized it was that guy's scent. In the ruins of the blood forest, the Rex clan was very strong, not to mention the blood Tyrannosaurus. Even their leader had up to 30 heads in the group. However, the evolution of blood tyrannosaurs of the most dangerous tyrannosaur species has left only 2 of them in the entire group. Although the race had not yet transformed, their strength had already broken through the racial shackles and reached unimaginable heights. One could match the entire pack. The second Tyrannosaurus was the old patriarch of the tribe, who had the main care of the tribe's economy. He was big, kind, and well-liked. Not too long ago, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, known as the strongest warrior in the clan, created a problem. Not content with the title of strongest, he decided to challenge the patriarch. Tyrannosaurus Rex's tradition was to be belligerent. However, he used sneaky tricks in battle, causing the old patriarch to receive a severe wound. As a result, he was driven out of the territory and then out of the pack. The beast occupied a large patch of forest in the northwestern part of the ruins, away from the pack's habitat and hunted dragons. He built a pool of blood to raise offspring. This method had long been forbidden by the Demon Lord. Each bloody tyrannosaur could only claim the position of patriarch once in a lifetime. That guy had already been defeated, but his descendants, after being purified by blood, could grow up to become the new patriarchs. The bloody Tyrannosaurus decided to let the human take the patriarch's offspring, only to end up turning against the creator. He said there was only food in the dragon's stomach. Tension was felt in the air. A bright magical portal appeared in the middle of the forest. The three heroes snuck through the energy portal. After teleporting, Su Heng was met by Boss Shui. He called the boy with him and said that there was a wave of disaster. It was all serious. Although the hero had never encountered such a wave in his short life, the people of Blacklight had passed down rumors of the disaster from generation to generation and gave the lad a cursory introduction to such a wave. The wave of catastrophe was an offensive formed by a dangerous kind of terror. These dangerous creatures, driven by various causes, attacked human settlements in a wave. If troops were not killed or defeated, the offensive did not stop, which created a wave. The last wave of disaster was more than 30 years ago. It wasn't just the former head of Blacklight who died in the Wave War. They lost almost all the professional level masters, and Blacklight Castle was almost gone. Su Heng's teacher, Zhou He, was also jeopardized in this battle. By uniting the resistance of all the remaining masters and armies in the gathering place, it was possible to escape the disaster. Eventually, due to his great merit and unrivaled personal authority and strength, he was elected to the throne of the castle's head. Boss Zue said that it was only a medium-sized wave. This time, the base head brought nearly 10 strong Blacklight masters with him. All the masters went to find the source of the wave to solve the problem of the wave once and for all and prevent the wave from occurring. The gentleman said that without giving orders for the retreat of troops located in 4 sections of the defensive line, the head led his unit to search for the source of the wave. As the troops converged on the defensive wall, the withdrawal of troops from the 4 main lines of defense was a sadness for the hard-grown food on plantations in the safe zone. The journey from the Blood Forest ruins to Chinatown would take at least 2 days. The Snake Dragon had amazing stamina, but the Ice Lake Magic Stallion's stamina and speed were not great. It was important for the heroes to stop from time to time to let the foal rest, to give it water and feed it to regain its strength. Under the pretext of replenishing the water supply, Su Heng bypassed Shuko and lurked in the bushes by a small stream. The snake dragon spat out 2 eggs and everything it found. The hero hid them in a good place so that the beast couldn't find the treasure. Guy avoided Boss Shu because he didn't want to spread the fact that he had secretly carried out the cubs of a terrible species. As for the tree, Su Heng did not hide it, but gave Shucho some fruits that could help his horse recover his physical strength. At that time, the hero thanked him, and while they were resting, he gave him some instructions. Of course, the guy wasn't stupid enough to let the tree bear energy fruit in front of Shukyu. Upon arriving at Chinatown, the hero couldn't believe his eyes. Behind the castle walls all this time, there was a huge piece of fresh meat that smelled all around. There were a lot of questions for the guy's head. Beasts had to eat specially made food to unleash their power, but it was just ordinary raw meat. Boss Xue led the young man to the common table where they were already waiting. Boss Gao sat at the head of the table. He was the commander of Blacklight Castle's headquarters and the chief of the city. Mr. Gao Jun was a professional-level tamer and was formerly the director of operations of Blacklight Castle. Zhu Yue said that the center of Hexu City was the only energy crystal mine among the many Blacklight cities. This was one of the reasons why the castle had stood for several centuries. The commander of Gao City was a ruthless man guarding Hexu City, and the girl beside him, Xia Yuping, was a poison master. She single-handedly defended an energy mine and led a group of 6 super dangerous species under her command and dealt serious damage to a mature terrorist species that had arrived there. To prevent the guys from gossiping, they were ordered to help unload the meat. Su Heine didn't understand what was going on from Blacklight Castle at the moment. Juye said that it was useless for the people from the castle to rush over. There was a big difference between a large group battle and a small group battle like theirs. They were all facing a wave of disaster, so they needed to work out the details of tactics. The young man said that they needed to simply follow orders. When the guys were unloading a huge pile of meat and carrying heavy boxes, Ju's sister unexpectedly returned. The fragile girl had tamed a grisly forest lord. The surprised Yue didn't even breathe, but Su Heng was very happy to see his sister. The kid didn't suspect that even such a creature would rush to support the castle this time. The food was ready, and the burgomaster ordered the bear warriors to divide it up piece by piece. The lord surpassed imagination. He made the grizzlies obey. Su Heng was certain that the grizzly forest master was not only a bear fight leader and a terrifying appearance, but also possessed quite a bit of intelligence. The army of battle bears that came from the grizzly forest were recovering quickly thanks to the abundant food. Fresh meat had been prepared in abundance. Under Lord Grizzly's command, they had positioned themselves on the hillside outside the walls of Chinatown and were sleeping soundly. Therefore, Chinatown was enveloped by the sounds of loud snoring. But obviously, a big battle was approaching, and this night, the hero would definitely not have time to rest. Under Boss Shu's arrangement, Su Heng and his 3 companions, He Ju and Shu Yu. At night, a strange convoy was discovered in a secret passage behind Chinatown. The men were concentrated and unloading wooden boxes. At that moment, everyone was ordered to help and the young master was given a huge steel weapon. The boy could not believe his eyes, for the axe was several times larger than himself. Right in front of Su Heng's shocked eyes, an army of grizzly forest battle bears obediently walked towards the center of the caravan. With the help of humans, the bears were donning custom-made battle armor made of special steel. The armor was custom-made and had an incredible shine to it. Iron unicorn horns were also used for the bears' helmets. The master had every reason to believe that this was a group of ordinary battle bears that had not yet mastered the use of energy. After armor, they would become strong enough to fight mature beasts alone. While the bears were busy with their armor, the people were not sitting idle. According to the plan of Gao Jun, Shu Ke, and other masters, the armed forces of more than a dozen vassal lands were centralized. Chinatown was hit by 70-80 armored vehicles, as well as thousands of regular troops. Each armored vehicle had a full combat team of 5 men. It was a force of about 400 men. By the end of the day, Gao Jun and the others had counted about 2,000 people who had responded to the castle head's call for support. Boss Gao shouted that reinforcements from all sides had been mobilized and sent straight to Blakelight Castle to lift the siege on her. All the warriors stood as if on a string. Each of them was ready to defend his home and fight to the death to reclaim his own land. The armored car was directed by Mr. Whale. He was the temporary commander of the 4th Brigade's 2nd Tactical Unit and Su Heng's comrade in arms for the entire duration of the operation. They had to follow the plan of the top brass. Boss Gao, Boss Shu, and their deputy formed a high-ranking group of fighters to deal with particularly dangerous areas on the battlefield. Within this group, the entire force was divided into 4 tactical brigades. Currently, the young hero was an accompanying master in the 4th Tactical Brigade. His main task was to help the brigade to destroy as many of the surviving forces of the disaster wave as possible. Su Heng had the safest position. According to the battle plan, the 4th Tactical Brigade was the weakest and had the least firepower, and it was not yet fully formed. The brave handler realized that the brigade had the lightest combat load of all. He hoped that the military operation would be a success. Compared to human intelligence, the dangerous creatures of the disaster wave were driven by instinct to fight. This biological instinct was no less significant than human tactical command. The head of the castle, Zhou He, led a significant number of high-ranked warriors to the source of the wave, trying to get rid of it once and for all. The castle itself also took the form of an integrated defense. At that time, the entire castle of Blacklight was under siege by dangerous creatures. But it was not to last long, for reinforcements with polar bears were on their way. According to the battle plan drawn up by Gao Jun and the others, the mechanized army was supposed to be the first to engage the wave. Engaging the mid to high-level units hidden in the wave, the magisters moved forward on the flanks. The mechanized corps moved in one direction under the cover of the bear army. Eventually, they made their way to the foot of the city wall, pressed up against it, and formed a single network of fire with the defenders of Blacklight Castle. To fulfill this plan, the wars had to reach the castle before dawn to prevent the disaster from increasing. It wasn't close from Chinatown to Blacklight Castle. The young master said that if the commanders wanted to get there before dawn, everyone would have to cross the danger zone. Suddenly, the armored car abruptly stopped on the spot. Everyone was slightly shaken. When the brave heroes looked through their binoculars, they saw an unimaginable monster. High above the trees towered a horrible-looking fire puppet. Its size was astonishing, and its frightening appearance made everyone afraid. Su Heng frightenedly looked at the doll and couldn't even say a word. He was sure that with this level of pressure, the dangerous species should have escaped. Just then, there was an even stranger encounter. A giant moon bear subspecies with a ghostly face appeared above the trees. For the first time in his life, the young man watched the battle between the terrible species up close. The huge bear roared throughout the forest. He was ready to tear his opponent apart. The moon bear's terrifying roar made the trees shudder. But only the fire doll smiled widely and gave him a standing ovation. She was not afraid of such jokes. The demonic puppet monster used the natural skill fire of death to kill the enemy. The black magic core flew straight at the bear with all its speed. A huge demonic core flew into the moon beast's head with great force and bombed its skull. The bear was still unable to deal with the doll's terrifying skills. As expected, it was a high-level horror species that was a mixture of ghost, spectrum, and alien and psychic energy. It could kill an opponent with a single blow. Thanks to the doll serving as a powerful deterrent, the army crossed the border one after another without obstacles. To prevent the doll's pressure from affecting the soldiers, it was sent at a distance of 1,000 meters. The Thunderhammer Rhino had superior destructive power. Not only was there a powerful force accompanying each strike, but it also caused lightning damage. The Thunderbolt Rhino was assigned by Gao Zong to go at the end of the entire army, in charge of the rear guard. This way, even those who bypassed the puppet would be annihilated. The next section of the path was one of the most dangerous on the way, so Boss Gao ordered all the cars and crews to stay close together and be careful. Mr. Shu Kyo opened the hatch of the armored car and let the dangerous beasts out. The yellow Brontosaurus, Fire Lion, and Pegasus immediately prepared for a bloody battle. With the addition of the Fire Golem and the Thunderhammer Rhino, together the commanders had already summoned 6 creatures of terrible appearance. A terrible massacre awaited everyone ahead. Suddenly, there was an accident on the road. All the armored cars stood up and parked as fast as they could. They were surrounded by a huge amount of sparkling crystals. The crystals were not like natural minerals. They grew out of the ground like mushrooms and pushed all the combat vehicles out of the way, denying the military any chance of survival. Suddenly, bright crystals began to come out in huge chunks. Giant dinosaurs covered head to toe with crystals came to the surface of the earth. Su Heng had never thought that such a beast could exist near Blacklight Castle's gathering place. He found out about it when he asked Xiao Yu through the communication channel. The place was actually called the Plain of Rockfishers, which the head of the castle discovered 20 years ago. The plain was not discovered because of the hidden location of the canyon. The crystal monster fed on energy crystals and was the ruler of the entire plain. It was called the Rock Spider Dragon. At that time, even the head of the castle did not know that the castle was 120 kilometers away from the gathering place. The Burgomaster was the first to get out alive and completely conquered the top of the pack. The rock-spiked dragon was the highest form of the evolution level. The beast had made a non-aggression pact with the castle head. Otherwise, even Gao Zun wouldn't dare to lead an army through this place. The rock spider dragon was a warlike race. They behaved very aggressively. Therefore, Gao Zun had created all of his major deterrent forces. Crystal throne dragons were on Su Heng's list of favorite pets. He couldn't find any mention of this rare species in his teacher's books. In Blacklight, such a beast was called the Rock Ridge Dragon. The boy was going to overcome the dangerous wave and then find a way to tame the crystal dragon. The task of these reinforcements was to support the castle. The warriors were not to inflict unnecessary casualties fighting these simple-minded guys with developed limbs in a rocky rift valley. The secret operation had finally begun. The armor-piercing van overturned a huge container and a whole bunch of bright crystals spilled out. Upon seeing the glowing crystals, the spiky dragons immediately began to swallow them. To be stronger, they fed on the energy crystals. The heroes managed to pass through the territory of the crystal dragons without any danger. There were no more dangerous creatures in the army's path that could stop it. Around 4 a.m., reinforcements reached Blacklight. But the worst part was that there were countless dangerous creatures under those walls that converged in a wave of disaster. The tide of disaster was accompanied by constant hissing and roaring. Most of these races were found in the Grey Desert, but their numbers were simply shocking. From time to time, powerful and dangerous creatures appeared amidst the wave of catastrophe, spewing streams of energy towards the 30-meter-high city wall. Fighters defending on the walls responded by opening artillery fire on the attackers, clearing the area. The sides were constantly coming together in confrontation. A rumbling sound drew the attention of the tide of disaster. After the failed attack, the tide instantly turned into a huge streak, rushing towards the ranks of reinforcements. Suddenly, two tides were coming at the army. Among them, the spiky spider sword and the rotting wolf toothworm were a big threat. Gaojun ordered all troops to take advantage of the rising tide to occupy the 50-meter area in front of the castle walls and entrench themselves there. All of the army's battle weapons were aimed at the huge pack of wolves. The soldiers tried their best to destroy the high-level ones, firing non-stop. Under the rumble of artillery, the wave of disaster fell like wheat gathered by a scythe. But only the dangerous species were quickly destroyed. There were unfathomable monsters that crawled out amidst the waves. They held back the fire of the advancing beasts and packs. They were all of a terrible kind. Finally, Boss Gao made the first move. The blood puppet used the 7th level power and used the light fatigue technique to slow down the enemy, and then used the wind child skill. It was unthinkable. The keen combat sense of the high-class opponents was not inferior to human intelligence. They tried to interrupt the poor child's skills. The brave monsters were joined by a thunder rhinoceros that used a thunder fortress. A protective magical dome formed around the pets. It was a perfectly matched lineup of pets. The two deadly pets were a perfect match for the hammer rhino. One of them also possessed a control technique. Master Gaojun ordered all the masters to summon their pets and join the battle. They needed to protect all their mobile units. Su Heng realized that this was a long battle against a wave and a huge number of beasts. The snake dragon was always ready to lend its support to the army. The large-caliber artillery of the mobile units could not yet stop the waves of disaster. However, they were effective in destroying the beasts. Surrounding the artillery and guns of mobile units, this formation became a meat grinder on the battlefield, holding back higher-ranking enemy fighters. It wasn't enough to simply control the ground troops, air forces, and underground creatures. There was no way the waves of disaster would miss the meat grinder. Tanks, harnessed pets, and dangerous creatures from the wave of disaster instantly collided. A multitude of insects popped out from the ground. The battlefield was a chaotic mess of erupting acid, flying creatures in the sky that looked like bats. The serpent dragon was very strong. He had no trouble injuring and killing dangerous wild creatures and defending the territory. There was no limit to his anger. When the hero, together with his partner, tried to shoot back from the wild beasts, a strong wave of energy swept the guy off his feet. It was a fiery rush of immense power. A loud growl was heard from the thick smoke. The bloodthirsty tiger was a level 2 fighter. He was naturally skinny, but he had incredible strength and slowly crept up on his enemies. The beast's defense was low, so Su Heng decided that it was possible to deal with it. He ordered his dragon to retreat and use bad thoughts. To avoid fighting the tiger directly, the snake dragon used honed skills and attacked the enemy with a stream of demonic power from the side. The bloodthirsty tiger easily sidestepped the blow. This greatly angered the ruthless dragon. He activated his acceleration skills and flew towards the enemy at a blistering speed to deliver a devastating blow. Suddenly, the situation worsened. It was much more complicated than that. Several more bloodthirsty tigers came to the sound of the fight. They were cackling and ready to pounce. Now it was a real problem. They could not be defeated directly. The beasts surrounded the dragon and began to attack it with particular ferocity. The dragon's ancestral fury was awakened. He spread his wings wide and rose into the sky to attack his enemies with a vicious jerk attack. The pet's eyes filled with blood. He flew towards the bloodthirsty tiger at a great speed and grabbed it with his sharp claws. It was a crushing force of throwing. This wasn't an arena battle, and while the snake dragon's regenerative abilities were amazing, this was a true injury-for-injury fight. It was exactly what the creatures of the Tide of Calamity wanted, and the bloodthirsty tiger was one of a kind who liked that sort of thing. It gave the beasts motivation. The dragon possessed such powerful strength and tenacity that it was not afraid of even the strongest enemy. Using the dragon's roar, the pet surrounded his opponents with terrifying energy. The snake pet's all-consuming fear created a veritable fiery explosion. All the bloodthirsty tigers were caught in the crush, and the flames enveloped them from head to toe. The particularly dangerous tigers came out of the flames as if nothing had happened. The armored vehicles and stormtroopers immediately decided to suppress the two tigers on the left. While the humans were tearing the bloodthirsty tigers to pieces, The snake dragon was tasked with destroying the others. The snake dragon was tasked with destroying the others. Using the power of the earth, the dragon released huge stones from the ground, which inflicted damage on the tigers. The fierce beast roared at the whole neighborhood and bent over anyone who attacked it. The brave hero did not sit idly by. He took a special pleasure in fighting. Armed with 2 automatic rifles, he demolished everyone he saw in front of him. Shukyo was pleasantly surprised by Su-heng's heroics. He just didn't understand how such a reserved child could be so fierce in battle. Suddenly, something really huge was closing in on the army. The monster came closer and closer and tore the armored vehicles to pieces. The young master immediately realized that it was a 1,000-legged steel-armored predator that was a low-level terror species. The reason for its arrival was unknown. At this moment, Boss Gao came on the line. He asked the boy to focus on the enemy while the fire lion would cover him. The disaster wave was different from everything else. There were many dangerous creatures lurking in the wave. The high-ranked beasts were specifically waiting to destroy the humans. Unlike the dangerous creatures, it was much harder for humans to get to the top. Without the deterrent of a high level of combat power, humanity would surely be defeated. An army could do this, but only if it was careful. The brutal massacre was gaining momentum. The huge fire lion used the shadow attack and crept closer and closer to the army. The flying creatures were already starting to come out after him. The situation was critical. All of this no longer resembled a middle-class battle. It was all quite serious. The army had to act, so they decided to release the Thunder Child. Suddenly, everything around shone with bright flashes of lightning, and a young, beautiful girl emerged from the magic portal. Her body was completely white, and her eyes resembled the whites of eggs. The squad leaders were very wary. Shukyu had warned Boss Gao to be careful. After all, air monsters were deadly to mobile units. The fragile celestial creature raised its arm in the air, used its power of crushing thunder to create a nuclear energy wave. It seemed like an unbelievable phenomenon, for the power of the Thunder Child was unlike any other. Thousands of lightning bolts rained down with force on the flying monsters, and they could not move. Su-heng watched this strongest child with horror, but suddenly something strange happened. His huge tank literally began to fall through the ground, the road going out from under his feet. For the hero, it was a terrifying dream. He realized that the Air Force was just a cover, and the real attack lay in the underground forces. It was a high-level kind of terror. Meanwhile, the ground began to crumble even more violently. A huge long monster wriggled through the rocks and made its way out. It looked like a human millipede of incredible size. It was a very dangerous type of earth sandworm that used level 7 enlightenment and attacked enemies with acid plasma. The superiority of the beast was in its huge size and long body. It deftly wriggled in all directions and knocked armor-piercing vehicles off their feet, taking the soldiers' lives. The young master realized that if they continued like this, the Mobile Legion would be finished. The boy decided to act and summoned the snake dragon to his aid. Unlike the masters, when the Mobile Legion was captured, all the generals gathered here today would only have one outcome. Su-heng couldn't stay on the sidelines. After getting out of the ring, the snake dragon was fully prepared to attack. Suddenly, a small piece of killing plasma flew into its body, leaving a burn. All masters had a mission to protect their own. The dragon used the mind energy technique and his body was covered in dragon-scale armor. Gaojun radioed that it was time to destroy the disaster wave. All they could do was to destroy the enemies. It was a real war of attrition with no end in sight. The battle could not last indefinitely. Someone was bound to fall in this battle. Today was the day of the ruthless and brave tamers of beasts. Heroes had to do everything to win, and forever remain in the children's verses of descendants. It would be a testimony to the glory of ancestors. All the masters had pets with shields, and amidst the black darkness of the wave of disaster, there were many bright flashes of hope. Two completely different worlds were about to collide in this brutal battle. The fight was heavy. Su-heng along with Xueyu could not contain this terror. Even the snake dragon was unable to match the strong enemies. When all seemed lost, Sister Ji came to the army's rescue. She brought with her an army of steel-armored battle bears. At this point, the best part began. The bloodthirsty bears pounced on the nasty monsters with extreme ferocity. They had excellent defenses and great strength to deal with all of them. From midnight to dawn, and from early morning to dusk, Gao Zong, Su-heng, and his squad fought valiantly. Together with the garrison of Blacklight Fortress, they defeated over 200,000 dangerous creatures. When the blazing sun was about to be extinguished, the terrible battle was finally over. The ruthless heroes rejoiced in their victory and the clear sky above their heads. Blacklight Castle suffered great destruction. 3 walls were breached in the battle and 20% of the town's civilian population suffered casualties. More than half of the tens of thousands of allied troops gathered at Tianmu were forever left on scorched earth. In a division of tamer masters that numbered about 100 men when they entered the war, only 39 remained. After the war, the castle took at least 3 years to rebuild, but the crisis was an opportunity for development. The carcass of every kind of horror was the most valuable asset of any gathering place. Flesh, blood, fur, scales, and bones, all of which were great materials for creating wonders and all sorts of rare items. After arriving at the Beast Training Center, the snake dragon was enjoying recovery. Sister Lan treated the dragon with a dangerous kind of easily pollinated flower. Su Heng said that his sister was perfectly skilled and from now on, he would turn to the girl if the snake dragon was injured. Suddenly, a gentleman entered the room and called the boy to the inner council hall. He said that Mr. Zhou Gu had finally returned and was already waiting. When all the wars were in place, the burgomaster decided to get down to business and said that this time they were looking for the source of the disaster wave. But what they experienced was really strange. He said that this time, he and his brother Cao Nian had figured out the source of the disasters. They found a chasm that looked like a huge mouth with sharp teeth, about 1,000 meters in diameter and hundreds of meters deep. Inside the abyss, footprints of a creature the size of a mountain were found. The masters dived into the abyss to find out what was going on, but the giant creature was nowhere to be seen. The moment they felt relief, the masters realized that there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the bottom of the abyss. They were not afraid and descended to the bottom of the abyss. There were dozens of horror species and a sea of dangerous species guarding the larvae. The wriggling maggots were black, their bodies covered with tightly arranged holes. Each of the holes released thin threads, spiritual energies. They were the ones who had controlled the attack on Blacklight Castle, as well as many other large gathering places. The larvae were not strong. Aside from mental attacks comparable to the highest types of spiritual terror, they didn't have any additional attacking abilities. Together, the brothers destroyed all the dangerous creatures at the bottom of the abyss. They traveled the hard way and still managed to get something out of there. This thing was called a catastrophic nest. It was familiar to everyone, like a plague of extermination that had been going on for thousands of years. Twilight City was humanity's last hope. The old days would soon be over, and only through destruction would new life come. All these monstrous thoughts enveloped the hero's mind. It was as if they were dragging him somewhere deep into space. But suddenly the burgomaster reached him. Su Heng didn't look well, but said that he was fine. He was just a little tired these days. The guy lied that he needed some breathing room. The young man couldn't believe that the old Dragon Codex was from the future, from the last battle of the end of humanity. The monster egg was not the real source of the plague at all. Finally, the hero realized that this was the beginning of a new era. The eggs, whose real name was Nest, never appeared on their own. They were opening the door to the darkest era of mankind. The nest was a terrible weapon of war, created by those creatures that were not named. After hatching from the nest, there was a giant creature that the master never found. Monsters could create a standing army of dangerous creatures using vast amounts of matter and energy. These creatures were created literally from dead remains. The nest created an army that did not need to grow. They were born fully formed and submitted to the will of the nest without fear of death. It took the least amount of time. The larvae the masters destroyed were just a type of creature called a split brain. It was just a tool to control the creatures. These thoughts racked the hero's head, but he couldn't share them with anyone. The boy was only a novice, but he had inherited the knowledge of ancient dragons. When Su Heng recalled the burgomaster's hand, he realized that something was wrong with it. The cause of this damage could have been the nesting chamber that contained the beast egg. The nesting chamber enveloped the egg like a womb and created special energy for incubation. Its attack power was weak, and the special incubation energy was a great tonic. When this energy penetrated into the blood, it corroded the blood. The energy consisted of many kinds of energy mixed with the soul energy of life and death. According to the code, a normal person died to be 2 months after the energy entered the bloodstream. Su Heng decided to save the master and change the future of the world. After 2 weeks, the hero had sold all 68 bottles of the lineage incense and didn't keep a single bottle for himself. Every day he worried about meeting the deadline. During this time, he received 23 million steel coins and borrowed another 10 from acquaintances. He used the money to buy materials for 2 antidotes. Some of the materials had been spoiled during the experiments. Su Heng had to concentrate to work out the optimal ratio and fix everything. When the potion was finally ready, the guy needed to make the potion extract energy from the pebbles at the life source from the necromancer's fingernails. The master crumbled the necromancer's fingernails into the contents of the vessel, and at that moment there was an explosion. The hero should have worked on his alchemist skills. Su Heng heard a strange grumbling and looked out of the room. There was a spoon goblin cooking there who didn't have much combat power but had culinary abilities. The goblin spooner's food tasted better than the dishes of any cook in all the cities under Blacklight's command. These pets were gods of cooking. The hero knew that the only spooner in Blacklight had a weak spot, so he called a treasure hunter on him. It was clear that the spoon goblin was an obsessive personality. He was now making soup with special spices with the treasure hunter. The burgomaster was feeling rather unwell. His arm was very sore, and he did not know how much longer he would last. By that time, the goblin had already brought him a wonderful meal. The master was already prepared that his children and grandchildren would be blessed and would ascend to the throne. When he tasted the spiced soup, he was over the moon. A real miracle happened, and the burgomaster's hand was restored before his eyes. He could not believe that the soup had such an effect, and he drank every drop of it with joy. Despite the good ending, the Lord suspected that there was someone other than the goblin in the kitchen. He used the evil eye of the Watcher and saw that Su Heng himself was in the kitchen. Meanwhile, the young man brought for Lu Yu the fruit of the tree he had gathered from the ruins of the Blood Forest, but it wasn't enough for the girl. In fact, all the other treasures were in the dragon's bag. Seeing the huge torque, Lu Yu was shocked, but she also cared about the quality. The hero took out a huge unicorn horn with dragon blood from his bag, and the lady was at a loss for words. There was still a remnant of the beast's soul in it. The more Su Heng took out precious items from the bag, the more the girl was impressed. He brought out a dragon bone marrow, an eyeball, a scale grass, and a spiritual firestone. Among other junk, the kid showed the girl the eggs of a high-level horror species. All of his items exceeded the number of items from other masters. Lu Yu was petrified at what she saw. Everything that was brought to her was worth at least 100,000 contribution points, but the burgomaster had only promised to invest 20,000. The mistress put up a set price of 2,000, but even that amount made the hero very happy. He accepted it, because the city had suffered great losses after the wave. When Su Heng left, the head mentor let out all her fervor. She was very angry, because this was no way to bully a good person and was going to talk to the head of the castle. Facing the angry mentor, the burgomaster was directly attacked. After the girl showed him the list of materials from Su Heng, only then did Jogu realize what the matter was. Seeing the list, the castle master was worried, for Su Heng really wasn't someone who came for fame. For such success, the Lord decided to please his disciple and personally took him to the warehouse. The castle master was proud of his apprentice and let him take whatever he wanted. In any case, 200,000 points would attract attention and create risk. The right material for the young man was not in stock, so the burgomaster decided to take him to yet another place. The painting closed the door to the world of treasure. When the master touched it with his hand, a strange energy enveloped the entire space, and a human face appeared on the portal to greet the master. Magic painting. Jindao was considered the only pet of the Lord that had reached a racial level higher than that of the terrorist species. The burgomaster said that it didn't have much offensive potential and could only be used to store items. After these words, the heroes proceeded inside. The danger and defense of the painting was unparalleled. It could not be entered without permission, even if someone wanted to destroy it in order to enter. The master of the castle left the young man alone and let him choose the necessary materials among the most precious items. All the items that would help the serpent dragon were gathered here. This time, the hero decided to take only materials for his pets and called the treasure hunter for help. The beast pointed him to the farthest corner. There was a strange object stored under the dome that had a black haze emanating from it. It was an empty dragon bloodline crystal with cosmic energy. Ahead, Su Heng noticed even more interesting things. The glowing object was worthy of being the material needed to transform the snake dragon into terror. In the end, the young master chose the thunder wind essence and the void dragon crystal. The burgomaster was hesitant, for these were dangerous items that could cause trouble. These two items were worth almost 800,000 points. But because of respect, the castle head only charged the boy 2,000 and grinned broadly while gritting his teeth. In parting, the master told the boy that he knew of two horrible-looking eggs. Jogu investigated them thoroughly and didn't even give them to Lu Yu. Growing in the dragon spring of the blood pond was different from normal growth and caused the beast to acquire a heavy, ferocious, and hostile aura. The life force of the two eggs was so strong that it far surpassed the baby horror species. They were about to break out and move to the next level. The situation of the eggs was not easy. The master said that when the life energy of the eggs became weak, they would die if no one intervened. The young man was very upset and was going to look for answers in the ancient Book of Dragons. But the Lord reassured him. He said that everything could still be fixed. The head of the castle showed the boy a crazy invention. He simulated the effects of a pool of blood and a dragon fountain using the remains of a four-square pillar and a large number of types of horror. It was a real evening of discovering secrets for the hero. The burgomaster tore off a huge blanket and showed the boy a giant beast heart emitting dark energy. In fact, masters could subdue harnessed animals, either by using their spiritual power to suppress them or by forcing them to voluntarily contract through a higher level of communication. By using Su Heng's blood to incubate eggs, the burgomaster would be able to lay the foundation for future taming. The young man couldn't believe that the Lord had spent so much effort to pave the way for him. The eggs were only ready to hatch after 2 to 3 years of constant care. Even if there was a first-class horror inside, it was still limited by the improvement of the burgomaster's strength. Jogu revealed another secret and showed the young man the secondary evolution of the fire poison race. It was a terrifying species of fire poison spirits. However, he had long since overcome the racial shackles, and his strength was now at the highest level among the best species. With this, the Lord wanted to show that two harnessed pets of the same race could be trained and fight together. The rocky Rift Valley was more complicated than one could imagine. Mighty crystal beasts would make Blacklight Castle even more powerful. Only the fifth sister and the late sixth brother had subdued a rock dragon in the entire Blacklight gathering place. This happened because the clan's keepers made the rules. The crystals were caused by the fact that there were many horrible species living there. They were quite strong, and without them the castle would be in danger. The first rule was to defeat the parents and cubs. The second rule was that within 10 days, the master had to develop 3 skills in the cub. Despite the danger, the young master decided to try his hand and mess with a dangerous species of spider rock dragon. The boy's talent was very rare. The teacher agreed to accompany the young man and said that in these 3 days, Su Heng could use the materials in the storage room and the equipment in the castle to tame him. The hero was determined. He wanted to reveal the dragon code to the teacher and tell about the main method of controlling beasts and transforming dragons. The strong dragon had 3 types of destructive systems and 8 energy techniques. There were 3 days to train, so the hero decided to choose the one he was most familiar with. After that, Su Heng would concoct potions to increase his skill level. These skills were basic and the materials were inexpensive. When the master finally got hold of a set of training potions, he finally started real training with the head of Blacklight Castle. The burgomaster was giving his pet a break and recovering his strength. He asked the boy how he was going to restore the snake dragon's physical strength. Su Heng introduced an energy-absorbing tree to the teacher. The tree allowed him to customize different fruits for different pets and restore their strength. It was incredible. Even the Scarlet Wolf appreciated the purity of the nutrients and energy contained in the fruit, as well as the great flavor. When Jogu was convinced of the good skills of his disciple and his dragon, withdrew away. Now the boy was in no danger, and he found himself in front of a rocky rift valley. There were baby dinosaurs living in the valley among the many crystals. They were all cute, but the hero didn't know which one he should choose. Without thinking for a long time, the treasure hunter pointed to one toddler who was trying to break the rocks. He wasn't playing with the others, and he looked rather stern. The beast hit the stone several times with its head but did not break it. Then the 3-month-old young dragon used its horn power and attacked the stone. It was a perfect match. The hero realized that the dragon possessed 2 main energy techniques, dragon power and dragon might. To make friends, Su Heng ordered the tree to make 2 food fruits for the rocky dragon creature. The boy only had 10 days to tame the dragon. The baby didn't want to learn the skill, but he took the food fruit perfectly. He took a few bites and was happy as a baby. The young man defiantly covered his face with his hands, for not even his delicacy for a horrible sight could convince the dragon to become his apprentice. Eventually, the little one agreed. The hero needed to make the first move and remove the young dragon's hostility, at which point the young masters would hit a dead end. Su-heng didn't want to be in a big hurry. He took another fruit as bait and suggested that the dragon learn another skill besides innate skills. The little fellow wanted the fruit so badly that he stomped his paw on the ground, and at that moment the earth under his feet crumbled into many pieces from the violent impact. This was the long-awaited destruction skill, so the dragon deserved the delicious fruit. He needed 2 more skills to succeed. After 6 days, the young dragon mixed many fruits in his hands, but there was no success in the transformation skill. To practice the transformation skill, one only needed to command the pet to constantly hit hard rocks to strengthen its body. All 6 days, the brave little fellow chiseled rocks with his head. The hero arranged with him 50 blows for 1 fruit, but it did not bring any result. Suddenly, one of the fruits flew off to the side, but the dragon wasn't about to let it go. The baby jumped after him and hit the wall. At this moment, a true miracle happened. The young dragon had finally achieved transformation. Su-heng's arduous task was now complete. At the same second, a master appeared in the valley. He said that the rock dragon had confirmed the past test and now belonged to the young genius. The mind energy feedback after connecting with the baby also allowed Su-heng to cultivate the mind energy further. The old codex was replenished with new information. Among the many ways to transform dragons, the young man chose a transformation method that focused on high-level defense-type horror types. According to the existing records of Blakelight Castle, there were 2 kinds of horror that the teacher could easily tame. The hero was about to start, and let the seed to the nightmare kind. Mr. Burgomaster had heard the boy's plan but was not sure of it. He said that to achieve the metamorphosis described by the boy seemed a very terrible way. To convince the teacher, Su-heng decided to introduce him to the treasure hunter. It was through the quest method that the race achieved its evolutionary metamorphosis. The young man couldn't tell the whole truth now. He just wanted his teacher to build up his strength for the next wave, so he offered to let him see the hunter in action. This made the Burgomaster very angry because the wave of disaster hadn't happened in decades, so it couldn't happen again in a short period of time. The angry master said that from the moment the guy walked through the door, he had never once refused to go to his aid. Regardless of the wave, Jogu was ready to go on a journey. When the heroes found themselves together again, they sat for a long time in the valley by the fire. The Burgomaster felt it his duty to protect his apprentice as his own son. At that point, it had been 2 weeks since they had left Blakelight Castle, but they had only gathered half of the 6 materials they needed. Jogu said that all the materials from the Grey Desert had been collected, and to obtain the others, one could not be limited to just this place. The desert series was a vast land on the border of the Starfall Plate. The heroes had to pass through 4 dangerous places to get the necessary items. From an early age, the Burgomaster wandered in the outside world. Such experience did not go to waste, and in a short time, he gained a couple of pets, including a heart for egg recovery. Across the expanse of the entire Grey Plain, on a 4-square-meter map, the heroes were in an emerald region that was smaller than the size of a grain. The next place the warriors went to was the Yashan Peninsula. There was usually a group of monsters dwelling on each mountaintop, but there was no turning back. On their way to the top, the boys were attacked by a group of ferocious wyverns. They circled in the sky and wanted to pounce, but the heroes surrounded themselves with protective domes. A serious battle had begun. There was a need for defense. The ice lions directed streams of ice at the winged monsters with great speed to slow them down. To completely annihilate the winged enemies, the master ordered the shadow masks to surround them and stun them. The demonic white masks choked everyone in their path. It wasn't hard to kill a few wyverns, but once the colony would know there had been a death, the heroes would have to find a way to deal with it. Under the guidance of the Burgomaster, Su-heng continued to move forward. In half a month, the master and apprentice had already traversed dozens of peaks in the dangerous Thousand Licks mountain range. All this time, the brave hero participated in many battles. The guy lost weight, and his body became dark and muscular. He finally became manly. The strength of the 4 animal masters had greatly increased, and even the treasure-seeking dragon beast had received instruction from Jogu and had made great progress. However, the biggest achievement was still the snake dragon, which had its first level 6 ability, Dragon Power Death. The dragon now possessed the Sacrifice with Explosive Strike skill and was excellent at sinking pain, causing enemies to tremble in fear. In all this time, the Rockin' Dragon seemed to have gone into a furious growth spurt with these fruits and battles. Joe said that he had never seen such a fast-growing pet. Due to the large amount of plant resources, the tree started a wave of evolution. Its energy management technique was also improved. The tree spread the properties of its fruit to the roots, causing various control effects. Now this dangerous warrior could join the battles. By then, the heroes had crossed the ridge of 1,000 peaks, but the mountainous terrain was quite cold. There was still snow on the peaks, and there was a constant blizzard. The Jogu mission was established by the Golden City Association. The entire customary currency system originated from this pinnacle of civilization. The Yashan Peninsula was located among the cliffs. The warm ocean currents and moist air from the coast made the climate very pleasant. It was truly a prosperous paradise. The craftsmen here were not forced to work in other industries if they could not awaken by the age of 18. It was possible to grow food all year round on the peninsula. Increasing the number of masters also increased the ability to defend against dangerous creatures. Because of this, there was a specialized association of masters in the Golden City. It provided communication and channels for masters to interact with each other, but membership was not overly restrictive. The Burgomaster was also a member of the local association, and his mission was issued by the Golden City Masters Association 2 years ago. The Lord was tasked with capturing a particularly dangerous species called the Snow Spirit. It was a rare race that could be seen on a snowy peak. This race was bred from the icy energy of nature. They were incapable of reproduction, so they were few in number, but everyone dreamed of them. The Snow Spirits produced the rare resource, Snow Ice Heart Snowflower. It was coveted because it worked wonders for a person's spiritual development. After retrieving the snowflower, the ice spirits could not be killed. The Master Association had to release the dangerous creature back to the snow peak. These beasts were spirits of ice and nature, born from ice energy. They were hard to catch because they were close to other powerful races. The little spirits were protected by an evolutionary race of a cold snow monster of a super dangerous species. Those who wanted to get the flower had to destroy the monster first. Normally, snow spirits lived under the protection of one great snow spirit. The Great Spirit was a high-class horror that was a first-class fugitive. A short while later, the treasure hunter led Su Heng and the castle head to the right place. The treasure hunter led Su Heng and the castle head to the right place. The teacher's ingenious plan worked. He used one of the best terrifying species, the Shadow Mask, to catch the best dangerous spirit species. The skill of capturing the Shadow Mask did not damage the snow spirits. The Masters Association provided special equipment to capture them, and the golden rope had the effect of putting them to sleep. When it seemed that the task was completed, the ground suddenly shook. Suddenly, a great snow spirit appeared and took away the teacher's infant child. This was only to the hero's advantage. The value of the main spirit was higher than the 10 little ones, so the guys couldn't let the snow monster go for nothing. At the snap of a finger, Su Heng and Zhou Gu summoned all of their dangerous pets. Gathering all their strength together, the monsters rushed straight at the snow ringleader to grab him. These creatures, which were not yet tamed, simply could not be transported into space. It was impossible to store highly active things in space. After overcoming the arduous journey through thorns, the heroes finally reached the pleasant climate of the southwestern coast of the Yashan Peninsula. Enjoying the fresh sea breeze, the teacher said that they could rest properly now. Su Heng didn't think so. He had been dragging the heavy snow beast all the way. Suddenly, a drone flew towards them. It was the border guards of the Golden City. The heroes were ordered to show their documents, otherwise the border guards would immediately arrive on the spot. Jogu held out a token and introduced himself as a registered professional-level taming master from the Golden City Master Association. The Golden City had about 1 million people. It was the most important in the central city in the southwest. It was more prosperous than all the others. The Golden City had terrifying defenses, with sharp spikes on top of the huge walls and powerful crystal energy cannons in between. Not many cars traveled in this city, and there weren't many people and beasts. But the long journey on the empty road made Joe. He more and more apprehensive. At the entrance, the heroes were greeted by a gentleman. He said that it used to be possible to enter the city with a token, but recently the Golden City had experienced a huge wave of disaster. With all due respect to Mr. Zhou, the man had no right to let them into the city unless one of the professional masters vouched for them. Suddenly, a wild energy surrounded the entire rainforest, a strong wind blew the palm trees around, and a huge green hawk king landed on the ground. The beautiful Ling Hong jumped off the giant pet. She vouched for Master Zhou and told him to let him pass through the city gates immediately. The girl said that almost all of the professional-level wizards were temporarily incorporated into the military, joining the defensive war against the tide. She wasn't immune to that either. After a wave of disaster hit the Yashin Peninsula, the Golden City took the hit of a powerful wave, the likes of which had not been seen in centuries. The Golden City was surrounded by millions of disasters. The city was engulfed in annihilating flames. This invasion was like a worldwide catastrophe with no end in sight. On behalf of the association, Ling Hong said she would take responsibility for the sale and provide heroes with an internal price based on her name. Chugu took Su Heng to the Association of Masters, and the hero was overwhelmed by the grandeur of the association. With this step, his new path began. After the disaster, the Masters had suffered great losses and were in need of snow essence. Combining Madame Huang's help with the increasing price, they received an incredible offer. After receiving contribution points from the association, Zhou He brought Su Heng to exchange materials for the Serpent Dragon Metamorphosis ceremony. Now the hero only needed one ingredient. The young man was shocked by the success he had achieved, but when he learned that Zhou Gu owned a huge estate, he envied his rich fortune for a moment. The manager of the mansion brought the boy to the lab that the sixth older brother had left behind. He stayed in town for a long time and founded the lab. Su Heng knew that the snake dragon only needed two basic elements, thunder and wind, to transform. But the chances of it metamorphosing this way were slim. The other materials recorded in the Old Dragon Codex were for making a pre-pill. The reason was very simple. It was necessary to get the snake dragon's body into a state most suitable for absorbing the main medicine to greatly increase the success rate. This kind of recycling had a difficulty, but with this superior laboratory, Su Heng felt that he only had a 20% chance of winning. The burgomaster told his assistant that he had no idea about Su Heng from the beginning and was even skeptical of the unusual talent he displayed. When Zhou Gu saw the boy, he remembered himself in his youth. He had become famous in this city for his prowess in battle, his beasts, wealth, and real estate. Su Heng was very similar to Xiao Qin, who was an unrivaled master of his age in Golden City at that time, but unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of talents. Zhou Gu had returned to the Grey Wasteland and could not save Xiao Qin from death. If he had returned to the Golden City, he would have been able to save his disciple in time, and wouldn't have regretted it until now. In the laboratory left behind by the sixth brother, there were high-strength grinding vessels made of steel glaze. They helped the hero, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do anything with a bunch of wind and lightning. Dragon blood was extremely active, even refined. It still emitted a powerful pressure. Outside of the Master Association, it was difficult to find such a material. The young master had to use his spiritual energy to contain the dragon's power. Otherwise, the reagent bottle would be broken by the dragon's power. Pouring the dragon blood into high-strength grinding vessels, the reaction worked, and the brave hero finally got the potion he needed. Zhou Gu couldn't believe what was happening and marveled at the boy's persistence. The final transformation was only one step away, but it might be a bit painful. To follow its master to the top of the world, the snake dragon swallowed the potion. At the same second, the dragon fell to the ground, its body like 1,000 fetters, and tension radiated from it. The energy of wind and thunder penetrated into every cell of the dragon. The process was like pressing bones and sucking out marrow, but that was the price of metamorphosis. The young man couldn't leave his pet in suffering and took all the pain upon himself. The incredible pain pierced his body with the force of thunder. Su Heng screamed at the top of his voice. The head of the castle watched the incredible transformation with horror. He was not going to interfere and wanted to give the heroes a chance to cope on their own, so that they would not be equal. The thunderbolts completely enveloped the dragon's body. It was in great pain, but there was no turning back. This caused the dragon to produce a strong stream of thunder energy. Suddenly, something amazing happened. The snake dragon itself severed the connection with Su Heng's mind. It didn't want its master to suffer even more. Finally, the bloodthirsty dragon's body made its first changes. His scales changed color, his muscles became stronger, and his limbs grew several times larger. Libo couldn't believe that a race like the snake dragon could master the electric shock technique and wind blade skills. This was a huge achievement that would be enough to turn the world of masters upside down. It was clear now why the head of the castle had taken the boy under his wing and worried that he wouldn't be able to protect him. After helping the serpent dragon absorb the medicine, the hero also rested for 2 days before finally recovering his condition. On the one hand, He was helping the pet familiarize himself with new skills, and on the other hand, he was putting training a crystal rock dragon on the agenda. After this incident, the castle head completely believed in Su Heng's metamorphosis method and once again solemnly informed him. It was now their shared secret. The young master took part in the written examination of the Masters Association and tried to join. In those years, the hero could only study. The second part of the entrance exam included a combat test. The examination center was located in the event hall. The arena was divided into 5 parts by the Windstopper Tower, a low-level horror species cultivated by the association. The aftermath of the battles would not affect the other rooms. Meanwhile, Su Heng and the little fatty were sitting in the waiting room of the sparring test, holding their reference cards and waiting for the examiner's instructions. At this moment, the hero finally realized that the little fat man's name was Idong. He was a few years younger than himself and was only interested in himself. The exam was based on the life status of the pets. Cultivation and skill development were evaluated in points, and each candidate was limited to 1 beast. The first to enter the arena was Su Heng. The color of the dragon's scales was rated as abnormal, and its length and bone mass exceeded the norm for normal members of the species. The light armored leopard was placed as the opponent of the snake dragon. It was a dangerous and unique kind of beast. The snake dragon was on the same list as the leopard in terms of rarity, but it wasn't afraid. The pet immediately used the wicked armor to strike the enemy first. This attack had no effect, and the unique leopard rushed into action. He jumped high and struck the dragon with his huge paw. Without waiting for the enemy to fall, the leopard struck another critical blow. The tail strike was the most successful attack of the beast. Even the wicked armor was powerless here. The brave dragon wasn't going to retreat. It used its speed power and rushed forward. The pet wanted to use brute force to kill the enemy. The armored monster surrounded itself with light protection, and as the dragon approached, the leopard immediately pounced back at it. It was a real brutal fight to the death. The leopard did not spare his opponent and struck hard. The dragon only deftly dodged it. The opponents were on equal footing, and the fight dragged on for a long time. Gathering his strength together, the snake dragon used an evil beam and directed a stream of killing energy directly at the leopard. The attack worked and slightly injured the leopard, but the leopard was even more enraged. He wanted to finish off the dragon as soon as possible and activated the slashing technique to strike incredibly hard. Su Heng's beast had to concentrate hard, for his opponent could break through the energy with a single strike. The dragon chose the frontal attack tactic and once again directed the crushing energy at the enemy. At this moment, the armored leopard did the same and the 2 energies collided foreheads. They competed with each other in terms of strength. Suddenly, something happened that no one could have expected. The ground in the arena shook violently, and it was as if someone was knocking the leopard down. It seemed simply unbelievable. A snake dragon could use 2 different skills at the same time. It seemed impossible to the teachers, since it had been hatched 6 months ago. The teacher realized that instead of relying on his master's orders, the dragon had devised a battle plan based solely on its own instincts. Such a beast was always the most reliable support. After the last fight in the forest, the grizzly dragon liked to use the power of the earth from the back. Sharp stones came out of the ground and pierced the leopard's crystal bells. An incredible rage awakened within him. The leopard roared loudly to the entire arena and used a combined sharp blade skill. The dragon looked his death straight in the eyes. This crushing attack was too strong and unexpected for the dragon. The force of the sharp blades swept through his body with great speed, the dragon's blood spurting in all directions. An ordinary snake dragon would not have been able to withstand such a deadly attack, but the little one bravely kept on his feet. The blood trickled to the ground, but the snake dragon had incredible stamina. It was time to end this battle. The dragon awakened all the demonic rage of his ancestors and roared at the top of his voice. The walls of the arena literally shook from the dragon's roar. At this point, Su Heng's trial was over, and the dragon was sent to the beast healing room. The frog healer carefully licked all of his wounds. The hero said that if the lightly armored leopard used its wind and thunder attributes, it would be able to avoid the attack. But if the dragon met one in the wild, it would not be able to defeat it. At this moment, the young man's cultivation status, skill development, willingness to fight, and combat experience scores arrived on the young man's study watch. The final score for the combat test was 99 points. Suddenly, a fat classmate walked into the treatment room. He congratulated the young man for passing the high-stakes test. but Su Heng replied that it was a fluke. After the exam, the young man was brought back to the burgomaster's mansion. All this time, Jogu had been on a mission to retrieve the bone tissue of the ice dragon. Su Heng knew that it was actually a thunderstone. He realized that the master was specifically doing tasks with thunderstone rewards. Thunderstone was a very special material containing a relatively stable and almost constant flow of electricity. It could be used as a source of electricity for power plants. It belonged to city-level strategic materials. The Master Association didn't have it, so it wasn't on the list of items for points. The burgomaster said that a thunderstone would not have helped to generate electricity in blacklight. It required a whole industrial system. The hero could only use these stones to transform a snake dragon. He was participating in the certification of master tamers and had to pass the final exam. Jogu ordered the boy to prepare for the association trials properly and achieve a good result. The trials were always known for being very difficult. In a dangerous place called Dead Shadow Island in the Ahuva Sea, a group of 5 captured a high-level dangerous species called the shadowless bird. It was not easy to pluck the bird's feathers by brute force, or even to catch up with it. Because of this, the trial task was extremely difficult and only a small number of participants passed the task. Su Heng's next task was to hunt down and kill as a group one of the mature, particularly dangerous species that roamed in the depths of the Green Soul Mountain. Less than 30 masters participated in this trial. Each trial session was a group situation to develop synergy among the masters. Each group was accompanied by an examiner and an evil eye observer. The examiners were responsible for scoring, while the observers recorded the entire process, ensuring fairness. After reading the hero's name, the examiner stopped, so Su Heng thought that he was alone in the team today. In fact, he had a partner. The fatty was already standing behind him. The examiner said that the trial assignment was due to a small tidal wave of plague. Fish inevitably fell out of the net, so everyone had better be careful. The examiner's job was to ensure complete safety, but every year people died on test missions. So the mission was not to be taken lightly. The girl said that the examiners specifically gave tasks that were different from the others. The heroes had to hunt an ultra-dangerous species. On the way to the trials, the burgomaster said the assignment was harsh, but she replied that the wave of disasters didn't end so easily. Many masters in the association were too cowardly to engage in battle. From now on, even newcomers would have to face the harshest realities. The examiner said that it was assumed that almost a third of the participants in this test, including the examiners, would have been injured. Only through brutality would the students have had a chance to survive. In the beginning, the trial went well, but soon most of the accompanying examiners were summoned by the chief examiner to precipitate a great wave of calamity on Green Soul Mountain. They weren't far from the appearance of battle. Many examiners felt cheated. It was just a cover. They were all going to be sent to war. Since then, the examiners left the squads, leaving only one observer from the Evil Eye Society for the squad. Things got so bad that squad members were responsible for the observers' safety. Monsters that had escaped from the disaster wave invaded the testing area. Most of them were so strong that the participants lacked the strength to defeat them. Each group began to decrease in numbers. As the passage progressed, the frequency of dangerous creatures increased and the attrition became more severe. The death rate increased tenfold. On the 4th day of the test, Su Heng encountered 3 teams that were completely annihilated. The broken limbs, the bloody scorched earth caused the fatty to feel uneasy. If not for Su Heng, the fatty would have been buried in the Green Soul Mountain. That same night, the heroes encountered another injured contestant. She was unconscious, but the guys found her in time. It seemed that hope had dried up, although hope always died last. Idong was very upset. He wasn't sure if they would ever return to the city again. At that moment, a white streak appeared on the hero's path. The young girl finally woke up and began to rise to her feet, but her appearance was still unimportant. The sweet girl thanked her saviors. She said that after she became a master, they had learned telepathy, but because of nerves, she had completely forgotten. Gongxuan was one of the group. All the others except her were killed by a dangerous higher stage species. She managed to escape with the help of a flying harnessed pet. When the girl was almost saved, a mature flying bird of a supremely dangerous species soon caught up with her and chased her all the way to Su Heng's ambush site. The young master allowed the snake dragon that was sitting in ambush nearby to stealthily attack and kill the most dangerous species in the mature stage, completing the trial task and saving the girl. After 3 days, Su Heng and the two little troubles were hiding in the Green Soul Mountain. They were trying to leave and avoid getting caught by the monsters, but so far, they hadn't encountered any horrors. The two little crybabies proved to be understanding. They chose to starve themselves but still let the hero have all the food and water. The cave was the master's resting place after Gongshuan lost consciousness. There was a bear den on the steep slope, but now it was also Su Heng's. That evening, the 3 survivors were sitting around the fire, counting supplies. Suddenly, a wild cry was heard in the dark forest, scaring away all the birds. This sound was already familiar to the hero. He went out to reconnoiter and saw his master's lava tyrannosaur above the forest. Su Heng's face suddenly changed. Looking at the signs of battle coming from the distant sky, the boy still couldn't contain his anxiety. Aidong and Gongshuan sat in the cave while the young man ran to the depths of the mountain. There was nothing he could do to help the master, but he had to come over and watch. After passing through the dense forest, the boy finally took his binoculars and saw the battle scene deep within the Green Soul Mountain. The dragon was ready to snap there at any moment. The master stood side by side with the chief examiner, who, graying at the temples, floated and hovered in the air. Below them, several huge creatures fought. With the help of a lava tyrannosaur and a fire avatar, the master fought the nightmarish-looking ice ring. This battle was truly dangerous. According to the records of the old codex, the bone marrow of the ice dragon's spine and the ice poison capsule were auxiliary materials to transform the ice crystal lion dragon into a dragon. The head of Blacklight was fighting desperately against the special monsters, but he needed backup. He appealed to the monkey lord to take action immediately. The battle was getting more and more violent. The lord rose up, swung his hand, and created an incredible energy that summoned a giant ape. It was a true infernal monster. The monkey attacked the ice-cold opponent with fury. She swung hard, hitting him squarely in the jaw, and a multitude of stones flew at him. It was the master's second assistant, the monkey lord. The cold demon hissed and wrapped itself around the monkey from all sides, clutching its long body tightly. With all his might, the monkey lord tried his best to get out. From above, a horrible view with a perfect combination of 5 systems: earth, beast, power, air, and attack. The true pinnacle of horrors awakened all of the monkey's rage and screamed even harder. This species had incredible strength and enduring stamina. The monkey was about to finish off the ice opponent, so it snapped out of its seat and used the power of the earth to kill it. The ice beast didn't sit idly by either. It activated all its skills and created a magic vortex which it directed at the monkey. The two strongest enemies clashed in a face-to-face battle. The hero watched the scene with horror. He had never seen such a battle before. He immediately recognized the horrible-looking rage burst and atmosphere burst techniques that the serpent possessed. The battle was very fierce and was dragging on. The burgomaster snapped his finger and summoned a huge black hand outside, which immediately tried to grab the ice serpent. The cold beast was definitely not expecting such an attack. The black figure, which quickly flashed over the forest, squeezed the serpent as hard as it could, and it turned into a bloody mess. The young man realized that it was a powerful black sin pet. It had a strange ability that was so terrifying that it could easily stun a nightmarish-looking beast. To Su Heng's surprise, Jogu's black sin beast still killed the ice dragon and took away the dragon transformation materials. This minor wave of disaster ended with the death of the ice dragon. The end of the nightmarish ordeal had come. The large number of deaths caused a lot of criticism in the city, but the chief expert didn't want to explain anything. After that, the results of this trial were officially announced. Su Heng had unquestionably won first place and received an award from the Golden City Masters Association. With the thought that he shouldn't have been a fool if there was fur, the hero ran to the research institute with proof in hand. He wanted another pet for himself. When the hero went inside, he was immediately met with a kick to the head. Chihuahua was not quite in his right mind and said that he liked hitting people because he was the embodiment of the reader's father. At that moment, another young man in a white coat took the hero aside. He reported that the doctor was sometimes like that. There was no need to pay any attention to him. In the entire research institute, there were 7 dangerous species that posed the greatest health risk. Su Heng only saw cute animals behind the bars. There were a total of 3 particularly dangerous cubs. The golden jade grass was unique to Golden City. It was a pet of 3 systems: herb, blood, and healing. Combining the blood and healing system, The golden jade herb was able to heal penetrating wounds, lacerations, and even repair minor limb deformities to some extent. During the fascinating story, the hero noticed a strange creature behind the bars. There sat a little girl with huge gray wings. The guy said it was a young pet, mixed bloods, and had a mix of light and dark systems that were completely incompatible. This unbelievable kind of pet really interested Su-heng. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked the assistant to open the cage, because it was literally a hybrid of darkness and light. The pet resembled a small angel. Even without reproductive isolation, it would be difficult to create a powerful hybrid between different elements. There were two completely incompatible energy systems in it. Judging by its strength, it was below the terror species. However, the young man noted that the pet was no less dangerous than the super dangerous species. The little girl contained completely opposite light and dark energies, and once out of control, her power was infinitely close to that of a terrible species. No one had ever seen such a mysterious creature or been able to identify her parents. The doctor's assistant said the baby girl was discovered a month ago by a team of craftsmen from the Craftsmen's Association in a small black and white secret natural place. It was no secret that this was a world where night and day were intertwined. There, the line between night and day was unmistakable. Half of the area was occupied by endless night, and the other half was eternal day. The danger level of this secret place was low, and the area was small. After learning about it a month ago, the association quickly formed a team of professional masters to study it. The baby was brought to the surface by the association's scouting team. It was later discovered that it had the ability to heal with light, and its life force was rapidly depleting. This species was transferred to the Green Circle Institute for study. The young master suddenly realized that, according to the picked-up record in the Dragon Codex, the Lady of Light and Darkness was a combination of the highest kind of terror of the Light Lady and the highest kind of terror of the Dark Lady. The code stated that children of mixed races had more racial potential than their parents. Su-heng stared at her without blinking. The baby was born with a fatal flaw, the dark and light systems constantly raging in her body, rejecting and constantly expending energy. Before the way to turn a light lady into a dark lady was discovered, they didn't survive for 6 months. This also caused the light and dark people to become a terrorist species that didn't last long. In the old codex, there was a way to save the little girl from the endless struggle of light and darkness. So the hero decided to choose her as his new pet. Su-heng grew up without a mother or father. He was raised by his sister, so he knew what it was like to be alone. His sister taught him from childhood to love his beast as his family. The boy had a weak heart. He could not bear to see the poor little girl suffer. He wanted to take her to himself and make sure that she could grow up and avoid the fate of her short life. Even if the poor, suffering creature could not be saved from death, it was better to take her outside to see the free world. The boys wept at these thoughts together. The light and dark energy in the girl could go crazy, so it was impossible to take her outside the institute. The young man decided to risk his career and become a guarantor for Su-heng. According to the Codex, a magic potion called Black-White Swirl had to be created, and the materials to be used were 5 fresh flowers and Ling Chen's stone. The finished product naturally created a vortex. The cohesion depended on the glow of alternating day and night. There was usually 1 successful potion for every 1,000 potions. Setting up was agonizing, and processing the materials took 2 or 3 hours. The young man did not leave the laboratory place and desperately tried to create the necessary potion. The subsequent tedious preparation process, which had a 1 in 1,000 chance of occurring, was fatal to Su-heng. The young man slept right behind his workstation. Suddenly, the guy saw a wooden root in a glass vessel that reminded him of an old friend. A brilliant idea came to him. The root was like a tree, healing energy. The young man realized that the materials for this potion were not scarce, and the price for them was not too high. He could simply ask a tree that absorbed energy to make a copy. Meanwhile, Li Bo told the burgomaster about his concern. He said that the boy had chosen a hybrid species with a short life expectancy, and it was because of his soft heart. Jogu did not doubt his disciple. He asked his manager if Lao Liu could make the snake dragon develop the attributes of wind and thunder. Li Bo, he was very scared and worried whether the guy had a cure for this hybrid. After all, even the best research institutes of the Golden City couldn't understand him. With the help of an energy-absorbing tree and a treasure hunter, the protagonist was still able to get the potion he needed. He tried to offer it to the little girl, but she sat motionless. With her knees tucked up, the little girl hugged her legs and cried softly. If the people of light and dark were shocked or frightened, the power could get out of control. Suddenly, the child of light and darkness picked up a strong wind and enveloped herself with her wings. She hid herself from human eyes and turned into a feathery cocoon. The girl did not want to take the medicine, so the power of the potion was beginning to run out. The hero decided to go to extreme measures and pour the contents directly down her throat. Since the energy-absorbing tree had become strong after the transformation, it tried to push this feather cocoon apart with its roots, but the resistance force was unimaginable. Brute force didn't help in such a delicate matter. Su Heng decided that perhaps the long period of captivity had robbed the Lady of Light and Darkness of her desire to live. The young man took pity on the little girl, for she looked very confused and unhappy. He put the flask of medicine beside her and told her that she could drink it if she wanted to. The three strong heroes stood over the young lady and could not believe their eyes. The feather cocoon suddenly stirred and the contents of the flask began to gradually sink down. Suddenly, the little girl called out for her daddy to come over, but Su Heng told her that he was the master, not her daddy. Then the little girl said that the guy was her mom. The young man was so confused that he made the treasure hunter do the cocoon. The three heroes had crushing power, but they couldn't handle one little girl. After a while, they were already friends. Su Heng was sure that the telepathic transmission of the Lady of Light and Darkness was clearly the voice of a little girl. His voice was clearly similar to her father's. Now it was no surprise that the attribute of friendliness had been added to the description of the Old Dragon Codex. The little girl could be a true friend. When the snake dragon got outside, he literally froze in place. He looked surprised at the games with the cocoon and probably didn't know how to communicate with girls. Su Heng showed him a huge jar with its contents. He said while the energy-absorbing tree duplicated the potion, he took out the main dragon metamorphosis potion. As soon as the dragon saw the potion jar, he immediately turned into a dragon in love. His brain shut down and he moved only by instinct, like a sweet tooth. Trying to stop the pet, the hero said that this potion could not be eaten within the laboratory. At that moment, the dragon became furious and roared at the top of its voice. The snake dragon turned into a real monster, spewing its energy everywhere and destroying the building to pieces. It was as if the rage of the ancient ancestors had been awakened in him. After a while, the dragon had already calmed down and was resting peacefully on the ground. Su Heng tried to recover from such a disaster, but he had to report to Zhou. The crippled boy said that the dragon had only just managed to absorb the basic medicine of the secret medicine of metamorphosis, but had not yet turned into a dragon. At that moment, an even stranger phenomenon occurred. Crushing sparks began to emanate from the dragon, which shrouded the entire sky in lightning. It resembled an electric eel that was in a state of rage. The noise the serpent dragon made was beyond Su Heng's expectations, but teacher Zhou had a strong position in the city. With the support of the mighty beasts, the phenomenon caused by the dragon was finally locked in the sky. Despite this, the magistrate of the Golden City was here to ask questions. For a mature butler like Li Bo, this was just a small thing. He was completely calm and simply said that Zhou had used the beast to develop his skills, and with a few words, he had convinced them to leave. The energy of wind and thunder seemed to be attracted by the main medicine and fell from the sky, enveloping the serpent dragon. The light was so strong that it was hard to open one's eyes, and amidst the riot of sparks, the tearing roar of the dragon could be heard. It was obvious that the dragon was suffering from unbearable pain. The appearance of wind and thunder continued for a full 3 hours before it began to dissipate. After the light faded, the figure of the serpent dragon reappeared before the trio's eyes. At this point, its body had grown to over 10 meters in length, and its originally sturdy body had become even sturdier. The body scales were as if tempered by wind and thunder, and there was a hidden stream of energy that looked much more noble and elegant than the original. Just extinguishing these energies caused the dragon to be drenched in blood. Su Heng was very worried about his pet after undergoing the transformation. He wanted to go over and calm the dragon down, but it behaved strangely and released a magic core from its mouth. The energy ball was moving straight towards the hero, but he abruptly moved aside. The dragon created an incredible flow of energy and frightened the master. This technique created a huge magical explosion. After taking the main drug, the snake dragon received enhancement in the form of level 5 abilities, Enlightenment, Plasma Sphere. The snake dragon had enough strength for the showdown, but it was badly injured. The beast could barely stand on its feet and held its huge body, trying not to fall face first into the mud. At this moment, the little girl arrived just in time. The outline of her body glowed with a bright glow. She used her healing technique to help the snake dragon survive. Thanks to her light healing, the dragon's deep wounds healed quickly. His body was taking on its original coloration, and his strength was increasing by the second. The burgomaster was numbed by what he saw. He didn't understand how the hybrid pet at the institute couldn't even cast a decent healing spell, and now he was in Su Heng's hands. It was surprising that the little one used a healing skill like light healing, which had great potential among pets that used light-type healing. The lady got the healing skill and developed it to level 1. This pleased the hero and told him that the serpent dragon and the others had entered the closed world of the Lady of Light and Darkness. The young man told the master that it wasn't easy to complete the metamorphosis. There wasn't enough wind and thunder energy. And in order for the snake dragon to absorb enough wind and thunder energy, it needed special conditions. The serpent dragon would transform into a serpent dragon of wind and thunder, which would be in an environment where the energies of wind and thunder intertwined. Powerful squalls and lightning bolts pacified the serpent dragon's form. They allowed him to thoroughly digest the essence of the main medicine. With the help of Counselor Yu Zhou, Gugu managed to find a dragonhawk in the databank, which, like the wind and thunder serpent dragon, combined both wind, lightning, and dragon system. When a beast reached the level of a terrifying species, it was more intimate with its habitat. The Wind and Thunder Cliff was a natural secret place where the eagle tribe dwelled. It could fulfill the dragon's need for metamorphosis. The giant dragon eagle dwelt in the node where the wind, thunder, and lightning systems intersected with the densest energy. Zhou and Su Heng needed to get to the place where the wind, thunder, and lightning systems intersected with each other. The planned operation was rushed after a snake dragon accidentally ingested a key drug in the lab. In order to get there as soon as possible, Zhou immediately took out his dream ice butterfly pet. It was the strongest super terrifying pet and also one of his strongest pets. As a very terrible species that combined the dream system, insects, and spirits, the butterfly was not the best at flying, but was a very fast beast. It possessed the unassembled ability of the Tail of Sleep. The Sleep Tail skill greatly increased the distance the butterfly could fly with each flap of its wings. Often, the phantom of the frozen dream butterfly could only be seen in the air. And the body of the frozen dream butterfly had already flown a great distance on its wings with the support of the dream tail technique. Butterfly had the best ice dream skill that could freeze the target's mind or soul, causing it to remain in a frozen dream forever. Following the butterfly, the heroes finally found themselves in the right place. The symbol was a thunder pine, and now it was time to begin. Zhou ordered his ice dream butterfly to use its magic power and attack this place. A terrific stream of pink energy headed straight for the target. Su Heng realized that his guess was true. All these secret places formed naturally had their own secret methods. Within this secret realm, a huge mountain was towering. Apart from this mountain, the entire secret realm was covered with wind and thunder energy, dark clouds, wind, and thunder. The top of the mountain was engulfed in clouds, and the black shadow hovering in the clouds, it was the master of this secret realm. He was called the Eagle Dragon of Wind and Thunder. Every eagle dragon belonged to the terror species, and their teacher belonged to the nightmare species. Calling a butterfly into a secret realm, ruled by a wind and thunder dragon eagle that could fly, this was undoubtedly a provocation for the Dragon Eagle clan. To be on the safe side, the burgomaster summoned a scarlet wolf to carry the master and apprentice and began to climb up. There was a perfect place for the serpent dragon to turn, the Wind and Thunder Junction. There were quite a lot of such nodes in the secret realm that was laden with wind and thunder energy. But it was true that this mountain was too big and it was difficult to find anything. But for Su Heng, it was not difficult. The hero always had a map up his sleeve to find the most precious and hidden items. He called a treasure hunter for help, and apparently they understood each other perfectly. Zhou was shocked because the brat was his disciple. If it was someone else, even the master wouldn't be tempted to steal such a pet. The boy immediately interrupted his teacher's evil thoughts. They needed to go forward. The treasure-seeking beast said that the wind and thunder knot was in that direction. On the edge of a long, sharp cliff under the open blue sky was a node of wind and thunder. The sky was completely enveloped in electric energy that illuminated the entire space. The hero needed to place the serpent dragon in the center of the knot. But after seeing the knot in person, The guy worried that with such destructive power, the dragon would turn into a pile of charred meat. Su Heng summoned his dragon and was about to warn him of the danger. At this moment, the sharp pet snapped out of its seat and flew straight into the epicenter of lightning and thunder. The violent thunder made his ears pop, and the lightning blinded his eyes. Teacher and student watched in horror as the dragon made its way through the atmosphere. It seemed that it was impossible for it to get out alive. After taking the main medicine, the snake dragon seemed to have gained the ability to attract wind and thunder. The energy mass that was originally at the center of the node began to slowly converge towards it. If a snake dragon wanted to turn into a wind and thunder dragon, he had to forge his body with the powerful energy of wind and thunder. He also had to eliminate the earth attributes in his body that did not belong to thunder and wind. Only Master Su didn't think that a simple sentence in the Dragon Codex would turn out to be so horrible and painful in reality. The so-called body forging was actually a direct bombardment of dragon flesh. At first, the dragon made horrible sounds of pain but then fell silent. The serpent dragon's faint breathing caused the hero to panic violently. Chogu said that the snake dragon's body was rapidly absorbing wind and thunder energy, and the speed was amazing. If the serpent dragon really died, these energies would definitely dissipate and return to their original state. The master and disciple desperately resisted the energy and suddenly smelled the ancient dragon lineage. This told them that the dragon's life breath was being restored. The snake dragon began to take perfect shape. Its body became very strong and its limbs changed shape. It was now a real bloody monster.